Chapter 1330. I only have these 5 tokens. The smile on Ling Xing's face immediately froze when he saw the early corporeal realm expert from Yanbo Castle. I'm sorry. I was attacked by thieves on my way here. I risked my life and only managed to keep these 5 tokens. The rest were all stolen. The early corporeal realm expert stood in front of Ling Xing, his face full of fear as he apologized profusely. Because of his emotions, Ling Xing gave off an oppressive aura that made him feel suffocated. The tokens hadn't been delivered for many years. Ling Xing had long guessed that the people from Yanbo Castle would play tricks. He'd also expected them to reduce the number of tokens, but he hadn't expected them to be so merciless. They'd only given 5 out of the 30 tokens they'd promised. An early corporeal realm expert being attacked by thieves was pure nonsense. Even an idiot like Man Sha wouldn't believe it. The most despicable and disgusting thing about Yanbo Castle was that they'd sent an early corporeal realm expert to deliver the tokens. He was basically cannon fodder. It didn't matter if he died or not, but they weren't afraid that he'd die halfway and fail to complete the mission. Although they had another way to get the tokens, they'd had a bad relationship with Yanbo Castle last time. Coupled with the way Yanbo Castle handled things this time, it was obvious that the other way would be suppressed to a certain extent. The person who'd come was only an early corporeal realm expert. No matter how angry Ling Xing was, he wouldn't lower himself to his level. As for killing him to vent his anger, that was even more unlikely. The people from Yanbo Castle seemed to have taken this into account as well. Good, very good indeed. Ling Xing was furious, but he didn't explode in anger. He only nodded and smiled, saying good 3 times. His smile didn't seem fake at all. It was as if he really felt good. Ling Xing looked at the terrified corporeal realm expert and said, "You've done very well this time. You must be tired from the journey. Rest here for a few days. When we leave, I'll have you pay for the journey. You've worked hard." The early corporeal realm expert was flattered by Ling Xing's attitude. He had kept a low profile ever since he had arrived because he didn't want to be killed. It was obvious that he had already guessed that he would be cannon fodder. He thought that as long as he could survive, Ling Xing could do whatever he wanted with him. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Xing Haosheng had arranged for him to be paid for his journey. Ling Xing had someone arrange accommodations for the early corporeal realm cultivators, then he went to find Lord Wu to explain the matter. Lord Wu was furious when he heard this, but 5 tokens were still acceptable. This time, even though Hupping City would lose a lot of entry tokens because of this, it was fortunate that they had Zi Chen and the other 4. While there were fewer people, the quality of the entry tokens had increased significantly. Yanbo Castle has gone overboard this time, but it's fine. If we're lucky enough to run into them in the prefectural realm, ask Zi Chen to take good care of them, said Lord Wu. Ling Xing smiled and said, "Indeed, that's what I'm thinking. If the opportunity is right, I'd be happy to see no one leave Yanbo Castle alive." It was obvious that the 2 smiling old men were really angry in their hearts. "Since you've cut off my future path of development, I'll cut off your chances of survival." They believed that if Yanbo Castle didn't gain anything from the prefectural realm, their future development would be greatly affected. In the nameless forest, Zi Chen and the others ventured deeper into another place. Dongqing hadn't successfully tamed the red-eyed boar demon yet, but they'd slowly become familiar with each other over the past few days. Taming it was only a matter of time. Ever since they'd caught the red-eyed boar demon, Wu Xie hadn't uttered a single word of complaint. Relatively speaking, they hadn't gained anything in the past 6 months, but catching a red-eyed boar demon as soon as they'd gained something was definitely a pleasant surprise. Moreover, this red-eyed boar demon was very strong. After it was completely tamed, its combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. Therefore, they'd gained a lot this time. This could be seen from the smile on Dongqing's face every day. In order to avoid that King Tiamat, Zi Chen and the others deliberately took many detours and stayed far away from it. After that, they continued to look for exotic beasts with potential. However, their luck seemed to have run out this time. After 2 years, they still hadn't found any combat beasts with great potential. Fortunately, after another 6 months, they found another unique combat beast. It was a small winged Pegasus with lightning flowing around its body. It had a single horn on its forehead, and it looked very much like the legendary high-grade Aurora Pegasus. When it flapped its white wings, it was like Zichen flapping his thunder wings. Flashes of lightning would flash. As for its speed, it was like a bolt of lightning. Seeing the small Pegasus, everyone was naturally surprised and happy. Their gazes became extremely fervent. However, before they could try to surround it, it disappeared. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning, far surpassing everyone. Even Zichen couldn't catch up to it. Fortunately, Zichen had the heavenly thunder wings. Relying on the heavenly thunder wings' increased level and the integration of the heavenly thunder wings and the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, he was barely faster than the Aurora Pegasus. The two quickly disappeared, one chasing and one escaping. Everyone chased after them, but they soon lost track of them. Just like that, everyone could only wait in place. Aurora Pegasus, that's an Aurora Pegasus. Wu Xie couldn't help but sigh. Although it's not a high-grade life form, at least it has awakened some of its bloodline. I hope Zichen can catch it. Dongqing prayed. This place is really strange. In just 3 years, we actually encountered 2 existences with high-grade bloodlines. Shong Guanhong said. He, if we can tame dozens of these existences, we won't have to fear anything in the Mana realm. Man Sha chuckled. Wu Xie looked at Man Sha with disdain and said, do you think these things are cabbages? 2 days later, Zichen returned with injuries all over his body. Without a doubt, he had encountered another king-level combat beast. This place was very dangerous even for Yang Ming and the others, let alone Zichen who was only at the middle corporeal realm. Zichen's injuries were very serious, but there was a smile on his face. Everyone knew that he had succeeded and immediately cheered. Sure enough, he threw out an item from the corporeal realm. It was the Aurora Pegasus. This Pegasus had been sealed and had fallen into a deep sleep. When Dongqing saw it, he almost cried tears of joy and thanked him profusely. One had to know that this item was truly priceless. It was comparable to a sword and shield. Next, Zichen began to heal his injuries. While he was healing, he signaled everyone not to go too deep. Next, they just had to wait for Dongqing to tame the Aurora Pegasus. The latter's speed wasn't slower than his, and it was obviously very familiar with this area. Therefore, the journey to find other special combat beasts was left to it. This time, it took 2 months to tame it. When the Aurora Pegasus appeared in front of everyone again, it was extremely docile. However, there was still some fear in its eyes when it looked at Zichen. It had seen with its own eyes how powerful this human was. The Aurora Pegasus wasn't big, but it could be used as a mount. Its snow-white fur and elegant posture when it walked deeply attracted Shong Guanhong. Unfortunately, she wasn't a beast tamer, so it was very difficult for her to tame a combat beast. On the other hand, Dongqing kept expressing his gratitude to Zichen. You're always thanking me. I say, can you not be so polite? Why don't you repay me with your body? Wu Xie curled his lips. Soon, 2 cold gazes were cast from the side, and he quickly shut his mouth. Little thing, it's up to you now. Zichen looked at the Aurora Pegasus and smiled, but the latter was so scared that it trembled. Dongqing also clearly conveyed Zichen's thoughts to the Aurora Pegasus. The latter had already recognized Dongqing as its master, so it naturally wouldn't reject this request. It rubbed against Dongqing's body, then turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. At the side, Wu Xie muttered softly, damn, it's also a little pervert. Zeng really knows how to pick a place. When Dongqing heard this, he thought about the little Pegasus's actions just now and blushed. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Zichen. With the help of the Aurora Pegasus, the efficiency of everyone's search for combat beasts naturally increased. Just like that, they stayed in this dense forest for 13 years. In these 13 years, Dongqing had gained a lot, and Zichen and the others also had some gains, especially Zichen. In these 13 years, he had gradually familiarized himself with his own combat strength. Sometimes, he would even have a king-level combat beast as a sparring partner, so his improvement was great. Their original intention was to wait here until the domain realm opened, but in just 13 years, they had provoked too many king-level combat beasts. Because Zi Chen was too slippery, and coupled with his world speed, a king-level combat beast couldn't do anything to him. And when they were annoyed by the harassment, a group of king-level combat beasts actually started to team up and chase after Zi Chen. Zi Chen could barely handle one king-level combat beast, but when faced with a group of them, he could only helplessly run for his life. These king-level combat beasts were obviously in hot pursuit, determined to kill him. Zi Chen could only choose to return. Do we have such a big grudge? Zi Chen, who was running away, couldn't help but complain. Human, give me back my children. You took my children. Isn't that a grudge? Human, give us back our children, and we can treat you as a guest of honor. Zi Chen's complaint immediately caused a commotion among the king-level combat beasts. What do you guys know? Your vision is only to become the king of a forest, but my goal is to conquer the entire world. I took your children away to train in the domain realm, to broaden their horizons. What do you know? Zi Chen said unhappily. Die. Cunning human, you're asking my children to die. We'll kill you no matter where you go. Human, die. The king-level combat beasts, who were already angry, became even more furious. As king-level combat beasts, they naturally knew what kind of place the domain realm was. It was full of dangers, and one could easily die there. Zi Chen thought that after saying a few words, they would give up and let the little ones go on training, but who knew that they would react so violently? Helpless, he could only tell Wu Xie and the others to run first. Roar. Chapter 1331. When Zi Chen heard this roar, he was so scared that he almost fell down. This roar contained a terrifying pressure that came directly from the depths of his soul. If he was closer, Zi Chen believed that his soul would have been destroyed by this roar. When he turned around, he saw that the king-level beasts did not chase after him anymore. They only stared at him coldly and unwillingly. It was obvious that this roar was the cause. You can actually command king-level beasts. Zi Chen was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to stay here any longer and immediately followed the four people far away. He secretly swore that he would never come here again. He also finally understood why Yang Ming and the others returned empty-handed after coming here to investigate. To be able to command a group of king-level beasts, the person himself was not a stronger king-level beast, but an emperor-level beast that was even stronger than a king-level beast. One must know that an emperor-level beast was equivalent to a human realm lord who had crossed over to the 9th domain realm. Such an existence could even become the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Zi Chen used 2 days to catch up with them. Everyone was very excited when they saw Zi Chen. How is it? Does it feel good to be chased? Seeing that Zi Chen had returned in one piece, Wu Xie joked. It feels good. Why don't you try it too? Zi Chen smiled faintly. Wu Xie quickly waved his hand and said, I can't. I don't have your abnormal speed. Following that, he asked again, how about it? How many days should we rest this time? Zi Chen said unhappily, we rest forever. What do you mean? You're not going anymore? Are you scared by a few king-level beasts? Wu Xie was stunned. The others also looked at Zi Chen in confusion. However, Dongqing helped Zi Chen out of the situation and said, actually, we've already gained a lot. It's time to go back. Wu Xie muttered, if we miss this village, we won't have this shop anymore. Zi Chen laughed out loud. Have you ever seen a village? Have you ever seen a shop in a village? Ah. Wu Xie was stunned and said, it's just a saying. In the Zhonwu continent, there are only tribes and mountain strongholds. There is no such thing as a village because there are no mortals in this world. We can't go to that place anymore. I'm afraid we'll lose all our gains. What do you mean? Zi Chen thought back to that roar and felt a lingering fear in his heart. Do you know how I managed to escape the pursuit of a group of king-level battle beasts? This time, it wasn't because I was fast, nor was it because I used a doppelganger. It was because I heard a beast's roar. It was that roar that stopped the king-level battle beasts from pursuing me. I suspect that it was the leader of the group. When everyone heard this, their faces changed greatly. Wu Xie exclaimed, what? A roar stopped a group of king-level battle beasts? Then isn't it? Zi Chen nodded and said, Yes, if it's not an extremely powerful king-level battle beast, it might be an emperor-level battle beast. This time, it was really lucky that the other party gave up. Do you think we should go deeper? Everyone shook their heads again and again. Wu Xie said, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and run. Don't come back to this place for the rest of your life. The 5 of them took the flying boat and began to return. It took them 2 months to come here. Because there was still a lot of time to go back, it took them 2.5 months on the road. After the 5 of them returned, the first thing they did was to report their whereabouts to Hunter's Castle. They could see Lord Wu directly. After more than 10 years, Lord Wu was very happy to see Zi Chen and the others again. He invited Zi Chen and the others to his room and poured tea for them personally. After sitting down, Lord Wu asked with a smile, "How was your harvest?" "Not a small one," said Zi Chen. The others also had excited smiles on their faces. "This time, we've obtained several battle beasts with high-level bloodlines, and all of them are at the peak of the spirit rank," Dongqing added. Lord Wu laughed and said, "That's great. This way, your safety will be guaranteed when you enter the manor world." Zi Chen put down his teacup and suddenly asked, "By the way, did Yanbo Castle give us the compensation they promised?" "You're talking about the entry tokens, aren't you?" Lord Wu's face turned gloomy. "Why? They haven't sent them yet." Everyone was very surprised. It had been many years. Even if they walked, they should have arrived by now. Lord Wu sighed and said, "They did send them, but they only sent an early-stage corporeal realm cultivator to deliver 5 of them. They said that the others were robbed on the way." "What? Only 5? The people of Yanbo Castle are too much." Wu Xie was furious. "Robbed? Even a fool wouldn't believe such a lame excuse." Man Shi was also very angry. Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing's faces turned ashen. It was obvious that they were very angry after hearing the news. Zi Chen was the only one who looked calm. Wu Xie asked curiously, "You're not angry?" Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be angry about? Yanbo Castle's actions are clearly suicidal. Since they're willing to leave some entry tokens for their people to die with, then why not fulfill their wish?" Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. "Yes, that's right. Since they don't want to give us the tokens, then we'll kill a few dozen of them. That'll be the reward for the tokens." Wu Xie nodded. Zi Chen looked at Wu Xie with disdain and said, "Kill a few dozen of them? You have the nerve to say that. Then you mean?" Wu Xie was startled. "If the conditions permit, then naturally we won't let a single one of them go." Zi Chen said coldly. This was Zi Chen. When he was kind, he wouldn't even kill a single war beast. But when he was ruthless, he treated human lives like dirt. Lord Wu admired Zi Chen's personality very much. He originally wanted to tell them in advance, but now that he saw Zi Chen's attitude, there was no need to waste his breath. Finally, Zi Chen asked, "Have the proper channels passed down the tokens?" "Not yet, but it should be soon." After chatting for a while, Zi Chen and the others left. Because they had been away for a long time, they were almost cut off from the rest of the world. Wu Xie and the others went to the center of the city after returning, while Zi Chen returned to his room to cultivate. He hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet. As long as he cultivated, his strength would increase. In the past few years, the 2 void trees had also contributed greatly to Zi Chen. They had been increasing Zi Chen's strength at every moment. 10 days later, news reached Hunter's Castle that the proper channels had sent down the tokens this time. When Lord Wu received the news, he immediately led his men out of the city. When he reached the outskirts of the city, he found that many domain realm cultivators had already arrived. The leader was a tall middle-aged man who looked very cold. He was the true city lord of Hupping City, Mu Feng. Lord Wu led Ling Xing and the others forward. The domain realm cultivators along the way made way for them when they saw them. When they arrived in front of Mu Feng, the 2 of them nodded as a greeting. Mu Feng gazed into the distance and said indifferently, "I wonder how many tokens there will be this time." When Lord Wu heard this, he laughed bitterly and said, "After what happened last time, I'm afraid there won't be many." Mu Feng was silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, He asked, "How are their preparations?" "We're just waiting for the manor world to open. I hope they won't disappoint." Lord Wu said confidently, "Don't worry. I have high hopes for them. If their luck isn't too bad, they should be able to do something this time." "That's good." Mu Feng nodded. Lord Wu looked at the domain realm cultivators behind him. Most of them were family members of Hupping City, and they were waiting to get their share of the tokens. Hunter's Castle will only send 7 people this time. There will be 3 more tokens, and they will be sent to the City Lord's castle when the time comes, Lord Wu said telepathically. When City Lord Mu Feng heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, "It seems like this will be an extremely difficult and offending task." Lord Wu smiled and said flatteringly, "Our City Lord isn't afraid of offending people." Mu Feng laughed out loud. After a short conversation, everyone waited in silence. The domain realm cultivators behind them were more or less nervous. After a while, a huge flying ship appeared in front of everyone. This was Lu Guangqing's flying ship. Lu Guangqing's ranking in Shuntian Prefecture was only 1 place higher than Hupping City's. He was ranked 107th. 3 people jumped down from the flying ship. All 3 of them were domain realm cultivators. When Lord Wu and Mu Feng saw the middle-aged man in the lead, they were slightly stunned. Mu Feng was a little surprised because of this. "It's just a token. I didn't expect the City Lord to come personally." Lord Wu smiled bitterly and said softly, "It seems like things are worse than we thought." Mu Feng seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. "City Lord Mu Feng, Brother Wu." City Lord Lu Guangqing cupped his fists at the 2 of them from afar. "Brother Lu." The 2 of them cupped their fists in response. Some of the domain realm cultivators behind the 2 of them revealed strange expressions when they learned of the middle-aged man's identity. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Mu Feng led the 3 of them back to the City Lord's mansion. During this time, Ling Xing and the others returned while Lord Wu followed them. Other than Lord Wu, Hupping City was accompanied by an armored commander of the city's army. His position in Hupping City could be ranked in the top 3. In the hall, after everyone had taken their seats, City Lord Lu Guang stood up and cupped his hands together. With an apologetic look on his face, he said, "Brother Mu, Brother Wu, Brother Wei, I have come here personally to apologize to you." "Brother Lu, sit down and talk." "It should be about the token, right?" Lord Wu asked. "Yes." City Lord Lu Guangqing nodded and sat down. Lu Guangqing and Hupping City were ranked last and second from the bottom. Neither of them laughed at the other, so the relationship between the 2 cities had always been very good. In the previous few times, the quota tokens were also distributed equally after they were given out. Lord Wu and Mu Feng exchanged glances. Mu Feng nodded and asked, "How many tokens will there be this time?" City Lord Lu Guangqing sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, there were only 12 tokens when they arrived in Lu Guangqing." Chapter 1332. Originally, although embezzlement was common, the number of tokens could still exceed 100 each time they were distributed. After the 2 cities were equally divided, each city would have dozens of tokens. However, this time, only 12 tokens were passed down. Seeing the expressions of the 3, City Lord Lu Guang said, "The tokens are abnormal this time. I sent someone to investigate. It is said that the people from Yanbo Castle are behind this." Lord Wu's expression returned to normal. He said calmly, "It must be them. It would be strange if it wasn't them." Mu Feng smiled bitterly. "This time, Lu Guang City was implicated because of us." City Lord Lu Guang's ugly expression softened. He said, "It's hard to say who implicated who. It's our fault for not being able to move up in the rankings. It's normal for us to be suppressed. This time, we formed a team of 10. I carefully selected them. So, about the tokens. Clearly, City Lord Lu Guang knew that Hupping City had other ways to obtain tokens, so he could only give out 2. The commander of the city's army looked a little upset. However, he couldn't say anything at this moment. Although he never interfered in such matters, he knew everything. Mu Feng nodded and said, 2 tokens is good. Beside him, Lord Wu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, our 2 cities aren't that far apart. Although we asked for 30 tokens last time, the people from Yanbo Castle used the excuse of theft as an excuse and only gave us 5. In addition to the 5 tokens we originally received, there are only 10 tokens left. How is that possible? City Lord Lu Guang looked a little shocked. Clearly, this was different from the information he heard. Here are 3 extra tokens. Hunter's Castle will send 7 people this time. Lord Wu took out 3 tokens that he had prepared beforehand. Seeing this, City Lord Lu Guang also took out 2 tokens that he had prepared beforehand. Then I'll distribute these 5 tokens. Mu Feng shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. There were so many clans waiting, yet there were only 5 entry tokens. It was very obvious that this was going to be a very difficult matter to handle. Seeing Mu Feng put away the token, City Lord Lu Guang asked curiously, "How did you offend Yanbo Castle this time?" Lord Wu sighed and said, "Because of an unexpected disaster." He waved his hand again and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Stay here for a few more days, and I'll introduce you to a few young people. Our 2 sides have few people to begin with, so we need to stick together. When we reach the prefectural realm, we can take care of each other." City Lord Lu Guang nodded. In fact, the reason he had come personally this time was not only to explain the matter of the token, but also to form an alliance. After all, there were only about 20 people on both sides, which was not even a fraction of the number of people in the other cities. On the same day, Zi Chen received an invitation. Wade stood at the door and said enviously, "Zi Chen, the City Lord invites you to be a guest at the City Lord's mansion." To the City Lord's mansion as a guest. Zi Chen was dumbfounded when he heard that. He did not know the City Lord, nor had he seen him before. Why would he be invited? Yes, not only you, but also Wu Xie and the other 3. Oh, right, even the brothers Go Wen and Go Qiong were invited. Wade's tone was filled with envy. It was obvious that he was not invited. Zi Chen thought about it for a while and understood the meaning of the invitation. Since the City Lord invited the 7 of them, it must mean that all 7 of them would go. When Zi Chen walked into the hall, he found that the 6 of them were already waiting there. The 6 of them looked very excited to be invited by the highest ruler of Hupping City. Zi Chen heard their discussion from afar. When the 6 of them saw Zi Chen, they immediately walked toward Zi Chen. "The City Lord invited us. Let's go quickly." Wu Xie looked very eager. Zi Chen nodded, and everyone walked out of the castle. The City Lord's mansion was one of the tallest buildings in the entire Hupping City. It was not difficult to find. When the 7 of them reached the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, they were stopped by the city guards. "It was the City Lord who invited us here," Man Shi said confidently. The city guards were all at the late-stage corporeal realm. They looked at the 7 of them in surprise. When they saw Zi Chen behind them, their expressions changed slightly. Everyone in Hupping City knew who Zi Chen was now. The leader's indifferent expression also softened. He smiled faintly and said, "Since the City Lord invited us, then show us the token. This is official business." "What token?" The few of them were clearly startled. "Here." Zi Chen came forward from behind with a golden invitation in his hand. Seeing the familiar City Lord's seal on the corner of the invitation, the leader nodded and said politely, "That's right. Please follow me." The corporeal realm leader led Zi Chen and the others into the City Lord's mansion. The entire mansion was very large. If no one led the way, they would definitely get lost. After passing through many corridors, their eyes lit up and they saw a grand hall. This was the hall where the City Lord received guests. They could hear the hearty laughter coming from the hall even from far away. "City Lord, Zi Chen and the others are here." The corporeal realm leader stood outside the door and shouted respectfully, "Zi Chen is here. Let them in quickly." A deep and gentle voice rang out from the hall. Zi Chen and the others walked in under the signal of the corporeal realm leader. The hall was spacious and bright. There were many vivid carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the 4 walls. On the 2 sides of the hall were 4 giant pillars with 4 jade dragons carved on them. There were 2 rows of seats on the 2 sides of the hall. Zi Chen saw more than 10 domain realm experts. Lord Wu sat at the head of the table on one side. Ling Xing and the others were next to him. At the end of the row was a general wearing battle armor with a stern and serious expression. Besides Lord Wu, there were also some people sitting on the other side. Since they could sit there, it was obvious that they were not ordinary domain realm experts. In addition to the people sitting, there were two men standing. Both of them looked to be upright middle-aged men. Moreover, they had a dignified aura on their faces. It was obvious that they had been in a high position for a long time. When Zi Chen raised his head to look at the two men, they also looked at Zi Chen with a smile. Zi Chen greets the city lord. Zi Chen saluted the man in loose robes with cupped fists. Then, Wu Xie and the others followed suit and saluted. When everyone saw this scene, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Mu Feng looked at Zi Chen and asked, "How do you know that I'm the city lord of Hupping City?" "You've seen me before." Zi Chen shook his head and replied, "I've never seen the city lord before." "Oh, then how did you recognize me at a glance?" Mu Feng asked curiously. "Because the city lord is standing," Zi Chen answered honestly. Beside him, the other middle-aged man smiled and said, "Why? Don't I look like the city lord?" Zi Chen looked at the middle-aged man seriously. He was also wearing a long robe and had a gentle smile on his face. However, he naturally exuded the aura of a person in a high position. Zi Chen saluted and said, "Zi Chen greets the lord. You also seem to be in a high position, but you don't look like the city lord of Hupping City." "Oh, tell me the reason," City Lord Lu Guang asked with a smile. "You seem to be less carefree, less casual, and less natural than our city lord," Zi Chen explained. Although the two of them both had the aura of a city lord, Mu Feng appeared to be more calm and casual because he was in his own city. The naturalness in his movements was not something City Lord Lu Guang possessed. "Oh, there's such a situation," City Lord Lu Guang said in astonishment. "That's just one of the reasons. The other reason is that I don't know any of the people sitting beside the Lord. However, I know a few of the people sitting beside the City Lord. Naturally, everyone would subconsciously stay with people they are familiar with," Zi Chen said with a smile. "Haha." The two city lords also laughed when they heard this. Lord Wu said with a smile, "I've already said that he is very meticulous. This kind of test is meaningless." Between his smile, he was naturally very satisfied with Zi Chen. Wu Xie and the others beside Zi Chen also laughed. Only Man Sha scratched his head and felt very complicated. He thought to himself, "Isn't it just one seat for each person? Why is there so much to pay attention to?" "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Mu Feng said with a smile. City Lord Lu Guang praised, "Let's not talk about other things first. Just this meticulous thinking is already very impressive." Mu Feng gestured for him to sit down. At the same time, someone brought chairs over for Zi Chen and the others. Mu Feng smiled and said, "This time, Zi Chen is our leader. His strongest point is not his intelligence, but his battle prowess." After praising Zi Chen for a while, Mu Feng suddenly remembered that he was too happy and forgot to introduce him. Thus, he introduced, "Zi Chen, come and greet City Lord Lu Guang." Zi Chen knew who Lu Guang was. Obviously, he had also guessed the other party's identity. After he stood up with Wu Xie and the others, he also bowed in unison. "Little friend Zi Chen, this time, I'm not only here to deliver the command medallion. I'm also here to represent the people of Lu Guang in forming an alliance with you. When your two sides meet, I hope that little friend will take care of the people of Lu Guang." City Lord Lu Guang said with a smile. Zi Chen stood up and asked, "I wonder how many people from Lu Guang will be going this time. Is the possibility of our two sides meeting high?" "We only have 10 people. The possibility of meeting is very high," City Lord Lu Guang said with certainty. 10 people. Zi Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. How could there only be 10 people in one city? At the side, Lord Wu explained, "This time, when the command medallions arrived at Lu Guang, there were only 12 of them left. If it was distributed normally, each city would have more than 1,000 command medallions. But now, there were only 12 command medallions in both cities." Zi Chen immediately guessed the crux of the matter. He asked, "It's the people of Yanbo Castle who are behind this?" Lord Wu nodded. Everyone's mood became gloomy. Chen, however, smiled and promised, "It seems that the people of Yanbo Castle are really looking for trouble this time. Don't worry. If there's a chance, I promise that I won't let a single person from Yanbo Castle return alive." Hearing Chen's promise, everyone's eyes fell on Chen. No other expression could be seen from their faces, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Was Chen confident or arrogant when he said that? Chapter 1333. After meeting with City Governor Lu Guang, both sides discussed some matters regarding the alliance. After that, they set up a banquet to welcome City Governor Lu Guang. There were only 7 realms present, but other than Chen, who was still calm, the other 6 were very nervous. This was especially true for the 2 brothers, Go Wen and Go Qiong. They were nervous when they saw Chen, let alone when they were facing all the upper echelons of Hupping City and City Governor Lu Guang. "Why aren't you nervous at all?" Shong Guanhong had appeared in front of Chen. "What's there to be nervous about?" Chen asked. "Aren't you nervous? They are all domain realm experts with status. They are all at the 5th or 6th heaven." Shong Guanhong stared at Chen with her beautiful eyes. Chen shook his head and said casually, "You'll get used to it." They were just domain realm experts, so Chen really had nothing to be nervous about. This was because he had seen many existences stronger than domain realm experts in the Tianwu continent. He had even stayed with Xingdao Li for 1,000 years. Although Shong Guanhong could not understand where Chen's calmness came from, she was also influenced by Chen. Her expression slowly became more natural. During the course of the banquet, everyone also discussed the ownership of the other 5 tokens. Because there were too many wolves and too little meat, they could only obtain them through competition. Of course, the people from Hunter's Castle were not allowed to participate. As for Chen and the others, they had the quota tokens, so they were not qualified to participate. These 5 quota tokens were mainly targeted at some of the domain realm clans in Hupping City. At the same time, they also targeted a portion of the city's army. Originally, the quotas were given out directly, but this time, they had to compete to obtain them. Therefore, the competition was set to be held 3 days later. This period of time was used for registration. When Chen and the others returned from the city governor's mansion, the news about the quota tokens had spread throughout Hupping City. This showed how efficient it was. Chen returned to his room to cultivate. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the competition in 3 days. 3 days passed quickly. The competition began and the realms went up the stage one by one. This time, the commander of the city's army was in charge of maintaining order and determining the final quota. He sat at the head of the table and quietly watched the competition below. Quite a number of people from the city's army signed up, including Zi and Wang Jun. The first match of the lot draw was Zi. His opponent was also a city guard. Blackie had already broken through to the late corporeal realm, but the latter was still a veteran commander. "Go ahead." Wang Jun patted Zi's shoulder, indicating for him to rest assured. Immediately after, the 2 of them began to fight fiercely on the stage. Blackie's foundation was not bad. Even though his cultivation level was slightly lower, he did not fall behind in battle. This battle lasted for an entire 2 hours. In the end, Blackie won by a fluke. Zi jumped off the battle platform excitedly and waved at Wang Jun proudly. Because there were many people who signed up, each person only had 1 battle per day. After Zi won, the second battle would be held the next day. Another hour passed, and Wang Jun's name was called. He jumped onto the platform. The royal army was quite famous in the city. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, there were cheers coming from all around. In this battle, Wang Jun won easily. At night, the 2 of them drank in a restaurant and encouraged each other. "I wonder how Chen is doing now." Zi suddenly mentioned Chen. He should be in seclusion. This time, no one from Hunter's Castle signed up. "I think they already have a spot." Wang Jun began to pour wine. The battle lasted for a total of 6 days. In the end, the top 5 would be decided. Bang! A loud sound came from the battle platform, and a black figure was sent flying. On the battle platform, a young man stood indifferently, looking down at the black figure below. Beside him, a judge said coldly, "Hazy's challenge has failed. He is disqualified." The black figure that fell was Hazy. He hammered the ground in annoyance, and when he stood up again, he seemed dejected. Hazy had lost. Wang Jun comforted him. Next was the battle for the spot. The winner would be decided in one battle. "Wang Jun, Liu Wei, come on." As the cold words fell, the two of them jumped onto the battle platform. "Big brother, do your best." Hazy clenched his fists and shouted from below. Many people cheered beside him, cheering for the two in the battle platform. Wang Jun and Liu Wei had known each other for a long time. Liu Wei was one of the few people who had followed Zhu Chong to the Hengduan mountain range without fear of Zi Chen after seeing Zi Chen's killing video. He had displayed extraordinary combat strength along the way. As the battle began, Wang Jun used all his strength. The battle was very intense, and it was also a stalemate. This battle lasted for a full 4 hours. Amidst the surging energy vibrations, Wang Jun was directly sent flying. The judge glanced at Wang Jun and said indifferently, "Wang Jun is disqualified. Liu Wei wins." Wang Jun stood up awkwardly, seeming to have lost his soul. The qualification to enter the Mana realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he had missed it. Everyone cheered for Liu Wei. As for the loser Wang Jun, no one cared about him. The two brothers left, holding each other's arms. Their backs looked very lonely. Zi Chen, who was cultivating in his room, was forcibly called out by Shong Guanhong. When he came out, he found that Dong Qing was also there. "What's the matter?" Zi Chen looked at the two of them and asked in confusion. Shong Guanhong smiled and asked, "Why? Can't I call you out for no reason?" "Yes, of course you can." Zi Chen quickly nodded. Since the last time they went to the Nameless Forest to train, Shong Guanhong had not discussed matters of a relationship with Zi Chen in depth with him. The two of them were just like ordinary friends. Dong Qing lowered her head as a blush appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "Actually, I was the one who asked Big Sister Hong to call you." "Oh, is that so? What's the matter?" Dong Qing shook her head and said, "Actually, it's nothing important. I just wanted to treat you to a meal and thank you properly." Zi Chen had helped Dong Qing the most during their stay in the Nameless Forest for more than 10 years. The Prefectural Realms token has been issued. It might be opened soon. I'm afraid I don't have time, so I called you out today. Dong Qing invited sincerely. Zi Chen nodded and looked at the two of them. He asked, "Just the three of us? How about Wu Xie and Man She? It'll be more lively if you call them." Dong Qing lowered her head and blushed. "I'll inform you first, then I'll inform them." After Zi Chen agreed, she went to inform the two of them. On the way, Zi Chen coincidentally met the Go brothers and asked them to come along. The two brothers were a little hesitant when they heard that they were going to treat them to a meal. "It's not me. It's Dong Qing. You know him too. Let's go." Zi Chen led the two of them to a meal. It was supposed to be a small meal between the three of them, but it turned out to be a big gathering of 7 people. However, Dong Qing and Shangguan Hong were still very happy to welcome the other 4 people. Then, the group headed to the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Huping City. This restaurant was 7 stories high and was decorated magnificently. Young and beautiful women welcomed guests at the door. The 7 of them were led into the main hall and then into a private room. However, when the 7 of them arrived at the main hall, they heard someone crying. Moreover, it was a man. It was common sense for cultivators to shed blood but not tears. Even women did not cry, let alone men. The crowd curiously turned their heads to look and saw that the ones crying were actually 2 burly men. The 2 of them seemed to have drunk too much. They seemed to have touched on their sore spots during their conversation, so it was inevitable that they would cry. "Aren't they your friends?" Shangguan Hong looked at Zi Chen when she saw the 2 of them. She remembered the 2 of them. She had seen them when she was following Zi Chen. They had helped her when they were in the 5 domains, but they left after that. Zi Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's them." After saying that, Zi Chen walked towards the 2 of them. The 2 men attracted a lot of attention. When Zi Chen deliberately walked over, he also attracted the gazes of the diners. When some of them recognized Zi Chen, their gazes froze. How embarrassing. Didn't they just lose a fight? They're actually crying. They've angered Zi Chen. They're probably going to suffer, a cultivator muttered in a low voice. Then, he put on an expression as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Although the others did not express their opinions, they guessed that Zi Chen was dissatisfied with the two of them crying. What's wrong with you two? Zi Chen walked to the side and asked. What does it have to do with you? Wang Jun looked up blankly. Hazy even shouted angrily. However, when the two of them saw the person in front of them, they were stunned. When they saw Zi Chen, the two of them seemed to have sobered up. They quickly wiped away their tears, embarrassment on their faces. What's wrong with you two? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Zi Chen asked. It's nothing, it's nothing. Wang Jun quickly waved his hand and said embarrassedly, we suddenly talked about something sad, so we were just feeling emotional. Beside them, a voice rang out, what's sad? It's just that you lost a fight to Liu Wei and lost your entry token. Entry token? What entry token? Zi Chen asked in confusion. It's the entry token for the Mana Realm, someone else said. Zi Chen looked at the two of them and saw that they both had their heads lowered. He thought about how high-spirited they were when they returned from outside. Now, they looked very dispirited. If it was something else, Zi Chen could help. However, the entry token for the Mana Realm was really... Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zi Chen's mind. He remembered something. Then, he used his spiritual thoughts to search the spirit ring. As expected, he found a token hidden in a corner. With a flash of light, Zi Chen took out the token. This was the token he had obtained after killing Wo Mang. Many people had died in order to obtain this token, including the schemes between brothers, as well as the honey trap. Sorry, I only have this extra one on me. With that, Zi Chen put down the token. While the two of them were still in shock, Zi Chen turned and walked away. Chapter 1334. The fact that Zi Chen was friends with the two of them was already very surprising. However, what was even more surprising was that Zi Chen had suddenly taken out a token. After all, there were only 5 tokens in the entire Hupping City this time. Although the other tokens had already been decided, there were not many of them in total. It was still very shocking that Zi Chen could take out an extra one. Just as Wang Jun and He Zi were stunned, many people woke up from their shock. The gazes these people looked at the token became very fervent. Even if they wanted to obtain the token, they could only think about it in their hearts. They did not dare to take action. In the entire Hupping City, there was currently no one who dared to challenge Zi Chen's dignity. Big brother, this. He Zi was still in disbelief when he looked at the token. Due to being drunk, Wang Jun had just lost his composure. However, after seeing the token, he completely sobered up. He recovered his usual calmness and said in a deep voice, this token is too valuable. We can't accept it. With that, he took the token and brought He Zi to Zi Chen. Where did you get the extra token? In the private room, everyone looked at Zi Chen in confusion. This time, there were only 12 tokens in the entire Hupping City. This was something everyone knew. However, where did Zi Chen get the token from? I snatched it. Back then, I was still a mere Earth Yuan cultivator. I used my life to snatch this token, Zi Chen said indifferently. You managed to snatch a token at the Earth Yuan level. When they looked at Zi Chen again, their eyes were filled with curiosity. It was obvious that there was a shocking story behind this. Tell us, what happened? Shangguan Hong asked closely. That's right. What's going on here? Dongqing's beautiful eyes were also filled with curiosity. Zi Chen paused. Just as he was about to start from the beginning, Wang Jun and He Zi walked in. Zi Chen, we can't accept this. It's too precious. Wang Jun placed the token in front of Zi Chen as soon as he entered. Everyone looked at Wang Jun with a strange expression. They found it strange that Zi Chen had given the token to him, because everyone knew how precious the token was. If it was auctioned in Hupping City, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. Even so, the family that obtained the token would owe Zi Chen a favor. However, Chen had actually given the token away. However, what they did not expect was that the two people who had just cried bitterly because they had lost their qualifications actually resisted the temptation of the token and returned it. Sit first. I was just about to tell you the adventure story of this token. Come and listen. Chen looked at the two with a faint smile and signaled the staff to arrange seats for them. The two of them sat down, but because of the extraordinary existence around them, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Back then, I had only just entered the Earth Yuan realm. When I first arrived in this world, I was sold. Oh no, I was sent to a small tribe. Chen started the story with this. Wu Xie asked curiously, even if you are only at the Earth Yuan realm, you have the strength to match a Void Realm expert. Who was so bold as to sell you? It's a gift. It's him. No one buys Earth element in that place, Chen emphasized. Then, he pointed at Zi and smiled. Since he dared to give Chen away, the others looked at Zi with eyes full of admiration. Zi lowered his head in embarrassment. There was some awkwardness on his face. The tribe I was in was called the Rich Python tribe. The one who had the token was the tribe leader, Rich Python. He was at the early corporeal realm. Back then, 10 of his brothers came to that area to work hard and successfully establish the Rich Python tribe, but Chen seriously recounted what had happened back then, the various schemes during this period, the mutual distrust between the brothers, and the tragic deaths of Oldie and Jesse in the end. The story quickly came to an end. Everyone fell into deep thought. None of the people present had ever encountered what Chen had told them. In fact, they had never even heard of it. For an unknown object, he had actually used his own woman as bait and killed his own brothers afterwards. Such a bizarre story could almost be written into a fantasy novel. Wang Jun and Zi both knew of that small tribe, but they never thought that such a thing would happen in that tribe. Moreover, it was all because of a token. Wang Jun lowered his head and looked at the token that Chen had used his life to snatch back. He felt that the token was boiling hot and very heavy. Sigh, or should I say that you are a schemer? We can't even imagine what you have encountered. Wu Xie sighed, but his expression was full of admiration. Chen was indeed extraordinary to be able to kill 2 corporeal realm experts and steal the token under such circumstances. Man Shi and the others nodded. Because of Hunter's Castle, they only knew how to cultivate and had never encountered any schemes. The first time they had encountered such a scheme was when Chen had brought them and Mirage Dragon on a mission. Mirage Dragon had schemed to drive a wedge between them and Chen, but they had foolishly fallen for it and were very resistant to Chen. If Chen hadn't taken a step back in order to advance, they probably wouldn't have had such a perfect cooperation. If that's the case, I can't take this token. Wang Jun pushed the token to Chen. Chen looked at the medallion on the table and sighed. I lost my life because of it, but it's useless now. Take it. Consider it my thanks to all of you. I'll be the leader of this expedition into the Mana realm. No matter which one of you goes, I'll do my best to protect you. Zi looked at Chen gratefully and said, Give it to Big Brother. I'm still not strong enough. I'll only be a burden even if I go. In the end, the token went to Wang Jun. After that, plates of delicious food were served. The dishes were colorful and fragrant. Everyone was very happy with the meal. They drank a lot during the meal, and some of them were even sent back. Now, all they had to do was wait for the Mana realm to open. During this time, Chen went to look for Lord Wu to learn more about the Mana realm. It's useless for me to explain too much to you about the Mana realm. You'll naturally understand some of the rules there. Lord Wu said, everyone will be given a token to enter the Mana realm. The Mana realm is very big. It's like a giant circle. All of you will appear on the periphery of the circle, but you'll also appear in different places according to your ranking. Without a doubt, we're ranked last, so we'll appear in the worst places. Chen was very confused. The way to enter the Mana realm is related to the ranking of the city. Could it be that it's man-made? Lord Wu looked at Chen with admiration and said, Of course. There's a Mana realm in every Mana. Do you think it's a coincidence? It's man-made. It's just that it's built on an ancient battlefield. And then? Zichen asked, could it be that everyone has to move towards the central area? Along the way, there will be rewards. Of course there will be rewards, but everyone who enters the mana realm has the intention of breaking through. It's easier to break through to the domain realm there. As you go deeper, if you're lucky enough, you'll sometimes find some masterless realms. It's easier to comprehend the mysteries of the domain realm in those masterless realms. Of course, if there's anything good in there, it'll be yours. What would there be in the mana realm? Whatever that cultivator had obtained in his lifetime, there would be something in there. Lord Wu said in the end, the mana realm is very strange. There are still many secrets that haven't been discovered yet. For example, we still don't know the meaning of the number on the token. Lord Wu patted Zichen's shoulder and said earnestly, anyway, it's up to you to explore and bring back some confidential information. Hupping City's ranking has always been low, so I don't have anything valuable to give you. I hope you can bring back something valuable. Zichen nodded. He could hear the bitterness and helplessness in Lord Wu's words. Thinking about it, Yi Futian had worked hard to increase Hupping City's quota, but he didn't seem to have succeeded. As everyone waited in anticipation, the mana realm finally opened. At first, Zichen was worried that he wouldn't know what to do if he missed the opening. However, when the mana realm opened, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. The token in his spirit ring began to vibrate very quickly. Then, the token rushed out of the spirit ring. Zichen walked out of Hunter's castle with the token in his hand. The others followed him out. Zichen walked out of Hunter's castle with the token in his hand. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky corresponding to the token. It was the passage to the mana realm. Go on. Lord Wu and the other stewards walked out and looked at Zichen encouragingly. Zichen nodded at the crowd. Holding the medallion in his hand, he stepped into the crack. At the same time, Wu Xie and the others followed closely behind Zichen and entered the mana realm. Man Shu, Dong Qing, Ji Yuwen, and Ji Yuqiong followed one after another. Hong In the Shangguan family's mansion, Hong's mother's eyes reddened when she saw her daughter standing under the pitch-black crack. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why are you crying? I'm going to look for an opportunity, Shangguan Mingxing reprimanded her with a choked voice. But I don't know how many years I'll be gone. Also, Hong's mother couldn't help but cry again. Shangguan Hong usually went to places that were less dangerous. However, she was going to the mana realm, which was a dangerous and mysterious place. Naturally, she was worried about her daughter's safety. Father, mother, I'm leaving. Shangguan Hong wore a light armor that covered her entire body. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked very neat. She bowed to her parents and turned to leave. The same scene played out in the entire Hupping City and the entire Shuntian prefecture. One after another, rifts appeared in each of the 108 cities. A person entered each of the rifts. After thousands of years, the mana realm is opening again. I wonder how many people will return this time. Similar exclamations could be heard in almost every big city. Whether we succeed or fail this time depends on Zichen. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Lord Wu looked at the place where Zichen had disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. Hupping City had been suppressed for too long. They desperately hoped that a leader would appear and lead Hupping City to new heights. They had wanted to give up the position of Old Mo for a long time. Chapter 1335. Through the dark passage, Zichen was transported to an unfamiliar area. This was an area where the aura of death was greater than the aura of life. Green vegetation was very rare, and the ground was mostly filled with deep-weathered craters, probably left behind by intense battles. The entire sky was grayish-white, and the world was filled with an oppressive and austere aura. As soon as he arrived in this area, the token in Zichen's hand turned into a ray of light. This light surged toward his chest like flowing water, turning into the shape of a heart protection mirror, protecting Zichen's chest. In the center of the heart protection mirror, the number 1 was clearly displayed. At the same time, Zichen's consciousness gained some information about the mana realm. Just like what he understood from the outside world, this place was transformed from an ancient battlefield. The only difference was the number of points displayed on the heart protection mirror. In the information about the mana realm, these points were called luck points. From the name, one could guess that the luck points represented the luck index, and the so-called luck index was naturally the luck of encountering good things. In addition to the luck points, it also stated that there were 2 ways to increase one's luck points. The first was to kill the battle beasts or battle spirits here, or obtain some valuable items, which would automatically increase one's luck points. As for the second method, it was to kill. Every time one killed, one's luck points would increase by 1. Whether it was the former or the latter, it obviously encouraged killing and plundering. Seeing this rule, Zi Chen's eyebrows furrowed. Fortunately, there was a rule that stated that the people in the city were not allowed to kill each other. This made the plundering rule slightly more humane. After familiarizing himself with this simple rule, Zi Chen fired an energy bomb into the sky. This was a signal, and the others who saw this signal would soon gather here. Zi Chen. Not long after the signal was sent out, a low shout was heard, and then a ray of white light flew over from afar. The person who came was Dongqing. She was wearing black battle armor and riding an Aurora Pegasus, rushing over at top speed. Just as Dongqing arrived, Zi Chen clearly felt a set of numbers on his heart protection token. It was a uniform number with the number 108 on it, representing the ranking number of Hupping City. From Dongqing's slightly stunned expression, Zi Chen could naturally guess that the other party had also sensed the serial number on his body. "They're not here yet." Dongqing jumped down from the Aurora Pegasus and looked around, only to find Zi Chen alone. "You're the first one. You should know the rules, right?" Zi Chen asked. When Dongqing heard this, her eyes flashed. She gritted her teeth and said in dissatisfaction, "What kind of rule is this? It's simply encouraging killing. This should be a land of opportunity, but now it has become a killing field." Zi Chen agreed with what Dongqing said. He believed that once people from the 2 cities met, they would definitely kill each other. However, Zi Chen had long been accustomed to this kind of place, so he was not surprised. To be honest, the rules stated that the people of the city were not allowed to kill each other. In Zi Chen's opinion, this was already very humane. If everyone fought for themselves, then it would be truly tragic. Just as they were talking, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. It was Man Shi and Wu Xie. The 2 of them had ugly expressions and looked very miserable. Wu Xie was even cursing as if the 2 of them had encountered something. "What's wrong?" When the 2 of them arrived, Zi Chen asked. "Damn it, we've been ambushed," Wu Xie cursed angrily. Dongqing seemed very nervous and looked around. Zi Chen's eyes narrowed and he asked, "Who ambushed you?" "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. The other party was very fast and their attacks were very strong. Look, my high-quality battle armor was almost destroyed." Wu Xie showed a mark on his battle armor to Zi Chen. There was a deep hole on it that had already affected the lines of the formation. Ah! Just as Zi Chen was thinking about who had attacked, a miserable scream suddenly came from afar. "It should be one of us," Wu Xie immediately said. When Wu Xie finished speaking, Zi Chen had already rushed several hundred meters away and was heading straight for the source of the scream. "You guys stay where you are." Zi Chen transformed into a stream of light and dashed forward for a full 3 miles. He saw a person lying on the ground from afar. He swooped down and found that the person was already dead. After carefully examining the corpse, Zi Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This person had died from a sharp weapon piercing through his forehead. Looking at his wide-open eyes and the disbelief on his face, he must have been ambushed and killed in one blow. This time, there were a total of 13 people from Hupping City, but one of them had already died as soon as he entered. Zi Chen raised his head and looked around, but he didn't find anything unusual. Then, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. His eyes became cold and strange, but even with the use of his yin-yang eyes, he still couldn't find anything. "I hope nothing happened to them." After investigating for a while, Zi Chen put away the corpse. His face was full of worry. Since the person was already dead, Zi Chen naturally couldn't let his corpse lie in the wilderness. Figures appeared in Zi Chen's line of sight one after another. Zi Chen saw Go Wen, Shongguan Hong, and the others. When Chen reunited with the others, except for the person who had just died, the others were already there. After confirming the number of people on the tokens, the two sides met, so they all knew each other now. Seeing that Chen had returned, Wuxie asked, "What happened?" "Feng Ming is dead," Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Liu Wei, who had defeated Wang Jun, said in surprise, "He's dead. He fought with someone." Chen thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "He was killed in one blow. It should be a sneak attack. He didn't notice at all. I suspect it's a battle spirit." A battle spirit is a mutated existence formed by the fusion of many domain realm remnant souls. As soon as they arrived, they encountered such an existence. Everyone's expression became very serious. Whether it's a battle spirit or an exotic beast, we must go deeper. You guys be careful. Dongqing, release the red-eyed pig demon. Chen took the lead and walked forward. According to Chen's instructions, Dongqing released the red-eyed pig demon. This black fellow looked very ugly. It was neither a pig nor a dog. As it walked, it dripped corrosive saliva. However, its pair of red eyes were extraordinary. It could see some things that were good at hiding. These red eyes were like Chen's yin-yang eyes, but they didn't need to be activated deliberately. Moreover, as a beast, the red-eyed pig demon was naturally very sensitive to danger, especially in this kind of unknown situation. Chen was in the front, Wu Xie and Man She were at the back, and the red-eyed pig demon and Aurora Pegasus were at the sides. The group stayed in the middle and carefully moved forward. As soon as Chen and the others left, the light in a certain place began to distort. Then, a figure covered in a black robe appeared. The figure held a long spear in his hand. There were still traces of blood on the tip of the spear. He watched as Chen and the others disappeared, and a sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. Then, the light around him began to distort, and his figure disappeared. Chen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked into the distance, but he didn't see anything. The world was already filled with an oppressive aura. Because of the existence of the battle spirit, everyone was very nervous. But after moving forward for several hundred miles, no one encountered any danger. The original vigilance slowly dissipated. Maybe the battle spirit saw that our defenses were tight and didn't have a chance to attack, so it left. In the middle of the group, Liu Wei pretended to be relaxed. However, in the next moment, the red-eyed pig demon's expression changed. It roared towards a certain place in front of it. Then, a tyrannical aura surged around its body. It turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Die! Just as the red-eyed boar demon was about to make a move, Wu Xie saw a figure hiding in the dark. He let out a roar and the vertical eye on his forehead opened up. A beam of destructive light shot towards that figure. Besides Chen, everyone else discovered the figure one after another. Almost all of them followed up with attacks. Pu. Many attacks landed on the figure in the dark, but they seemed to pass through the air, making a pu sound. The attacks passed through the figure as if they had hit a physical body. But no one was sure if they had killed the figure. But they were sure that the black figure was the battle spirit. This guess was baseless, but it was certain. Although Chen, who was walking in front, did not turn around, he stopped in his tracks because of this. His eyes were looking forward, and his originally bright black eyes had become lifeless, as if he was thinking about something and had become absent-minded. When he stopped, he didn't stop moving. A black blade appeared in his right hand. Then, he held the black blade tightly and slashed at the void in front of him. Clang! The black blade light slashed at the void in front of him, but a sonorous sound exploded. In the next moment, a sharp light rushed out from the void. Behind the sharp light, there was a long spear. The black blade hit the long spear. A powerful force surged into the long spear, causing the spear to shake violently. A figure covered in a black robe appeared. He was the battle spirit. Swoosh! The black figure appeared and with a slight sway of his body, he resolved the power contained in Chen's strike. Following that, the long spear in his hand suddenly trembled. Ripples of light emitted from the tip of the spear. The ripples of light spread out, forming a strange technique that enveloped Zichen. Zichen felt the air around him instantly turn viscous. His movements were impeded by the air and became sluggish. At that moment, the black figure gripped the long spear tightly and stabbed forward. His target was Zichen's glabella. The speed of this attack was extremely fast, just like a bolt of lightning. As the tip of the spear approached, the oppressive feeling in the surrounding air also became increasingly stronger. Facing this extremely fast and strange spear, Zichen felt a faint pain between his brows. Even though he had a perfect body, Zichen would still die if he was stabbed between his brows. Therefore, he could only temporarily give up on attacking and block with his saber. Black light flashed as he blocked the attack with his black saber. The moment the spear beam arrived, he blocked the attack. Clang! Another sonorous sound was heard. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Zichen was forced back several steps. This battle spirit is indeed powerful. Zichen was, without a doubt, the strongest in the group. However, when he faced Zhong Ling, he was at a disadvantage. This caused everyone's expressions to change and become extremely solemn. We've just entered and we've already encountered such an existence. How are we going to fight in the future? Wu Xie and the others were bitter. Liu Wei and the others were even more bitter. If they had known that the domain mansion was so dangerous, they would have thought about it carefully before coming. Chapter 1336. All of you, step back. Zichen shouted coldly as he was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, a powerful aura was released from his body. Silver light flashed behind him as the six-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. Streaks of silver light swam around the thunder wings like tiny electric snakes, dazzling and eye-catching. Zichen had used the heavenly thunder wings directly and displayed his strongest technique. Clearly, he had realized that the battle spirit in front of him was difficult to deal with. Everyone retreated in response and formed a defensive formation. They looked around vigilantly, afraid that other battle spirits would appear. After displaying his strongest combat power, Zichen had the strength to fight against a first-stage domain realm cultivator. Among corporeal realm cultivators, Zichen was almost invincible. Zichen was confident that he could kill the battle spirit with his powerful strength. However, confidence and ability were two completely different things. Before Zichen could attack the battle spirit, the latter attacked again. The tip of the spear was still trembling, and a mysterious pressure fell on Zichen. Then, the long spear shot over like lightning, and Zichen felt a dull pain between his eyebrows. The battle spirit's attack was the same as before, but this time, Zichen could clearly feel that the pressure came from the power of space. This kind of pressure was similar to the pressure that Zichen felt when he was in someone else's corporeal realm. This attack was not only spatial suppression, but also extremely fast. Zichen felt that he could not avoid it and could only block it with his saber. Clang! There was another loud sound as the two forces exploded. Then, Zichen lost his balance and was pushed back again. The black figure swayed slightly and rushed toward Zichen again. The long spear was like a poisonous dragon, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. Zichen retreated again and again. Wu Xie widened his eyes in disbelief when he saw that Zichen, who was usually so strong that he almost had no friends, was still suppressed after displaying his strongest technique. How is this possible? He is Zichen. Wang Jun, Liu Wei, and the other four outsiders were also in disbelief. They had all seen the video of Zichen's massacre. At that time, Zichen was only in the emptiness realm, but he was already so terrifying. But now, Zichen was already in the corporeal realm, and at the mid-stage of the corporeal realm, but he was still suppressed by a battle spirit. How is this possible? This battle spirit seems to be too strong. Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Zichen was definitely one of the best among his peers, but he had been suppressed by Zhong Ling. If the entire domain realm was filled with such existences, how would they be able to find any opportunities? The information they received was that, in the entire mana realm, the outer perimeter was the least dangerous and had the least opportunities. As 108 people, the place they were in was undoubtedly the worst place. If there was someone who could suppress Zichen in the worst place, then what would happen in the inner perimeter? Bang! The battle continued, and the black shadow continued to suppress Zichen. Zichen kept retreating, and under constant resistance, the web between his thumb and forefinger began to feel numb. The black shadow's attacks were very strange, but also very strong. Swoosh! Just as he retreated, the black shadow in front of him moved forward again. The spear in his hand pierced toward Zichen's forehead. Because he had the upper hand, Zichen felt that the black shadow had become more familiar with the previous attack. At the same time, the attack became faster and stronger. It was as if the black shadow's spear could be mastered to become a fatal attack. In the end, Zichen felt that it was extremely strenuous for him to resist, because the oppressive force around him was growing stronger and stronger. Now, it was difficult for him to defend, let alone attack. Clang! Clang! The spear and the black blade kept colliding, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. As the battle continued, Zichen was pushed back hundreds of meters. Although the black shadow did not really hurt him, he was at least suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Wu Xie and the others retreated again and again. They looked at the battle scene in front of them and felt that it was very strange and strange. The gold and silver light around Zichen's body kept flashing. The dazzling light made him look like a powerful god of war. However, in front of the god of war, there was a very inconspicuous black shadow. The black shadow did not release a very powerful aura, but the god of war was suppressed by the black shadow. What was even more strange was that the black shadow only knew how to stab forward, but this move was enough to make Zichen unable to resist. The war spirit's move is very strange. It seems to have merged with the power of space. Everyone was anxious because Zichen was suppressed. After careful observation, Shangguanhong finally saw something. Indeed, it has almost perfectly merged with the power of space. His strength is not strong, but this move is very strong. Not far away, Wang Jun nodded with a serious face. Man Shi did not see anything. He scratched his head and said doubtfully, "Is this move really that strong? Why does it look so familiar?" "Familiar, my ass. This is a method of merging space. Have you seen anyone use it before?" Wu Xie coldly said from the side. Man Shi's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "Zichen, it's Zichen. I've seen Zichen use it before." Before Wu Xie could say anything, Shangguanhong's beautiful eyes also lit up. She lost her composure and exclaimed, "Yes, Zichen, it's Zichen. Although he hasn't used this move before, he has used a similar method." "That's right. It's the same move that Zichen used to chop off people's heads. It's very similar to this move. It's so powerful that no one can dodge it." Seeing that Shangguanhong actually agreed with him, Man Shi was also very excited. If Zichen knows this move, why is he being suppressed so miserably? Liu Wei and the others couldn't help but wonder. "Zichen, don't block anymore. Use your beheading move to chop off his head. I feel that your saber attack isn't any weaker than his spear attack," shouted Man Shi. Man Shi's shouting reached Zichen's ears. Originally, he felt that this move was very familiar, but in the face of the Black Shadow's urgent attack, he couldn't remember it. With Man Shi's reminder, Zichen's sea of consciousness flashed like lightning. He instantly reacted. His opponent's move was indeed very similar to his beheading blade. When the battle spirit first launched a sneak attack, Zichen used the chop and easily blocked the opponent's sneak attack. But then, because of the Black Shadow's offensive, Zichen was forced to passively defend. Naturally, he neglected the chop. After being forced back once more, Zichen grasped his blade and steadied himself. His originally anxious eyes had completely recovered their calm. He gripped the black saber in his hand and the lines on the black saber gradually brightened. After that strike, the battle spirit followed up once more and used the same move. The long spear tore through the air. The power of space suppressed it and cut towards Zichen's forehead. Zichen coldly snorted. This time, he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. He didn't dodge. Instead, he grasped his saber and slashed out. Zichen had practiced this saber move for nearly 1,000 years and had taken countless lives with it. As the saber slashed down, Zichen felt the pressure around him loosen a little because of this saber. In fact, it didn't loosen. Rather, The battle spirit in front of him was also suppressed, so its attacks became less smooth. Clang! The long saber arrived first and blocked the long spear. The two collided, and then there was an ear-piercing sound. A powerful force surged and swept out in all directions. Zichen's figure shook slightly, but he didn't retreat again. On the other hand, the black shadow was repelled by Zichen. Again. Seeing that this saber move was effective, Zichen's face lit up with joy. Then, he slashed out again. This saber merged with the power of space, forming a unique sense of oppression. It enveloped the black shadow and slashed towards it. Bang! Amidst the sound of energy, the black shadow was forced back more than 10 steps. Then, Zichen swung his saber and slashed again. The black shadow was forced back again and again. You're just SOSO. After finding the correct method, the black shadow didn't look very powerful. Its realm wasn't very high, not much different from Zichen. It was just that its fusion attack was somewhat unique. Because of Mansha's reminder, Zichen had a breakthrough. Then, he continued to suppress the black shadow. Of course, the black shadow would counterattack during this period. However, Zichen had more power than it. In a clash of the two, the black shadow was no match for Zichen. He suppressed it. Sure enough, Zichen's move is more powerful. Haha, Mansha, am still the best. My vision is unique. Wu Xie and the others relaxed when they saw that Zichen had suppressed the battle spirit. Mansha couldn't help but laugh proudly. This time, the real hero seemed to be him. After Zichen blocked the battle spirit saber, the battle spirit had no other moves. Everyone was relieved. Then, they rushed forward and surrounded the black shadow. Eat my saber again. Looking at the retreating black shadow, Zichen coldly snorted. The shadow of a beast appeared on the surface of the black saber in his hand. It was the blade beast. The moment the blade beast appeared, its cold eyes fell on the black shadow. Then, it roared at the black shadow and directly entered the black saber. Immediately after, Zichen found that the black blade in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. An emotion that seemed to be both excited and excited came from the black blade. Then, the black blade broke free from Zichen's hand and turned into a black light, rushing towards the black shadow at an extremely fast speed. Facing the black saber's attack, the black shadow still used the same spear. The dazzling light of the spear shone between heaven and earth. Boom! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The moment the black saber hit the spear, it broke through the spear from the tip. Then, the black saber quickly slashed from the tip to the end of the spear. When it cut through the spear, it also cut the black shadow's body. Puff! The black shadow was split in two. It couldn't be more dead. Looking at the dead black shadow, Wu Xie and the others rushed forward. Liu Wei and the others cheered loudly. With the death of the battle spirit, Zichen stood in place with a slightly stunned expression. The black saber turned into a stream of light and returned to Zichen's hand. It had indeed lost control just now. Chapter 1337. The dot of light merged into Zichen's chest. The number 1 there had originally been, but now it had become an eye-catching number 2. Wu Xie and the rest also saw the light dot. However, when they saw the number change, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Soon after, they found it hard to believe. Looking at the changed number, Wu Xie said in shock, "How is this possible? Killing a battle spirit only gives you 1 luck point. Killing a human can give you 1 luck point. Battle spirits are much stronger than humans, so why is it only 1 luck point?" Shong Guanhong's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The others all shook their heads, feeling that the increase in numbers was completely meaningless. Their guess was probably wrong. The stunned Zichen received a thought in his mind. This was from the blade golden-eyed beast. It was apologizing to Zichen. The reason the black blade had suddenly gone out of control was because the blade golden-eyed beast had been excited by its prey. Zichen could understand this phenomenon, but he also warned the blade golden-eyed beast not to do it again. Zichen didn't like the feeling of suddenly losing control. Hearing everyone discussing the problem of luck points, Zichen put away the black blade and said, "This battle spirit isn't very strong. It's just that its attack method is a bit strange. It's reasonable for it to have a little luck point. That's not strong. Liu Wei's eyes widened, feeling even more incredulous. Zichen shook his head and said, "It's just that its attack method is different. Next time, if you encounter it again, you can try opening the corporeal space. Once you're there, you can use spatial suppression. The strange attacks of the battle spirit will naturally be greatly weakened." Zichen had thought of this method when he was fighting the enemy, and now he wanted to share it with everyone. But what Zichen didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with a strange expression. "What, did I say something wrong?" Zichen was slightly startled and asked. "Zichen, do you really not know, or are you doing it on purpose?" Wu Xie stared at Zichen and snorted. "On purpose?" Zichen was a bit confused. "Here, the reality space is suppressed by some sort of suppression. It's impossible to open it, so how can you take in a battle spirit?" Wang Jun lightly said from the side. "I can't open the reality space. Are you sure you're not joking?" Zichen looked at Wang Jun, then at the others. Wang Jun shrugged helplessly. He looked at Zichen as if he was the one who was joking. The others had similar expressions. "Can't you open it?" Zichen asked again. "We can't open it." The group of people nodded. "Then what is this?" Behind Zichen, a 3-meter-wide space appeared. Within this 3-meter-wide space, many rule force flickered. Looking at the 3-meter space behind Zichen, everyone was shocked. They then looked at Zichen and then at the 3-meter space behind him, their faces filled with disbelief. Why is this happening? Then, they looked at each other and felt that it was inconceivable. Apart from Zichen's reality space, the other 11 people couldn't open their reality spaces. Could it be that this is also a probability problem? The others clearly couldn't understand. As for Zichen, he guessed that it might be related to the 3 pages of Heaven book. But it was just a guess. Zichen didn't intend to explain. "Let's continue. Be careful on the road." Not wanting to delve into this topic, Zichen ordered everyone to prepare to continue. The group was very careful, but they didn't encounter any danger. It was as if there was only one battle spirit in this area. However, they didn't let down their guard because of this. This was because the battle spirit's strange methods were really frightening. Just like that, they found the direction to go. After walking for dozens of kilometers, the group encountered a second problem. This was an earthen yellow battle beast. It jumped out from a large rock and blocked the group's path. Its eyes were cold and its body was over 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in earthen yellow scales. The scales reflected an earthen yellow light and were very fine. After seeing Zichen's group of 11, its expression didn't change much. It just roared in a low voice and rushed towards Zichen's group. Swoosh! Like a flash of lightning, Zichen only felt his vision blur and the battle beast was already in front of him. The pressure he felt when he fought with the battle spirit appeared again. Seeing the battle beast in front of him in the blink of an eye, Zichen almost reflexively held the black blade and slashed at the battle beast in front of him. Swoosh! Just as the black blade was about to hit the battle beast, a light flashed across the battle beast's body. It actually dodged Zichen's attack and turned around Zichen to rush towards the others. This scene was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was so unexpected that they couldn't attack in time. When Liu Wei and the others saw the ferocious battle beasts, they involuntarily retreated backward. A low roar suddenly sounded. A black light swept out from Dongqing's side and directly hit the battle beast. It was the red-eyed boar demon. When the battle beast appeared, its red eyes stared at it. When the battle beast attacked, it was ready to attack. Bang! The 2 beams of light, one black and one yellow, collided with each other, resulting in a deafening boom. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, and Liu Wei and the others were sent flying by the shockwave. Man Shi and Wu Xie only reacted at this moment. The latter cried out and directly transformed into a steel giant. His body was filled with explosive power. As for Wu Xie, the vertical pupil between his eyebrows also began to tremble. When it opened and closed, a strong aura was released. A green light sword appeared in Shangguan Hong's hand. Her beautiful eyes were cold and she was ready to attack. The Aurora Pegasus protected Dongqing in time. Thousands of silver lights were released from its body. On the other side, Zichen's gaze also focused. He was ready to go forward and kill the khaki battle beast with his blade. After the two battle beasts collided, they each let out a low roar. Then, they rushed towards each other again. Following that, a black and a yellow light began to collide. Streaks of energy scattered in all directions. Seeing that everyone was ready to attack, Dongqing suddenly jumped out. She spread out her hands and stopped everyone. She said, "Everyone, don't attack." Piggy said that he will fight this battle. He needs to train. Train? What does he need to train? Mansha was startled. Then, he opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder. The others also looked at Dongqing. Being stared at by everyone, Dongqing lightly bit her red lips and said, "I don't really understand, but he said that he can handle it. It seems like he is looking for a suitable attack method." Hearing this, Wu Xie laughed lightly. He pointed at the red-eyed boar demon that was fighting and said, "What kind of attack method is he looking for? Don't tell me it's like a dog biting another dog like this. Wu Xie, he is now our teammate. Can you not speak so harshly?" A trace of anger appeared on Dongqing's face as she said unhappily. Wu Xie smiled faintly and said, "Haha, teammate. I remember that you only treated them as resources back then. How did you treat them as teammates now? Who made you change so much?" Wu Xie glanced at Zichen. However, after seeing the latter's cold eyes, he smiled embarrassedly and tactfully left out the rest of his words. Zichen coldly glanced at Wu Xie and said, "Your mouth is indeed very harsh. This battle will be fought by the red-eyed boar demon. You will fight the next battle." "Ah, then what if we meet a war spirit in the next battle?" Wu Xie cried out in surprise. His expression also changed. "That's also you." Zichen glared fiercely at Wu Xie. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "If we want to successfully reach the depths, perhaps we really need to change our attack method." "What do you mean?" Everyone was puzzled. Zichen glanced at the khaki-colored beast and said, "Just now, I also felt the pressure from the fusion of space from its body. How is that possible? It's only a spirit-level beast." Everyone was in disbelief. Zichen said indifferently, "The war spirit from before was only at the corporeal realm. This is different. War spirits are formed by remnant souls. They all had powerful battle strength when they were alive. After death, their battle strength is gone, but their skills are still there. However, this beast is not formed by remnant souls. How can it be compared to a war spirit?" Someone questioned. Zichen said uncertainly, "Perhaps one is marked by the company one keeps. However, this is only my guess." Shong Guanhong had been silent all this time. She seemed to be deep in thought. After Zichen finished speaking, she raised her head and said, "Zichen is right. Perhaps we really need to change the way we fight." Everyone's gaze fell on Shong Guanhong. She pursed her lips and said, "Since the war spirits here are formed by remnant souls, then the attack method they used when they were alive must be a sure-kill skill that only domain realm cultivators would explore." A sure-kill skill. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Even Zichen was the same. This was the first time he had heard this. Breaking into the domain realm would open up a true domain. This domain was the foundation of the future world. In this domain, there would be domain realm power. This was a kind of spatial power that belonged to oneself and was completely under one's control. After all domain realm cultivators stepped into this realm, they would have to find new ways to fight in order to fully utilize this power. As for the techniques that everyone used before, after reaching the domain realm, almost no longer had the same amplification effect as before. Of course, some strange divine abilities were excluded. It was unknown what the others thought when they heard this, but Zichen couldn't help but nod when he heard this. In the past, he had possessed many sequential heaven techniques. However, as his realm increased, the power of these techniques that had once been powerful also slowly disappeared. This was especially true after the power in his body had completely changed and he had started to mobilize the laws. Zichen hadn't used those sequential heaven techniques in a long time, because these techniques were already useless. Zichen had also gotten used to using his powerful strength to crush his opponents. He used his beheading blade. I heard my father mention this once. It is said that after reaching the domain realm, there are very few things with great power. Apart from a few special existences that possess certain divine abilities or innate bloodline skills, everyone else has started to study shorekill skills that integrate spatial power. Most of these techniques are very simple. They don't require complicated hand seals, but they are very powerful. However, these are all techniques of the domain realm. It seems that the corporeal realm can't do it. Chapter 1338. Not far away, the battle between the two beasts was still going on, and low roars were constantly heard. As the battle continued, the red-eyed boar demon gradually gained the upper hand. This was not because it had really comprehended some kind of attack technique, but because the corrosive saliva had corroded many deep holes in the body of the earthen yellow beast. Its body had been corroded by a strong force, and some of the wounds had even exposed the bones. The latter was obviously dying. Because they were discussing the new battle technique, no one paid attention to the life and death battle in front of them. They only let Chen Wei be in charge of monitoring. After a beast reaches the king level, in addition to its strong body, it also has a kind of power that belongs to it. Some beasts can use this power to awaken their innate divine abilities, and some can't. They need to slowly think of a suitable attack method for themselves. The slash I used to kill the war spirit just now can be considered a kind of innate divine ability. This was the thought transmitted by the blade golden-eyed beast. The latter was a king-level beast back then. However, not all beasts can awaken divine abilities when they reach the king level. Some can awaken divine abilities when they reach the spirit level. This is the case for beasts and humans. My former master's beast-taming divine ability can be considered a kind of innate skill. Also, Wu Xie's immortal body can also be considered a kind of innate skill. The blade golden-eyed beast was not only a king-level beast, but also followed the black-robed man for many years. Its knowledge far surpassed everyone present. Just now, it rashly attacked because it was stimulated by the war spirit's attack technique. Just as the blade golden-eyed beast was explaining to Zichen, on the other side, Dongqing also got some useful clues from the Aurora Pegasus. Then, she told him everything she knew. It seems like it's true. If you want to go further here, you have to understand new battle techniques. Zichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, your reality space is suppressed, so it will be much more difficult to comprehend. Beside him, Wu Xie smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it is indeed difficult to comprehend, but didn't you succeed? You can just tell us what you learned. Zichen looked at Wu Xie, who was bent on using tricks, and said indifferently, my comprehension is very simple. It is to use a blade to behead people. Counting from the time I started using that blade until now, I'm afraid I've practiced this move for nearly 1,000 years. As for the number of heads I've chopped off, it seems that I've already killed more than 100,000 people. When they heard this, they looked at each other. Although the mana world would be open for a long time, it would definitely not be more than 1,000 years. Furthermore, Zichen had spent 1,000 years to comprehend that move. In their opinion, it was not worth it. As for resorting to trickery, it was better to forget about it. Mournful screams came from afar. The battle between the two beasts had finally reached a conclusion. The red-eyed boar demon crawled up from the ground. Although it had won, it had also paid a price. There were many wounds on its body, and dark red blood was flowing out from the wounds. The khaki-colored beast had died in a very miserable manner. Its body was full of corroded bloody holes, and some of the bigger wounds even had traces of corrosion on its bones. Its head had also been cut open, and its inner core had been devoured by the red-eyed boar demon. Looking at the red-eyed boar demon's wounds, Dongqing could not bear to see it like this. He took out some spirit medicine and applied it on its wounds. Just as Dongqing stepped forward, a ray of red light floated out from the dead beast's body and entered the token on its chest. The one on the token turned into 2, increasing by 1 point. Obviously, killing a battle spirit was the same as killing a battle beast. Everyone had already seen the meaning of luck value increasing before, so they were not surprised. However, what surprised them was that when Dongqing was treating the red-eyed boar demon's wounds, he had accidentally come into contact with the red-eyed boar demon's corrosive saliva, but he was not corroded. "Hey, red-eyed black boar, have you comprehended any battle techniques yet?" Wu Xie shouted towards the red-eyed boar demon with a smile. The latter turned around and glared at Wu Xie with its red eyes. It was panting heavily, as if it was very angry. Immediately after, it spat out a water arrow from its mouth and shot it towards Wu Xie. The smile on Wu Xie's face did not fade. He moved his feet and dodged the attack. The water arrow hit a big rock not far away, instantly piercing through it. Then, the big rock melted like ice meeting fire, emitting bursts of white smoke. "Black boar, you're serious." Wu Xie's face turned green when he saw this scene, and he shouted. If he had not dodged it, even if this attack did not injure him, it would have directly destroyed the armor on his body. The red-eyed boar demon snorted at Wu Xie, its eyes filled with ridicule and pride. However, when it turned its head and saw Dongqing, its eyes became gentle. When everyone saw this scene, they also burst out laughing. Man Shu, who was laughing loudly, deliberately looked at Wu Xie and said loudly, "Very ugly, but very strong." Wu Xie's face turned cold, and he asked, "Man Shu, who are you calling ugly?" Man Shu pointed at the red-eyed boar demon and looked at Wu Xie, saying, "That one, very ugly, but very strong." Wu Xie was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The red-eyed boar demon was fine, and everyone set off again. After traveling for about a day, they found another battle beast. The Aurora Pegasus was eager to give it a try, but it was stopped by Dongqing. Everyone, including Zichen, took a step back, letting Wu Xie go. "What is the meaning of this?" Wu Xie turned around and looked at Zichen. "Just now, I said that you will fight this battle." Zichen said indifferently. "Are you crazy? This is a big guy with rough skin and thick flesh. I can kill it alone." Wu Xie exclaimed. The others all looked as if they were watching a show. Zichen smiled and said, "You can't kill it, and it can't kill you. I saw that you were too energetic on the way, so I let you vent a little." No, Wu Xie did not want to participate in the battle, but Zichen and the others turned and left. The battle beast in front also let out a roar and rushed towards Wu Xie. "Get lost." Wu Xie roared and took out a real weapon to attack the other party. When the real weapon was attacking, its speed was greatly reduced, but the battle beast rushed up with lightning speed. It first shook off the real weapon, then crashed into Wu Xie. Bang! Wu Xie was hit, and a loud sound rang out, and his entire body flew out. Fortunately, he was wearing a battle armor, and most of the power was dissipated, so he was not seriously injured. When Wang Jun and the rest saw this scene, their eyes turned solemn. This battle beast also knew how to fuse with the power of space. They had encountered 3 such existences in a row, and this made everyone's mood turn bad. After Wu Xie stabilized himself, he rushed towards the battle beast with a roar. It was obvious that he was angry. But this time, he was still sent flying, and the violent shockwave caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Man Shu and the others looked at the battle beast, and they were also trying to copy the other party's battle techniques. At the same time, they were also trying to find the trick to fuse with the power of space. On the other hand, the red-eyed boar demon hummed at Wu Xie from time to time, as if it was mocking him. Just like Zichen before, Wu Xie was suppressed again and again. He was angry, and after flying back again, he dodged far away. Then, the vertical pupil in between his eyebrows opened. A blood-red light beam, carrying a destructive aura, shot towards the battle beast. The battle beast seemed to have sensed danger, and stepped to the side, dodging. Puff! A bloody hole appeared on the battle beast's body, and it cried out in pain. Swoosh! As soon as the light beam ended, another one appeared. The battle beast couldn't dodge in time, and was hit directly in its vitals. Just like this, after 4 consecutive light beams, 4 bloody holes appeared on the battle beast's body, and it fell straight down. The fatal spot was its forehead, and it was completely penetrated. A red light floated from the dead battle beast, and the number on Wu Xie's token changed. Only 1. Wu Xie muttered. How is it? After the battle, Wu Xie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of pride again. Other than Zi Chen, who nodded at him, the other people's expressions were very solemn. If every battle beast here had such a method, how could they kill it? What's wrong with you guys? Are you crazy? Wu Xie walked over from afar. Zi Chen knew what everyone was thinking, and comforted them. We still have a lot of time, we can stay in the outer area for a while, and you guys can comprehend it well. After that, Zi Chen and the others didn't rush to go deeper, but stayed in this area to find some battle beasts for them to practice on. Zi Chen had fought with battle spirits before, and he had the foundation of fusion, so he gained a lot in the past few days. After staying in this area for 5 days, Zi Chen and the others discussed and decided to comprehend as they moved forward. 2 days later, the red-eyed boar demon successfully comprehended a technique. This technique was just a simple collision, but it had an extremely strong power. It was the second battle beast in the group to comprehend this fusion technique. Wu Xie and the others were naturally unwilling to give up, and also accelerated their comprehension. Unfortunately, they didn't meet any battle spirits along the way, so it was difficult for them to comprehend. While moving forward, they suddenly felt the energy fluctuations of a battle, accompanied by loud shouts. Yes, there's someone. After feeling the energy fluctuations, everyone stopped and looked in a certain direction, looking a little nervous. In the domain mansion world, except for the residents of the city, the residents of other cities were all enemies. If there was a battle, it meant that there were enemies. Should we go and take a look? And Wu Xie asked Zi Chen for his opinion, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The energy fluctuations became more intense, and from the sounds of battle, it was obvious that they were coming toward them. Let's wait and see, Zi Chen said indifferently, and a black blade appeared in his hand. After a few breaths, figures flashed in front of them. It's 2 groups of people, and they're still chasing after us. They're coming toward us, Man Shi said. Zi Chen looked at the moving figures in front of him and said indifferently, "Get ready for battle." Everyone took out their weapons and looked ahead coldly. Compared to those battle beasts, it was obvious that humans were easier to kill. If they killed everyone, their luck points would increase rapidly. There were 6 people running away. When they saw Zi Chen and the others, their expressions changed slightly. Chapter 1339. When people from different cities met, before they could see each other's faces clearly, a set of numbers would be sensed in advance. It was the number of the other party's city. Zi Chen sensed that the number was 107, and the city's ranking was only 1 place higher than Hupping City's. After Zi Chen sensed the other party's number, he knew the other party's identity. Lu Guangcheng. The 6 of them were all from Lu Guangcheng. However, City Lord Lu Guangcheng had said that 10 people from Lu Guangcheng would come this time, but there were only 6 people in front of him. It was obvious that the other 4 were already dead. When the 6 people saw Zi Chen's group, their expressions changed. Other than the leader who had a grave expression, the other 5 people all had a hint of joy on their faces. It was obvious that they already knew about the alliance between the 2 cities. However, there was a trace of hidden vigilance in the eyes of the leader as he looked at Zi Chen and the rest. The pursuers behind them were still rushing over. The 6 of them did not hesitate and continued to rush towards Zi Chen's group. However, they stopped when they were 100 meters away from Zi Chen's group. The 2 sides just stared at each other until the pursuers arrived. 5 of the 6 people turned around to look at the pursuers with obvious shock on their faces. "Run, why aren't you running?" A mocking laugh sounded from behind, followed by the sound of slightly messy footsteps. A group of people appeared in front of Zi Chen's group. The leader was a young man in black armor. He had a cold smile on his face as he slowly walked over. His eyes were cold. After indifferently glancing at Lu Guangcheng's group, he snorted softly and looked at Zi Chen's group in the distance. "Oh, number 108. The young man in black armor raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a trace of disdain on his face. "Number 108, so it's the end of the 10,000 years. Wrong, it's not the end of the 10,000 years, it's the end of the 10,000 years. Indeed, Hupping City is extremely famous in Shuntian Prefecture. Ever since it was established, it has never advanced 1 place in the rankings. Following that, Some of the young cultivators following the black-armored young man began to mock him. Hearing such mockery, Zichen's expression didn't change much, but Wu Xie and the others beside him were furious. So what if his old Mo? You're not any better than us. It's only 106, I think we shouldn't be so disdainful. Wu Xie replied coldly. However, the scarlet-eyed pig demon harumphed a few times, as though it was saying, "What does this have to do with me?" Wu Xie's response startled the black-armored youth. However, judging from Wu Xie's posture and appearance, it was clear that he wasn't the main character. He couldn't attract the black-armored youth's attention and interest. His gaze naturally fell on Zichen, who was sitting at the head of the table. Immediately after, his indifferent voice rang out, 106 indeed doesn't represent anything, but it's still better than 107 and 108. This time, the entry tokens were obtained from our hands. The feeling of controlling someone else's lifeline is pretty good. The black-armored youth's words enraged the crowd once again. It's all you're doing this time, said one of Lu Guangqing's corporeal realm cultivators. His expression was clearly furious. As for the leader of Lu Guangqing, he chose to remain silent. What, you two aren't going to say anything now that things have come to this point? The black-armored youth looked at Zichen, then at the leader of Lu Guangqing. A cold light flashed through his eyes, or, say some last words. The expressions of Lu Guangqing and the other 5 immediately changed. They couldn't help but look towards Zichen, their eyes filled with the desire to seek help and ally with him. Zichen took 2 steps forward and looked at the black-armored youth. He said, "Since the tokens were your doing, then you should have already become the dogs that Yanbo Castle brought in this time. This time, instead of advancing, you retreated and killed Lu Guangqing's people. One of your goals should be to kill us while you're at it, right?" The expressions of the people in front of him turned extremely ugly because of the word dogs. However, the black-armored youth only smiled and said, "I like using the word dogs. That's right, we don't need to expend too much effort to kill you. This way, we can obtain a favor from Ling Dong. May I ask why not?" The others also looked at Zichen's group mockingly, as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Wu Xie sneered when he heard this, "Phut. So it's that scum Ling Dong. When he came to ask you to owe him a favor, did he say that he was worse than a dog or a pig when he fled in front of us?" The red-eyed boar demon was once again implicated. Nonsense. Look at Ling Dong's battle prowess. How can he lose to you people from Hupping City? A cultivator lost his temper and said angrily. Zichen waved his hand, indicating for Wu Xie to stop talking. He turned to the 6 people from Lu Guangqing and said, "When the city lord of Lu Guangqing came, he said that we would form an alliance after arriving here. I am Zichen." The leader of Lu Guangqing, who had been on guard the entire time, relaxed. He clasped his fist at Zichen and said, "I am Ji Wei. Greetings, brother Zichen. The city lord did indeed give us such an order." The black-armored youth's face darkened when he heard the self-introduction, completely ignoring him and the others. However, before he could open his mouth again, Zichen's attention once again landed on him as he indifferently said, "Since we are allies and our allies are in danger, we should show some sincerity. All of you, back off. We will deal with these people." "You." Ji Wei was startled. The 5 people behind him also had strange expressions on their faces. The city that the black-armored youth belonged to was called Sibei City. It was ranked 106th. This time, many people had come because many tokens from the last 2 cities had been confiscated. The team in front of them was a team of 15 people. Although there were only 15 of them, their battle prowess was very strong. In a head-on confrontation, they had almost instantly defeated Lu Guangqing's team of 10 people. Moreover, there were 3 people in the team who had extraordinary means. Looking at Zichen, who was full of confidence, the black-armored youth smiled disdainfully and said mockingly, "Your strength may be very good outside, but it's not enough in this world. This is a place to compete with king-level battle skills. Do you know what a king-level battle skill is?" This was the unified name of the new battle skill. It was also a brand new term. Zichen and the others naturally had not heard of it. They were all slightly stunned. Seeing Zichen's expression, The cultivators of Seabay City laughed mockingly, as expected of someone who had lived for thousands of years. He had not even heard of an Earth-level battle skill. The black-armored youth glanced at the young cultivator beside him and said, "Sai Wu, go up and tell him what a king-level battle skill is. At the same time, let him see the power of a king-level battle skill." The youth named Sai Wu chuckled and patted his chest. "Okay, big brother, tell me. I promise to kill him in one blow." The youth left the team and walked towards Zichen. Along the way, he saw people from Lu Guangcheng. He snorted coldly and a look of disdain swept across his face. "Big brother, this guy is very strong. That Zichen has not even heard of a king-level battle skill. I'm afraid." A cultivator beside Ji Wei whispered. Ji Wei waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Zichen is the leader of Hupping City. The city lord also has high praise for him. If even he can't stop the other party, then he can only accept his fate. However, judging by Zichen's calm appearance and the confidence of the people behind him, this guy is in trouble. A king-level battle skill is actually a battle skill that only domain realm experts can master. It can also be called a domain battle skill. However, because the name doesn't sound very nice, it's called a king-level battle skill. King-level battle skills are divided into 9 levels, and the first level is divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. The battle skill I'm going to use is called a low-level 1 battle skill called Sword Kill. The youth proudly introduced it in front of Zichen. Don't underestimate Sword Kill. It's only a low-level 1 battle skill. I was able to master it when I was in the corporeal realm, so I'm already one of the best among my peers. Even if I've just entered the domain realm, I can still use this move to deal with veteran domain realm experts. So, I've explained so much that my mouth is almost dry. Do you understand?" The youth glared at Zichen and asked. Zichen nodded slightly and said, "I understand. So there's a king-level battle skill. To thank you for telling me, I've decided to kill you with 1 slash." The youth was stunned when he heard this. Wasn't the latter part supposed to be his line? Then, he became angry. "How dare you steal my line? You're courting death. Sword Kill." A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. The spatial power on the sword fluctuated, and this fluctuation fused with the sharp blade to form a new battle skill. He directly stabbed forward with the sword. The fiery red sword light pierced straight towards Zichen's throat. Wherever it passed, the void was pierced, causing a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Lu Guangcheng's 6 people watched this scene with extreme nervousness. At the same time, they were worried for Zichen. Behind Zichen, the people saw the sword kill. They weren't nervous to begin with, but now they seemed even more relaxed. This is called mastering a king-level battle skill. The sword doesn't seem to have any strength. It only has a shape. Wu Xie couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few days of exploration, they had some understanding of the new battle skill, especially when Zichen frequently demonstrated it. Although they hadn't understood it yet, their eyes all became cunning. This attack, whether compared to Zichen's beheading blade or the powerful blade Golden-Eyed Beast's beheading blade, was much weaker. Feeling the faint spatial pressure from the sharp sword light, Zichen couldn't help but shake his head. He chuckled and said, "So what if you have a technique? This kind of attack can't even compare to a normal attack." After saying this, Zichen took a step forward and slashed out with the black blade in his hand. Zichen seemed very casual with this attack. Even the patterns on the black blade didn't appear. He just slashed down. However, this casual strike created an additional oppressive force in the void. This force enveloped the area in front of him, causing the speed of the corporeal realm's attack to slow down. The sword strike, which only had a shape to begin with, lost its shape under the pressure of the spatial force. Chapter 1340. Reality switched from offense to defense. His long sword flashed with a cold light. It was difficult for him to block this attack, but fortunately, he managed to block it before the black blade arrived. Reality let out a small sigh of relief in his heart. He admitted that he had been careless and underestimated the people from Hupping City. However, as long as he was able to block this attack, then in the next moment, their people would swarm forward and hack this guy to death. Reality's thinking was extremely good. The fact that he could think of so many things in such a short time was enough to show how powerful his opponent's spiritual senses were. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Zichen's strength. Crack! The black blade swept past and collided with the long sword. The power of space surged, and the long sword in Reality's hand was actually broken in half. Then, the black blade continued forward, breaking through the opponent's defense and sweeping past his neck. The decapitation was complete. Pu. Blood spurted out, and a head flew high into the air. This scene happened very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Many people still hadn't reacted, but when they saw a head fly, they were all stunned. Since Sai Wu was one of the few people who knew a king-level battle skill, his strength was naturally not as weak as Zichen had said. In their team, Sai Wu's strength was definitely in the top 3. However, Sai Wu, who was in the top 3, had been killed by Zichen with a single strike. Lu Guangqing and the others were stunned, especially when they saw their companions being killed by Sai Wu with a single strike. They were extremely shocked. You actually know a king-level battle skill. The black-armored youth's calm expression changed at this moment. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that not only did his opponent know a king-level battle skill, but he also had a very high level of comprehension. It's just SOSO, Zichen smiled faintly. Then, he raised his left hand and suddenly pressed downwards. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and rays of light flashed. Behind Zichen, Wu Xie and the others who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, rushed forward. The 9 of them surrounded the small team of more than 10 people. It's just a king-level battle skill. Do you really think we're idiots who don't understand it? Wu Xie finally seized the opportunity to mock him. When they saw the people and beasts that were surrounded, the faces of the northern Sai city's corporeal realm experts turned extremely ugly. Their original arrogance and complacency had completely disappeared. Because with just a glance, they saw several beasts that were similar to high-level life forms. What is that? A scarlet-eyed boar demon. Could that be the Aurora Pegasus? That can't be a profound ice beast, right? Heavens, are they really from Hupping City? Why are there so many higher life forms following them? When Lu Guangqing's group of 6 saw the beasts that Dongqing had summoned, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Seeing the formation in front of him, Zhou Wei was also a bit surprised. He then said, "No wonder the city lord repeatedly told me to find the people of Hupping City as soon as I came here. It seems like Hupping City is prepared to turn the tables this time. Compage, do you think you can deal with me with this motley crew? High-level life forms. These beasts are not worthy." Just when his teammates were a little flustered, the black-armored youth snorted coldly and released an extremely powerful aura around him. Hearing their leader's confident words, the expressions of his teammates eased slightly. In front of everyone, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "They are very strong. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill them, so your opponent is me." As he spoke, a red light floated out from Death Reality's body and melted into the token in Zichen's heart. As for the original number of 2, it directly became 5. Feeling the change in numbers, Zichen said softly, "It seems that killing people really does increase my luck points faster than killing beasts." The black-armored youth looked around and felt the murderous aura around him. He felt that it was very troublesome. Then, his expression turned cold and he shouted, "Kill!" After saying that, he charged towards Man Shi. The reason why he attacked in advance was to kill 1 or 2 people before Zichen arrived to relieve the pressure on the others. "I said that your opponent is me." However, just as the black-armored youth took out his long spear and rushed towards Man Shi with a roar, he saw a black blade blocking his way. Then, the owner of the black blade smiled faintly. "How is this possible? How can he be so fast?" The black-armored youth's expression changed, but at this moment, he didn't have time to hesitate. The long spear in his hand flashed with a dazzling brilliance as he charged towards Zichen. Zichen smiled faintly and blocked with the black blade in front of him. Clang! As the spear and the blade collided, a sonorous sound rang out. Zichen's figure retreated several steps. He smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. This is the spear kill." It's almost the same as John Ling's attack, but yours seems to be weaker. Cut the crap and die. The black-armored youth gritted his teeth and used the spear kill again. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it stabbed towards Zichen's chest. Puff! The lightning spear directly pierced through Zichen's forehead. However, before a smile could appear on the face of the young man in black armor, he saw Zichen's figure in front of him disappear like an illusion. 10 meters in front of him stood that despicable fellow with a faint smile on his face. What the hell? How could he dodge my attack? The black-armored youth's expression changed again. The scene in front of him made him feel that it was extremely unreasonable. Zichen's 9 flashes of lightning was very famous in the Lei clan. Moreover, as Zichen's strength increased, he gradually grasped the true power of the 9 flashes of lightning. The real 9 flashes of lightning was not a Hutian or Xiantian technique, but a king battle skill. Of course, Zichen didn't know whether it would change in the future. However, he knew that the 9 flashes of lightning was a kind of divine ability that wasn't restricted by battle skills. Although the black-armored youth knew about king battle skills, he was only at the corporeal realm. If he didn't have the corresponding opportunities, he might never be able to step into the domain realm. Therefore, he didn't know much about king battle skills and naturally didn't know about the mysteries of divine abilities. When it came to divine abilities, the vertical pupil between Wu Xie's brows was definitely one of them. 2 people had been killed by this beam of death as it opened and closed. Bang! The red-eyed boar demon was even more direct. It let out a roar as black smoke swirled around its body before it charged towards a corporeal realm expert. Following an extremely solid collision, the corporeal realm expert felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain. His body trembled as he directly exploded. For safety reasons, Dongqing sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus. The latter's body suddenly released a myriad of silver lights that then gathered towards the horn on its forehead. Whoosh! A thick silver beam of light shot out like a bolt of lightning and attacked a corporeal realm expert. Wherever the beam passed, the void trembled. The corporeal realm expert's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but he felt that the space around him was oppressed. His speed was greatly reduced. He knew that this was another king battle skill. His face turned even paler, but he could only grit his teeth and activate his defense with all his strength. Boom! The thick beam of light hit the corporeal realm expert, causing a loud boom. A powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. When the energy wave and dust completely dissipated, only a token and some fragments of armor were left in the deep pit. As for the corporeal realm expert himself, he had been blasted into nothingness. How is this possible? Lu Guangqing and the other 5 had retreated very far back when the battle began. They were completely stunned when they saw the one-sided battle. One of them couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Jiu Wei's solemn and fearful expression eased a lot because of this. With such powerful battle strength, the corporeal realm expert shouldn't have any designs on the few of them. He sighed softly and said, "No wonder they aren't afraid of the people from Yanbo Castle. It seems that the people from Hupping City are really prepared this time." The corners of the black-armored youth's eyes began to twitch when he heard the loud booms and the mournful screams. The battle strength of the people from Hupping City had greatly exceeded his expectations. Now, not only was he unable to kill the corporeal realm expert, he might even die here. Whatever, let's retreat first. The black-armored youth clenched his teeth. He already had the intention to retreat. As for his companions, if they died, then so be it. At most, he would wait until he returned with enough people to avenge them. "I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Seeing the black-armored youth's expression change, Zichen guessed what he was thinking and smiled faintly. As his smile faded, Zichen also saw some tricks in the opponent's attack. Then, he flashed forward. The black-armored youth wasn't weak. He was worth Zichen using some of his power. Therefore, the patterns on the black blade in his hand appeared. The blade golden-eyed beast's soul shadow flashed and disappeared. The long blade, which was already filled with a powerful aura, contained a terrifying power. This power directly caused the void to vibrate, forming a new wave of pressure. When this pressure acted on the black-armored youth, A look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He roared and pushed the long spear in his hand to the limit. Then, he shot out a spear kill. Bang! The blade and spear collided once again, causing a loud explosion. A huge crater with the two of them at the center spread out in all directions. Amidst the energy vibrations, the black blade knocked away the long spear. After breaking the long spear's attack, it swept past the black-armored youth's neck at the same time. The beheading was completed. Pu. Blood splattered and a head rolled. The black-armored youth was dead. Almost at the same time, the battle on Wu Xie's side also ended. After all, there was still one person left who had a slight understanding of the king-level battle skill. Wu Xie's two attacks directly eliminated the opponent. When the battle ended, lines of luck points floated out from the corpses and merged into the corresponding tokens. As for how the points were distributed, no one knew. However, it seemed that the points would automatically be distributed to the person who killed the last person. Of course, for existences like the red-eyed boar demon and the Aurora Pegasus, the points would automatically be distributed to Dongqing. On Zichen's side, the black-armored youth's luck point landed on the token on his chest. Originally, it was 5 luck points, but now, it jumped to 12 luck points, a total of 7 luck points. Chapter 1341. They lowered their heads and looked at their chests. If it was just one person, it wouldn't be strange. However, a team of 12 actually did something like this. To be honest, it was really stupid. Of course, they were only thinking about it in their hearts. They couldn't really say anything stupid. If Zichen turned hostile and killed them because of this, the losses would outweigh the gains. Hu Pingcheng was the last place, so there weren't many things that had been passed down. As for some details, he probably didn't know anything. Looking at the smug crowd, he coughed lightly and said, "Actually, this token can be taken off and put away. It won't affect the increase of luck points." Everyone looked at Jiyu Wei with some doubt on their faces. The latter could only demonstrate himself and take out his own token. Seeing the token in Jiyu Wei's hand, Zichen finally remembered that he hadn't seen any tokens on these people before. As for the numbers, they directly appeared in his mind. It's very simple. You just need to use your spiritual thoughts. Jiyu Wei demonstrated by placing the token on his chest, then took it off and put it away. Zichen's mind moved, and the token automatically appeared in his hand. He casually weighed it in his hand and put it away. Like Zichen, the others also put away their tokens. Only then did everyone's gaze fall on Jiyu Wei and the others. Then, they introduced themselves again and got to know each other again. After witnessing the combat power of Zichen's group, Jiyu Wei and the others knew that it would be too easy for them to kill the 6 of them. Therefore, the vigilance in their hearts completely disappeared. This was because there was no need to. If Zichen really wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to survive just by being a little more vigilant. After the two sides finished introducing themselves, a low voice suddenly came from not far away. "What Sai Beicheng? All of you can brag to the heavens, but you don't even use a king-level battle skill." Jiyu Wei turned to look at Wu Xie. After seeing the guy who had killed several people, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Beside him, Zichen explained, "His name is Wu Xie." He nodded and looked at the other people from Huping City. When he saw that they were the same as Wu Xie, with expressions of regret and anger, he was sure that Wu Xie was not joking. Thus, he coughed softly and explained, "Actually, the king-tier battle skill only has a mental imprint. Once it is learned, it will disappear. It will not be placed in a spirit ring." Wu Xie was stunned, and the others' expressions also changed. Then, Wu Xie grinned and said, "So that's how it is, it's not a big deal." After collecting all the spoils of war, Wu Xie walked over. Zichen, on the other hand, saw a hint of a smile in the eyes of the people behind Gong Wei. In addition to what he had just said about the token, it was obvious that Gong Wei knew a lot. Hence, he asked, "It seems that Brother Gong Wei knows a lot about the Mana realm." Gong Wei smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's nothing. I just read some of the records of our predecessors before coming here." Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zichen, you made us wait for so long." As it turned out, after arriving at the Mana realm, The 10 of them had stayed in their own area to wait for the people from Hupping City to arrive. Before they came, the city lord had specially instructed that the 2 cities had too few people, so they had to form an alliance to grow stronger. However, after waiting for so long, they did not see the people from Hupping City. Instead, they met the people from Northland City who had suddenly retreated. The 2 sides did not even fight, but they had already lost 2 people. Left with no choice, Gong Wei could only suggest that they retreat, and 2 more people died on the way. When Zichen heard this, he felt embarrassed and said, "After we arrived here, one of us also died. He was killed by a battle spirit. Along the way, we guessed that our original battle techniques would be ineffective here. Similarly, we were also wary of battle spirits, so we moved slower." Gong Wei nodded and said, "Brother Zichen, it's only right that you consider everyone's safety. However, there are not many battle spirits in our outer area. For regions like ours, which are numbered toward the end, there is only one level 1 battle spirit. Since Brother Zichen killed a battle spirit, you won't encounter any more battle spirits before leaving this area. Of course, there are still level 1 battle beasts. Level 1 battle spirits, level 1 battle beasts." Zichen was surprised to hear this ranking system. The corpses on the ground had been dealt with. Gong Wei glanced into the depths and suggested, "Why don't we talk as we walk?" Zichen nodded in agreement. Then, a few battle beasts took charge of guarding the area. Level 1 battle spirits and level 1 battle beasts. This ranking system is unique to the mana realm. Level 1 battle spirits represent the late stage of the reality realm, level 2 represent the half-step domain realm, level 3 represent the early stage of the domain realm, level 4 represent the middle stage, level 5 represent the late stage, and so on. As for the battle beasts, they all represent the same level. However, compared to the outside world, almost all of the existences here know king-tier battle techniques. Gong Wei began to explain everything he knew to Zichen in detail. Lord Wu hadn't told him about these matters before coming here. Perhaps it was because he felt that these weren't important, so he had overlooked them. That's just general knowledge. Next, there are some secrets about the mana realm. I wonder if Brother Zichen is interested in hearing them? Gong Wei asked with a smile. Zichen was a little surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "Since it's a secret, why don't you tell me about it?" There are 2 secrets I know. The first one is about lucky points. It's said that lucky points are very useful in the mana realm, but I don't know the details. The second one is about the ranking of our city. The ranking of our city when we enter the mana realm has a lot to do with the ranking of our city. Similarly, it's said that there are ways for a city's ranking to fall or rise, but I don't know if it's true or not. Zichen became curious about this person after hearing about the 2 secrets and everything that had happened before. He asked, "Brother Jia Wei, you seem to know a lot about the domain mana." Gong Wei, who had a faint smile on his face, became embarrassed when he heard this. He said, "To be honest, Lu Guangqing used to be ranked very high in the entire Shuntian prefecture. Unfortunately, the later generations are not as good as the previous ones. This directly caused his ranking to drop again and again. All the information I know is from ancient books. As for the recent tens of thousands of years, I haven't obtained any useful insights at all." Gong Wei sighed and said, "If you want to survive here, your goal is to plunder. Moreover, the tokens are distributed in an orderly manner, so the forces at the bottom are destined to be at a disadvantage. Usually, it's already a miracle if 5 out of 10 people come back. 5 out of 10 people came and returned. The death rate was more than 50%. Even so, it was still considered a miracle. This showed how dangerous this place was. With Gong Wei and the others leading the way, Zichen and the others began to go in a straight line. Soon, they walked out of Area 108 and arrived at Area 107. The battle spirits here had already been cleared out by Gong Wei and the others. They didn't encounter any battle spirits other than a few level 1 battle beasts along the way. The outer areas were relatively less dangerous, but similarly, there were very few opportunities. Zichen and the others didn't gain anything other than a few battle beast corpses that weren't of much use. During this time, Chen had specifically instructed that the group would only travel during the day. As for the night, they would continue to comprehend the king-level battle skill that they had no clue about. Seeing that Chen and the others were so serious but not making any progress, Gong Wei also tried to persuade them appropriately. It was actually very difficult for a reality realm cultivator to comprehend a king-level battle skill. As for someone like Chen who had relied on himself to create a move, he was completely different. Gong Wei told him that under normal circumstances, no one would recommend a reality realm cultivator to comprehend a king-level battle skill. Although it could increase one's battle strength, it would take too much time and effort. Not only would it exhaust one's own battle strength, but it would also require the help of a domain realm cultivator. It was only after confirming that a domain realm was about to open that some forces would conduct surprise training for reality realm cultivators. Then, they would let them comprehend a few king-level battle skills to protect themselves in the domain realm. However, the skills they comprehended were usually the simplest. As for after arriving here, due to the environmental factors and the fact that they had some battle spirits and battle beasts as sparring partners, their king-level battle skills would improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, this was all under the premise that they had a foundation. People like Wu Xie and the others, who had no foundation to speak of and no clue about how to comprehend a king-level battle skill, would need at least half a year's time if they wanted to get started. Therefore, this was something that couldn't be rushed. For example, Gong Wei's group of dozens of people had all undergone surprise training in the outside world. However, only 2 of them had managed to comprehend a king-level battle skill after decades of time. Unfortunately, after the rankings were announced, there were only 10 spots. Besides Gong Wei, the other person had been killed by someone from northern Sai City while he was protecting them. Seeing that the group didn't listen to his advice, Gong Wei stopped trying to persuade them. Instead, he urged the people he had brought along to speed up their training. Another night, the starry sky shone down on Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, causing his body to emit a hazy silver glow. At this moment, Chen was using his perfect spiritual thoughts to copy the black-armored youth stab and the battle spirit stab over and over again in his mind. Both attacks had the same effect, but the latter was obviously more proficient. In his mind, Chen was also thrusting his spear forward. At the same time, he felt that he had made great progress when he used the beheading blade. Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, a silver spear appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, the silver spear looked like a coiled silver dragon. As Chen moved the spear in his hand, the silver dragon seemed to come alive and wriggle slowly. Chen, who was standing on a boulder, suddenly released a dazzling golden light. The golden light directly dyed the night sky into daytime. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. Such a change alarmed everyone. Even the battle beasts in the distance looked back at Chen. Chen moved the dragon spear in his hand horizontally. With a tap of his foot, his figure shot forward. As his figure shot out, the tip of the spear in his hand trembled slightly. Then, a fused force spread out in all directions. The spear directly touched a huge mountain rock in the distance. Then, Chen's cold shout resounded between heaven and earth. Chapter 1342. The spear that was pointing at the huge boulder was instantly retracted. Chen's figure also returned to his original position. A wave of spatial power fluctuated on the boulder in front of him, and the 2 sounds of the spear reverberated between heaven and earth. Boom! The entire mountain exploded, and many pieces of rock shot out in all directions, like hidden weapons that pierced through the air. Looking at the standing Chen, everyone's expression immediately changed. Thinking back to the scene just now, their faces were filled with disbelief. What did Chen just use? Was it the spear attack? The king-level battle skill, spear attack. Has Chen already comprehended it? He really did comprehend the spear attack, but how long has it been? Exclamations kept coming from everyone's mouths. They looked at Chen with even more shock in their eyes. Among them, the one whose expression changed the most was Jiao Wei. Although he didn't comprehend the spear attack, the skill he had comprehended was not much different from the spear attack. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend such a skill. Back then, It had taken them dozens of years to learn it. Although they were in the outside world and the conditions were not as natural as here, the time Zichen used was too short. Compared to the shock of Lu Guangqing's group, Mansha's group was filled with surprise. Then, they all cheered. However, Zichen didn't turn around. He still stood on the boulder in front of them, but his hands moved again. He put away the spear and took out a long sword. The quality of the sword was much worse than the spear, but everyone's attention was on Zichen at the moment. Naturally, no one paid attention to the quality of the sword. What is he doing? Looking at Zichen holding the sword, everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what he was going to do. However, Jiao Wei guessed something in his heart. Then, he looked like he had seen a ghost and whispered, "It can't be. Big brother, what can't it be?" asked a reality realm cultivator beside him. Jiao Wei shook his head in disbelief and said, "Impossible. He can't comprehend the spear attack and the sword attack, unless," however, just as his words faded, he saw the red-eyed demon boar, which was patrolling in the distance, suddenly dashing towards Zichen. Soon after, a glow was released from its body as it charged towards Zichen. The red-eyed boar demon used a king-tier battle skill in its charge. Its eyes glowed with excitement, as if it had just seen a prey. Among the group of beasts, other than Zichen who knew the decapitation technique, only the red-eyed demon boar knew the king's level combat technique. However, it was a pity that it had only mastered the most basic, charge, technique. It could not be compared to Zichen's beheading strike. When Zichen held the long blade in his hand, it would feel a sense of danger. This was a beast's unique keen perception. But today, Zichen had suddenly abandoned his knife and wielded his spear. He had used another king-class battle skill. This attack was still powerful, but it was weaker than the beheading attack. So, the red-eyed pig demon wanted to fight Zichen. However, when it charged forward, Zichen changed his spear into a sword. Seeing the red-eyed pig demon charging towards him, Zichen did not dodge. He only held his long sword tightly and thrust it forward. A low shout was heard, "Sword kill." The long sword that was charging forward tore through the air. A glaring light flowed from the sword, and a mysterious ripple that was fused with the power of space enveloped the area in front of it. This was the king-tier battle skill, sword kill. The red-eyed pig demon that was charging forward suddenly slowed down. It was as if its entire body had sunk into a quagmire. Its speed had decreased by a third. This is also a king-tier battle skill. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Bang! The tip of the long sword hit the red-eyed pig demon that was charging forward. The black and gold energies collided in the sky. A violent explosion resounded between heaven and earth. Following that, the energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Wherever the energy shockwaves passed, the surrounding mountains and rocks were all crushed into powder. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the place where the energy shockwaves collided. In their hearts, there was a trace of anticipation to see who was stronger and who was weaker. The shockwaves of energy slowly dissipated. Two figures rushed out one after another. One of them gently landed on a large rock. It was Zichen who was holding his sword. As for the other black figure, it whistled through the air as it hit a large rock. After that, the black figure's body also fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. When everyone saw this scene, they were in an uproar. On the other hand, Dongqing felt sorry for the red-eyed pig demon. She jumped over in a flash. When the red-eyed pig demon crawled out of the crater and saw that the latter was fine, she scolded it. "Why did you suddenly bump into Zichen? Don't you know how strong he is?" The red-eyed pig demon lightly snorted. Not far away, Zichen, who was standing on a large rock, changed his weapon once again. He smiled at the red-eyed pig demon and said, "Do you want to try again?" The red-eyed pig demon snorted and shook its head. Dongqing also turned around and glared at Zichen. Her slightly reproachful look was somewhat charming. Suddenly, it was very flirtatious. It was as if a couple was flirting with each other. Fortunately, everyone was shocked by Zichen's two moves at the same time. They did not notice this scene. The first one to run to Zichen was Wu Xie. The latter almost jumped over and hugged Zichen's thigh. If it was a woman, such a scene would naturally be seductive. However, Wu Xie was a man, and a very ugly one at that. Zichen suddenly had the urge to kick him. Wu Xie did not care about Zichen's feelings. His expression was very excited. He hugged Zichen's thigh and shook it continuously. He almost begged, "Zichen, how did you do it? Please teach me." Compared to Wu Xie's straightforwardness, Mancha was much more reserved. He came closer and scratched his head. He said, "Zichen, I also have some enlightenment recently. Why don't we exchange our insights?" Zichen's face suddenly had a strange expression. It seemed that the two's personalities had changed. The scheming Wu Xie was straightforward. On the contrary, the somewhat silly Mancha suddenly became very tactful. "Zichen, congratulations." The sound of footsteps could be heard. Shong Guanhong walked over. She stared at Zichen with a hint of happiness in her beautiful eyes. Then, Wang Jun and the others also walked over from afar. While they were congratulating Yi Xian, their faces were still filled with disbelief. "Amazing, really amazing. Zichen, I didn't expect you to actually comprehend the essence of a king-level battle skill. It's a skill that allows you to comprehend every move." He looked at Zichen in disbelief and praised, "Amazing. Others first comprehend the skill and then try to integrate the power of space through the skill. However, you actually directly comprehended the power of space and created these moves. Even some domain realm cultivators may not be able to do such a thing. Amazing, really amazing." Zichen put away his weapon and kicked Wu Xie to the side. He put on an expression as if he did not know him. Then, he smiled and said, "You flatter me, you flatter me." It was just a moment of enlightenment. Behind Jiao Wei, Lu Guangqing's group of 5 looked at Zichen with eyes full of admiration. Shong Guanhong walked over with the red-eyed boar demon. Although the latter was defeated in one hit, it was not injured because of its strong defense. "Did you really comprehend it in one move?" Lu Guangqing seemed to want to confirm. Zichen nodded and smiled. "It should be about the same. Although the weapons are different, the attacks are the same. You really did comprehend it in one move. In terms of king-level battle skills, you have already surpassed many first domain realm cultivators. Since you've comprehended it in one move, you've completely mastered it. This is equivalent to mastering all first domain battle skills." Lu Guangqing could not help but praise. "Indeed, I've barely mastered it. Now, tell me what you're familiar with, and I'll leave a mark for you to comprehend." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Lu Guangqing looked at Zichen in a different light. He asked in shock, "What? You can create your own battle skill mark? How is that possible? Even first domain realm cultivators can't do that." Lu Guangqing and the other 5 people also had some common sense, so they all looked at Zichen in disbelief. When Wu Xie and the others heard Lu Guangqing's words, they looked at Zichen nervously. Zichen smiled and said casually, "It's not a big deal. It'll be fine as long as my spiritual force is strong enough." Zichen's spiritual force might not be as strong as a domain realm cultivator's spiritual force, but it was a perfect spiritual force, so it was naturally very special. Then, Zichen demonstrated it personally. He left a mark in Mancha's spiritual sea. This mark was an attack made with a fist. If it had a name, it would probably be called the fist kill. Then, he left an image mark of the sword kill for Shong Guanhong. Me, and me. I'm good at almost everything. Pass it on to me." Wu Xie seemed to be a little impatient. Zichen glanced at Wu Xie and only gave him a mark. Then, Zichen gave each of them a mark. What surprised Zichen was that he also knew the charging technique of the red-eyed demon boar. Then, he passed on the charging imprint to the souls of these battle beasts. After passing on the imprints of all the humans and beasts, everyone began to meditate and comprehend in peace. The battle beasts, on the other hand, could not wait to find other battle beasts to test it on themselves. After a few days, Wu Xie and the others all had some gains. Each of them was clamoring to find a level 1 battle spirit to practice with. Just like that, the group quickened their pace. When they reached the area of northern Sai City, the group did not find any battle spirits. Instead, they saw a small team of 10 people. These were the people left behind by Northern Sai City. They seemed to be waiting for the return of the black-armored youth and the others. However, they did not see the sea of people. Instead, they saw the people from Hu Pingcheng and Lu Guangcheng. Their faces were immediately filled with surprise. As two numbers appeared in his mind, a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator asked, "How can it be you guys? How can you guys still be alive?" Hearing this question, Wu Xie did not wait for Zichen to answer. He sneered and said, "Of course we're alive. However, I don't think you guys will be able to survive after this." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Xie was the first to rush towards the small team. Then, the others also rushed forward and immediately surrounded them. Seeing so many special battle beasts and the murderous crowd, the faces of the people from Northern Sai City turned green. Chapter 1343. King-level battle skill, spear kill, sword kill, fist kill. A series of low and deep roars resounded from the empty ground. Waves of energy rose up, shining with resplendent light and releasing a powerful aura, attacking the group from Northern Sai City. At this moment, many level 1 entry skills appeared. When the group from Northern Sai City saw that so many people actually knew king-level battle skills, their faces were filled with despair. Boom! 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 A series of energy explosions rang out one after another, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. When the violent energy dissipated, there was already a huge crater in the ground, and in the crater, there were many incomplete corpses. The battle ended in a very short time. Immediately after, many lucky points floated out from the deep pit, and everyone started to distribute them. As for Zichen, who was standing in the distance, he did not receive a single point. Looking at the constantly increasing number of lucky points on the token, Wu Xie and the others could not help but shout excitedly. This was to celebrate their victory using king-level battle skills. For this victory, everyone deliberately stayed in this area for an extra day, and then drank and barbecued meat to celebrate. Zichen, who was the best at barbecuing among the group, naturally became everyone's coolie. Next to a bonfire, the blazing flames illuminated Zichen's handsome face. He was currently barbecuing meat. Although he was a coolie, the treatment he received was not bad. There were even a few bottles of good wine beside him. Of course, these wines were made by Zichen. He was not only a coolie, but a coolie who was endlessly oppressed. He could still hear the cheers of Wu Xie and Man Shi. That night, the two of them were the loudest. Their roars of persuasion even drowned out the groans of the red-eyed demon boar. Hearing those noises, Zichen shook his head and smiled. These people really knew how to be self-satisfied. It was just a level 1 lower grade king-level battle skill, and they were actually this happy. The sound of footsteps came from behind Zichen. It was Zhou Wei who walked towards Zichen with a wine jug, and then sat down beside Zichen. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Wei waved the wine jug in his hand at Zichen. Then, he drank it all in one gulp, threw away the empty jug, and then took a new one from Zichen and opened it. "It's so lively over there, why are you here?" Zichen smiled faintly, and also drank a big mouthful. When he put the jug down, there were still some wine stains on the corner of his mouth. "I came specially to thank you." Zhou Wei smiled, with a touch sighs. Not only to thank him for saving his life, but also for passing on the skill. "If you really want to thank me, then please drink less. It wasn't easy for me to get this wine," Zichen joked. Although the two of them were already familiar with each other, Zichen's joke still startled Shi Guang. "I brought this from the Tianwu continent. It's a rare collection, a limited edition product. Every bottle you drink is one less bottle, so you should save it," said Zichen. Zhou Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. He then looked back at the lively crowd and said, "I was wondering why this wine was different. I thought it was a specialty of Huping City, but I didn't expect it to come from another world. In that case, there won't be a second time. Let's drink to our heart's content." Then, the two of them laughed beside the bonfire. The laughter lasted for a long time. Slowly, Zhou Wei's expression turned serious. "Speak, what's the matter?" Zichen was still patiently turning the barbecued meat. He did not believe that Ji Wei had come to his side just to drink wine. How could it be possible that he had come to accompany a man when there were two delicate beauties there? After a while, Jiao Wei slowly said, "This time, we'll probably run into battle spirits. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be." Zichen nodded. He was naturally aware of this. The entire prefectural domain is a huge circle. You should know that, right? Jiao Wei suddenly turned his head and asked. Zichen nodded. He was still looking at the meat in front of him. "I knew a little before coming. The people of the 108 cities of the Shuntian prefecture will appear in the periphery of this huge circle because of their ranking. However, the periphery is also divided into several layers, including the inner and outer regions. The cities that are ranked higher will appear extremely close to the inner regions, while the cities that are ranked lower will appear in the outermost regions. For example, us." Jiao Wei paused for a moment, then put down the almost empty wine jug in his hand and said, "The entire outer region has a total of 5 layers, and each layer is divided into 20 regions. In these regions, there are 20 cities stationed. 20 cities to a layer, so there were a total of 5 layers. In other words, there were only 100 cities." Zichen quickly understood what Jiao Wei meant. "You're saying that the region we're about to enter is the 5th layer?" Jiao Wei nodded. "That's right. We're about to enter the 5th layer. At the same time, it also means that we'll encounter the cultivators of the top 100 cities." Although Jiao Wei didn't say much, Zichen could still see the deep worry in his eyes. He smiled and said, "It's fine. This is only the top 100. Our ultimate goal is the inner region." Zichen's consolation didn't work. Jiao Wei shook his head and said, "Entering the inner region is just what we want. In fact, the prefectural domain has opened several times, but the seniors of our Lu Guangqing have only reached the 3rd layer at most." Zichen asked curiously, "Didn't your Lu Guangqing rank very high back then? Why did you only reach the 3rd layer?" "That's because a portion of the cultivators in each region will go deep, while the rest will stay in this region to kill intruders. They'll go through layer after layer and go through life or death battles. It's already very good to reach the 3rd layer." Zichen was a little surprised by this, but it was understandable after some thought. Since killing people would give them luck points, why would they go deep? It wasn't a bad idea to stay in one's own region and kill people to earn luck points and try their luck. Of course, Zichen believed that most of these people were extremely conservative. It was likely that the radical ones would only go deep. Zichen patted Jiao Wei's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. We'll be careful and do what we can. By the way, if I'm not wrong, Yanbo Castle should be in the top 20. Yanbo Castle is ranked 83rd in Shuntian Prefecture," said Jiao Wei. Zichen's smiling eyes were cold. 83rd. How dare such trash come looking for trouble with us? I hope we can meet and settle our grudges here. Jiao Wei's expression changed when he heard this. "You're going to look for trouble with the people of Yanbo Castle?" Zichen corrected him. "You should say that I'm going to take revenge. They can't even hide, and you're actually going to look for trouble?" Zichen corrected him again. "I'm not looking for trouble. I'm taking revenge. Moreover, I've already promised our mayor and the people in the castle that I'll kill all the people from Yanbo Castle." Jiao Wei looked at Zichen as if he were looking at a madman. In his opinion, Zichen was indeed crazy to go looking for trouble with 83 people. The next day, the group advanced again. Everything was as Jiao Wei said. After advancing in a straight line for about 5 days, they arrived at another region. As soon as they reached this region, they encountered a first-grade war spirit. Wu Xie and the others were clearly very excited about this. They shouted loudly and charged forward. They urgently needed to spar with a first-grade war spirit to see if their king-level battle techniques had improved. At this point, a first-grade war spirit could no longer cause them any trouble. Almost everyone could fight it. Everyone fought on their own and then scattered. In front of Zichen was a war spirit with an extremely cold expression. The other party held a pitch-black long sword in his hand. Although he also used a sword attack, his attacks were more flexible and varied. It seemed that the other party was about to comprehend a mid-grade level 1 king-level battle technique. Chen observed every attack of the other party and quickly memorized it with his spiritual senses. At the same time, he gradually verified his own mid-grade level 1 king-level battle technique. Pu. When he sensed that the other party would not make any more changes, Chen held his sword and directly slashed at the other party. It was still a beheading attack. It was just that until now, no one had been able to give a true ranking of the battle beast slash. However, after seeing it, Zhou Wei guessed that the beheading attack should be a top-grade level 1 king-level battle technique. Of course, this was just a guess after seeing the power displayed at the moment. As for the true ranking, he would only know after Chen broke through to the domain realm. As expected, the war spirit in front of him was killed by Chen with a single slash. As soon as he killed the war spirit, Chen saw someone rushing toward him. It was Wang Jun. Chen, this is bad. I found some humans, Wang Jun shouted from afar. Humans were enemies here, but Chen was not nervous when he heard this. Instead, he seemed to be a little excited. He then asked, "How many people are there? Did they find you?" "I don't know the number of people. I rushed back as soon as I saw them. As for the trail, I think it should have been discovered," Wang Jun muttered. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chen did not blame him for being careless. Instead, he laughed and said, "Okay, hurry up and get the others to come back. If these people don't attack us, we will treat them with courtesy. If they attack us first, we will not be polite." Wang Jun looked at Chen suspiciously. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Chen's expression at this moment was as if he was eager for these people to attack them. Just as Wang Jun was about to call the others back, he saw Chen take out a communication signal and release it into the sky. A loud explosion was heard, and it was as if fireworks were blooming in the sky. This was indeed an effective way to gather everyone, but wouldn't that expose their identities? Sure enough, Chen's original intention was to fight. Wang Jun felt that Chen wanted to fight so much because he felt that it was too slow to accumulate luck points by himself. After that, Wu Xie and the others returned. After learning that they had found humans, these guys who had comprehended king-level battle techniques were very excited. They kept clamoring for people to come and practice with them. Wang Jun was a little speechless about these bellicose people. Chapter 1344. The sound of something breaking through the air came from all directions. Following that, streaks of light appeared in everyone's line of sight. Each streak of light was a silhouette. Looking at the group of cultivators coming from all directions, Wu Xie and Man Shi's faces were filled with excitement. 1, 2, at the same time, the two of them began to count heads with great interest. Like chickens eating rice, they nodded once when they saw a person. Unexpectedly, the two of them nodded more than 20 times at once. Good heavens, 23. As expected of a city in the top 100. This number of people is really enviable. Hearing Wu Xie's praise, Wang Jun and Ma Wei couldn't help but bitterly smile. This was a city in the top 100. Its foundation was absolutely deep. How could it be so easy to kill? Little did they know that while they were thinking about the city was also thinking about them. A total of 23 people came. As they approached, everyone sensed the city's serial number. 93. This wasn't the 100th of the top 100, nor was it the 99th. It was the 93rd ranked city. Liao Wei City. After sensing this number, even Chen's face became more solemn. Everyone else's expression also became more solemn. Only Wu Xie and Man Shi were still very excited. "Oh my, let's see who these people are." A strange voice rang out from afar. "Ha ha, 107th and 108th. Am I seeing things? It's actually the second to last city. How bold of you to actually dare to come to our Liao Wei city's territory." After sensing the serial number of the city that Chen and the others were in, the expression on their faces was filled with ridicule. A group of 23 people surrounded Chen. After seeing Man Shi, a green-armored cultivator with a mocking expression pointed at him and said jokingly, "Look at that idiot. He's so excited. People who don't know would think that he's going to kill us." Immediately, roars of laughter sounded from all around. Right after that, another cultivator said, Look at that ugly guy with crooked eyes. That guy looks very excited as well. He seems to have some ideas about us. Man Shi and Wu Xie were enraged when they heard this. The former even shouted, "Die!" After shouting, Man Shi did not wait for Zichen to speak. He clenched his fist and charged towards the green-armored cultivator in front of him. Fist kill. A black iron-like radiance appeared on Man Shi's fist. This radiance was very dazzling. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. He clenched his fist and confidently punched forward. Oh, a basic king-tier battle skill. There was a hint of surprise in the young man's eyes. He clenched his fist and used the same method to punch forward. Boom! The two fists collided, causing a loud explosion. Following that, a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. During the collision, Man Shi and the young man in green armor both took 2 steps back. Die! As soon as the collision ended, Wu Xie, who had been impatient for a long time, also launched a powerful attack. Boom! Both sides were evenly matched. Neither side had the upper hand. Oh, you have some tricks up your sleeve. The two people fighting Wu Xie and Man Shi had a look of surprise on their faces. Oh, not bad. You've actually entered the sect. No wonder you look like you're courting death. The green-armored cultivator looked at Man Shi with a mocking expression. When the others heard this, they also roared with laughter. Brother Wei can't do it. He actually didn't kill this fool. Haha, Brother Liao also didn't succeed. It seems that ugly guy is quite strong. A few cultivators were jeering. When Man Shi and Wu Xie saw this scene, they suppressed their excitement in their hearts, and a serious expression appeared on their faces. Zichen, what do we do now? Seeing this, Gong Wei also sent a voice transmission to Zichen. Let's wait and see. Zichen glanced around and glanced at a certain spot before speaking in an indifferent tone. In front, the green-armored cultivator fighting Man Shi took a few steps forward and laughed disdainfully. Kid, look at your foolish and confident face. You seem to think that you're amazing just because you've mastered the beginner technique. Today, your master Wei will let you see what a mid-grade battle skill is. Man Shi's pupils shrank. He said in disbelief, "You know a mid-grade battle skill?" The green-armored cultivator smiled faintly and said, "I know a little. But to kill you, I think it's enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the green-armored cultivator stretched out his palm toward Man Shi. A water-like energy appeared between his fingers. Gong Wei almost cried out in surprise when he saw the energy. Even Zichen's expression changed because of it. That power was a fusion of the power of space. As the green-armored cultivator clenched his fist, a powerful wave of energy was released from his fist. His originally mocking expression became extremely cold. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Explosive killing fist. Along with a shout, a dazzling light and a powerful aura was released from his fist. It fiercely flew toward Man Shi. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. In addition, the air resistance seemed to have increased countless times in an instant. Man Shi, who wanted to counterattack, found that his movements had become extremely slow. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. Every movement seemed to be very strenuous. A sense of impending death filled his heart in an instant. Man Shi's forehead immediately beaded with sweat. At this point, he couldn't care about anything else. Following that, with a loud shout, streaks of black iron appeared on the surface of his body. His body also instantly grew larger. The completely transformed Man Shi's strength and defense were both greatly increased. The pressure from before was also greatly reduced. He clenched his fist tightly. When the dangerous fist light from the opposite side arrived, he also suddenly punched out. Killing fist. The two fists collided once again. A powerful explosion erupted. The surrounding ground trembled because of it. A huge crack spread out from under the two people's feet. The surging energy wave even destroyed some rocks hundreds of meters away. Thud, thud, thud. In front of him, the green-armored cultivator also took several steps back. His situation was only slightly better than Man Shi's. His originally cold eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Man Shi again. Around them, The people who were originally mocking Man Shi also felt a sense of oppression when they saw the completely transformed Man Shi. Even Brother Wei's most powerful attack couldn't kill this fool. It seemed that this fool was really something. The green-armored cultivator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "I underestimated you, fool. I didn't expect you to be such a strange existence." Obviously, he had guessed something after seeing Man Shi's current appearance. Man Shi retreated directly behind Zichen. After sensing that something was wrong, Wu Xie didn't dare to be careless and walked back. The special environment of the Mana realm made it so that only king-level combat skills could exert the greatest attack power here. A higher-level combat skill also represented a greater power. It was also very impressive that Man Shi could block a higher-level attack with his transformed body. However, Wu Xie didn't think that he could block it. Although he had an immortal body, he didn't want his body to explode because of his arrogance in this situation. After Man Shi and Wu Xie retreated, Zichen faced the two cultivators who had attacked him previously. The green-armored cultivator looked at Zichen and sneered. "Why? You're their leader. I wonder what you're capable of." Zichen glanced at the two of them without saying anything. Then, he glanced at the group of people indifferently and looked into the distance. He said indifferently, "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" Everyone looked back in surprise. They didn't understand what Zichen meant. Only the two cultivators in front of him changed their expressions. "Come out. Stop hiding." Zichen smiled coldly. "You can sense my presence." An indifferent and surprised voice sounded. Then, a person walked out of the void in front of them. It was a tall and burly man. He only wore a leather armor, and the muscles on his bare arms were very obvious. At a glance, one could tell that he was filled with great power. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zichen. "Boss Wei Qiong, why are you here?" The group of corporeal realm cultivators behind him were surprised when they saw the burly man. However, they soon became happy. "Boss! Boss!" Wherever the burly man passed, a group of cultivators would shout out. The burly man named Wei Qiong walked to the front of the group. His cold eyes, which had been staring at Zichen, moved away and looked at the people behind Zichen. When he saw Wu Xie, he frowned slightly. However, when he saw Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing, his frown slowly relaxed. "Leave these two women. You can scram." The burly man pointed at Zichen again and said indifferently, "Of course, while I'm in a good mood, you should scram as far away as possible." Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing's faces were cold. Even the battle beasts beside them were emitting killing intent. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, "I was in a good mood and wanted to tell you to leave your luck points and scram. Since you want to die, I'll send you all on your way." When they heard Zichen's words, the cultivators in front of him were stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. "Kid, are you crazy? Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you talk to Boss Wei Qiong like that? You're finished." The coldness on Wei Qiong's face grew stronger. He shouted, "Kid, you've successfully angered me. Then, let's kill everyone." A powerful aura surged from Wei Qiong's body. He was at the peak of the corporeal realm, only one step away from the domain realm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and punched at Zichen. This punch was very similar to the one from the green-armored cultivator, but it was much more powerful. "Die, exploding killing fist." Facing this powerful punch, Zichen's expression didn't change much. His body released a dazzling golden light, and he also clenched his fist and punched. Chapter 1345. The expressions of the Liao Wei city cultivators changed after Zichen's punch. They were stunned at first, but then they burst into laughter. "What a joke, he's just a beginner. I thought he was some kind of powerful trash, but it looks like his only SOSO. How dare he spout such arrogant words with such little skill? He's simply courting death." Zichen remained expressionless in the face of ridicule and mockery. He fiercely punched out, and the golden fist light collided with Wei Qiong's attack. Boom! A violent collision followed. Zichen felt a powerful force instantly pierce through his fist light, heading straight for his chest. The attack that he had just unleashed was only able to last for a moment before it was neutralized. He only smiled faintly at the sight of the indomitable fist light. He extended his fist and slapped forward. Golden light flashed on the palm as a wave of energy no weaker than the previous punch spread out. The dazzling and powerful palm collided with the fist light. The originally surging energy waves grew even more terrifying in the next moment. Everyone in the surroundings immediately retreated when they saw that the situation was far from good. Rumble. The sounds of energy collisions continued to ring out. Everyone was shocked as they watched the battle in the arena. The rumbling sounds of the earth splitting apart continued. Smoke and dust swept across the sky as well as energy ripples covered the entire battlefield. Such an attack was simply too powerful and ferocious. That kid should be smashed to pieces by Boss's attack. Boss's attacks are even stronger than some domain stage practitioners. A mere mid-corporeal stage kid is nothing. Pride and ridicule once again appeared on the faces of the Liao Wei city cultivators after they saw such a vast wave of energy. They all believed that the kid would not be able to survive. Looking back at Zichen's side, other than a few people who were still full of confidence in Zichen, everyone else's faces were more or less filled with worry. Zichen was the strongest amongst them. If even Zichen could not block the opponent's attack, then they would likely die here. You want to use this kind of attack to kill Zichen? Stop dreaming, Wu Xie replied indifferently with a disdainful smile when he heard the various disdainful voices. On the battlefield, the tremors gradually came to a stop, and the energy ripples also dissipated. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the battlefield. On the messy battlefield, there was a huge fissure that was thousands of feet wide in the ground. Two figures stood on the other side of the huge fissure. Looking at the black-robed figure indifferently standing there, the cultivators from Liao Wei City couldn't help but cry out in alarm. On Zichen's side, Ji Wei and the others also let out a sigh of relief. On the battlefield in front of them, Zichen was completely unscathed. Even his clothes weren't torn, so naturally, he wasn't injured. There was only a little bit of dust on his body. How is this possible? The difference between their realms is so great, and their battle skills are also one level apart. How could he still be alive? This is impossible. This must be an illusion, or Boss was holding back. They naturally knew how powerful their boss was. Even in Liao Wei City, he could be ranked in the top 5. However, he couldn't kill someone who was using a low-grade battle skill with a mid-grade battle skill. Not only did he not kill him, he didn't even injure him. You do have some skills. Wei Qiong's gaze towards Zichen became even colder. He coldly snorted, and with a tap of his foot, he directly flew through the huge fissure and attacked Zichen. Just as Wei Qiong moved, Zichen's figure also flashed into the air. He then stretched out his hands to block this powerful attack. His left hand formed a fist, while his right hand formed a palm. Both attacks were launched at the same time. One fist strike, one palm strike, and one palm strike, carrying the same amount of energy fluctuations, bombarded the fist light in front of him. After the attack, Zichen easily retreated 5 steps. 2 sword auras with sword-killing intent also burst out from his fingertips. Boom! The 4 attacks hit the fist light one after another, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Ripples appeared in the sky above. Seeing that their boss's attack was so easily neutralized by 4 attacks, Liao Wei City's people were immediately shocked. How does he know so many king-level battle skills? And he can use them so casually. Although these are all entry-level battle skills, how can he be proficient in all of them? Could it be, its true meaning, the true essence of a king-level battle skill? He actually comprehended it. Exclamations sounded one after another from below. In the sky, Wei Qiong launched another attack. The 2 figures constantly flashed and intertwined. Everyone on Zichen's side gradually relaxed when they saw that Zichen hadn't killed or been injured for a long time. On the other hand, the people of Liao Wei City's expression had been fluctuating intensely because of Zichen's performance. Bang! Wei Qiong launched another fist light. Zichen stared at his opponent's attack. His spiritual senses also wandered around his opponent's body, probing the waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. As for himself, when the fist light arrived, he turned into an aurora and flashed away at lightning speed. Zichen's speed surprised Wei Qiong. Naturally, he was also very angry because his following attacks couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Do you only know how to dodge? Wei Qiong was furious and yelled at Zichen. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a perfect spiritual sense transformed into a human figure that was rapidly punching. Zichen had fought once in the real world, but he had already attacked thousands of times in the sea of consciousness. Whoosh! With another punch, the space in front of him was violently distorted. Then, a surge of power swept through the sea of consciousness. A dazzling and powerful fist light appeared in the sea of consciousness. Success! The perfect spiritual sense dissipated from the sea of consciousness. Then, a voice echoed in the sea of consciousness. He had successfully comprehended the mid-grade battle skill. In the real world, Zichen's eyes flashed with 2 rays of light. He sneered and said indifferently, "Okay, let's decide the winner with the next blow." As his voice fell, Zichen's body suddenly released a powerful aura. Boundless golden light emanated from his body. That golden light was so dazzling that it made everyone feel as if they were looking at a golden-armored war god. When Wei Qiong heard Zichen's words, killing intent surged on his face. The blue veins on his arm bulged. Waves of power surged to his arm until his entire arm was filled with spatial power. He sneered at Zichen. Then, he took a step forward and launched a punch. Explosive fist. At this moment, there seemed to be only this dazzling fist light left between heaven and earth. The powerful aura carried by the fist light made everyone feel great danger. Even Zichen, who was like a war god, seemed to be overshadowed by this punch. As one of the top 5 existences in Liaowei City, this punch of Wei Qiong's had exceeded the power of his level. However, if he wanted to rely on this attack to kill Zichen, it was obviously not enough. As the fist light pointed forward, the golden light on Zichen's body suddenly dimmed. Waves of power gathered towards his right fist like flowing water. At the position of his fist, the golden energy was like a sun. Then, Zichen clenched his fist and launched a punch forward. The moment the fist light was launched, a low shout resounded in the sky. Explosive fist. The dazzling fist light erupted and went straight to Wei Qiong's fist light. Looking at the two of them attacking the same way, everyone below was dumbfounded. What's going on? How does this guy know the explosive fist? Although the explosive fist was not a rare king-level combat skill, it was not something that anyone could learn casually. However, how did this guy, who only knew a low-level combat skill, learn it? Before anyone could delve into this question, the 2 dazzling fist lights collided. Boom! Amidst the huge energy shock, the void seemed to be torn apart. Waves of terrifying energy rippled like waves. Wei Qiong's expression suddenly changed. Then, he was swallowed by the boundless waves, and his figure fell to the ground. In the sky, Zichen was still standing indifferently. His body was dazzling with golden light. In front of him was a 3-meter-wide protective zone. The many waves stopped and dissipated when they reached this zone. Looking at the bloody line in the sky and the figure at the end of it, Liaowei City's cultivators were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This guy was running just now. How did he become so strong now? Also, what's up with that explosive fist? While everyone was still in a daze, they saw a bloody hand reach out from the deep pit. Then, Wei Qiong climbed out of the deep pit. Seeing that Wei Qiong was still alive, Wei Qiong and the others were somewhat disappointed. They wondered why this guy was not killed in one hit. Other than a trace of disappointment, what they revealed the most was shock. They knew that Zichen did not know any mid-grade battle skills before, but now he had actually unleashed such an attack. It seemed like he had once again grasped a new battle skill. Wei Qiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Zichen. He asked coldly, "You've always known the explosive fist?" Zichen smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "I didn't know it before. To be precise, I didn't know it before seeing you all. But after seeing you all, I knew it. You didn't know it before, but now you know it. What does this mean?" After everyone in Liaowei City understood, deep shock appeared on their faces. Obviously, he had just learned it. Although it sounded unbelievable, It was the truth. What kind of comprehension was this to learn it after just seeing it a few times? I didn't expect an existence like you to appear in Hupping City. This kind of comprehension is enough to enter the top 3 in our Liao Wei city. You. Zichen interrupted Wei Chong's words and said indifferently, as for the bullshit recruitment, don't say it. Do you have any other moves? If you do, hurry up and use them. If not, I'll send you all on your way. When the cultivators of Liao Wei City heard this, their expressions couldn't help but tighten. Earlier, they could laugh at Zichen for overestimating himself, but after Zichen injured Wei Qiong with a single strike, they didn't dare laugh at him in the slightest. Brat, you really think I don't have any other moves? Let me tell you, I only used a mid-level fist technique that I'm not good at. Now, I'll let you see my strongest move. As he spoke, a heavy hammer appeared in Wei Qiong's hand. Originally, Zichen's eyes were shining, thinking that he would see a new skill. But after seeing the heavy hammer, he seemed disappointed. Chapter 1346. The brawny man held a heavy hammer in his hand. The surface of the heavy hammer was suffused with a dark luster, giving people a sense of oppression as the light surged. Next, I'll show you a king-tier battle skill that's infinitely close to the upper tier. The brawny man growled, and the bulging muscles on his body were filled with explosive power. Boss is going to use his ultimate move. Haha, this guy is dead for sure. Seeing the brawny man take out the heavy hammer, the cultivators of Liao Wei City felt relieved again. Although this guy from Hupping City looked extraordinary, in front of a high-level battle skill, he was obviously not enough. Zichen, who originally hoped to learn another skill, was completely disappointed after seeing the heavy hammer. Although he quickly learned the explosive kill fist, the premise was based on the fact that Zichen had been studying this skill recently. But the heavy hammer. Zichen had never used it before and did not have the energy to study it again, so he gave up. Therefore, after giving up, Zichen decided to end the battle quickly. He glanced at the brawny man and said indifferently, "Next, let's decide life and death with one blow." Haha, that's what I was thinking. The brawny man laughed and waved the heavy hammer, causing the void to tremble. Zichen tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand. His originally indifferent eyes suddenly became cold, and a trace of murderous intent emerged from the bottom of his heart. Golden light flashed under his feet, and his whole body was like a golden lightning bolt, rushing toward the brawny man. "You're courting death." The brawny man roared again and raised the heavy hammer in his hand high. Streaks of dark light lit up from the head of the hammer. These lights were the power after the fusion of space, directly causing the void to tremble. Boom! The power of space on the heavy hammer was almost contained to the limit, and the aura on it was completely violent. The blue veins on the brawny man's arm protruded like small snakes. As these blue veins wriggled, the heavy hammer smashed toward Zichen. 10 mountains. As the heavy hammer smashed down, the burly man's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Wave after wave of surging power appeared. These powers seemed to have transformed into 10 mountains, crushing down on Zichen one after another. Boom! Every time a mountain came crashing down, the void would explode, and the space would distort because of it. Down below, Wu Xie and the others couldn't help but have worried expressions on their faces when they saw the enormous power of the heavy hammer in the sky. On the other side, the people of Liao Wei City were cheering complacently. His opponent's attack was like a mountain, bringing with it a great sense of oppression. It was many times more powerful than the middle-ranked battle skill he had just used. Zichen, who was charging forward with extreme speed, also felt a great resistance, even though he was stepping on the power of space to move forward. 10 layers of mountain-like energy pressed down, and the strong wind blew Zichen's robes, making them flutter. His black hair danced wildly, and 2 cold bolts of lightning seemed to flash through his eyes. In his hand, the engravings on the black blade lit up one by one. Then, a tyrannical aura emerged from the black blade. This tyrannical aura was like a black dragon facing the sky, confronting the 10 layers of energy. In the sky, 2 rays of light, one above the other, were extremely dazzling. The moment the black blade lit up, Zichen let out a roar, beheading. The black blade trembled slightly, then slashed diagonally toward the sky. A black ray of light like a waterfall rushed toward the 10 layers of energy mountains. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tremors resounded between heaven and earth, and the 2 rays of light began to collide. The black ray of light was like a black dragon, pressing forward, breaking through layer after layer of heavy mountains. Everyone raised their heads, watching the great collision between life and death in shock. 7 of the 10 layers of energy mountains were directly broken, but the black dragon was no longer as blazing as before. Its indomitable momentum was met with great resistance, and it slowly moved forward. Boom, boom, boom. Then, 3 more explosions sounded. The last 3 layers of attack were also disintegrated by the black dragon, but because the black dragon had consumed too much energy, it dimmed and dissipated after rushing out of the 10 layers of energy waves. The 10 layers of energy waves and the black dragon disappeared, but the battle was not over. The heavy hammer carried destructive power, and it fell from the sky, smashing toward Zichen. This was the most powerful attack of this attack. Zichen's beheading was also due to his long blade. The 2 rays of light collided again, and the void trembled, but there was no sound of vibration. Then, the crowd saw the 2 rays of light rushing past. Zichen's figure shot toward the sky, and the strong man's figure fell to the ground. Both parties looked at the 2 figures with concern. Clearly, when the 2 figures clashed, they could see that the strength of the 2 combatants was evenly matched. Zichen's charging figure stopped after flying a few hundred meters. Then, he clutched his chest with one hand and violently coughed out blood. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. Ha, he's injured, and seriously injured. He's going to die soon. When the nervous people of Liaowei City saw this scene, someone shouted excitedly. Bang! The strong man's body did not stabilize, and he fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Whether it was the people of Liaowei City or Zichen's side, they all looked at the big pit. Zichen was injured, and what about the strong man? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pit, waiting anxiously and patiently. Time passed by minute. However, there was no movement in the deep pit. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. The cultivators of Liaowei City seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. Cough, cough. A light cough sounded from the sky. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Zichen again. The latter's face was a bit pale, but he was still in the middle stage and could still fight. Don't wait, he's dead. As soon as Zichen's voice fell, a cultivator jumped out and reprimanded Zichen. Impossible, you're talking nonsense. How could my boss Wei die? My boss won't die. You should be the one dying. Another person was unable to accept this fact and directly rushed towards the deep pit in front of him. However, after taking 2 steps, his body suddenly stopped. He seemed to have received an electric shock as his body began to tremble on the spot. As for his face, it was filled with disbelief. Behind him, the other people of Liaowei City also had a drastic change in expression. In the deep pit, there was a fist-sized dot of light. Everyone was all too familiar with this dot of light. It was the luck dot. Since the luck dot appeared in the deep pit, there was no need to investigate the life and death of the strong man. The dot of light floated towards the sky and then disappeared in front of Zichen. On the other hand, Zichen's lucky points, which were originally 37 points, suddenly increased to 188 points. Feeling the change in his luck dot, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, killing and plundering were faster. Then, his eyes swept over the people of Liaowei City who were still in a daze. His eyes gradually turned cold, and in the end, he said indifferently, "Kill, don't leave a single one alive." Wu Xie and the others who had been waiting for a long time couldn't wait. Following Zichen's order, everyone went crazy and killed the people of Liaowei City who had already lost their confidence. Swoosh! A destructive beam of light appeared between Wu Xie's eyebrows. He directly attacked the person who had fought with him before. On the other side, a thick beam of light appeared from the Aurora Pegasus's horn and rushed towards the blue-armored cultivator. Among the group, the 2 of them were the strongest. As long as they were dealt with, the others were nothing to be afraid of. Manshur, the red-eyed boar demon, and the other battle beasts also attacked the others. Shang Guanhong raised her hand and shot out a green light. The green light directly merged into the body of a cultivator. In the next moment, a green plant appeared in this ruined world. Obviously, Shang Guanhong's attack was so powerful because it was a kind of innate skill. When it was time to kill the drowning dogs, Jiyu Wei and the others didn't want to be outdone. They all rushed forward and began to kill crazily. With the leader dead, Liaowei City's side still had 23 people, which was a lot more than Zichen's side. If they really fought with their lives on the line, then Zichen's side wouldn't have an easy time either. They might even be able to kill a few people. Unfortunately, their morale had been greatly affected by the large man's death. Adding on the fact that Wu Xie and the others had practically instantly killed two of their strongest experts, they were only able to use 60 to 70% of their full strength. Their defeat was only a matter of time. The battle ended very quickly. Just as Zichen said, no one was left alive in this battle. After everyone was killed, the next thing was a feast of luck points. Balls of luck points of different sizes floated out one after another and then found their own owners. After feeling the jump of luck points, everyone's faces were filled with joy. As the number of people killed increased, everyone found that the luck points were only given to the person who killed the person. So, everyone divided the luck points according to their contributions. While everyone was counting their gains, Zichen sat cross-legged not far away to heal his wounds. After killing the leader and seeing the two strongest people die, he didn't continue to attack. The brawny man's strength was not weak, and his last attack had also injured Zichen. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zichen opened his eyes and saw a beautiful figure walking over. "How are your wounds?" Shang Guanhong asked with concern when she saw Zichen wake up. "It's fine. I'm almost healed." Zichen got up and stretched his body. Dongqing also came over at this time, but after seeing that Zichen was fine, he didn't say anything. In the distance, the spoils of war had been distributed. Wu Xie and Jiyu Wei also came over with the others. This time, they had gained a lot, and they also saw Zichen's powerful strength. With such a powerful existence, everyone could almost see a beautiful future. "Now, are we going to continue?" Jiyu Wei came up and asked. Chapter 1347. In this battle, Zichen and the others undoubtedly won a great victory, but they also realized their own shortcomings. They had only just entered the 5th floor, but they had already encountered an existence like the brawny man. And according to the brawny man, he didn't seem to be the strongest among them. The deeper they went, the greater the danger, and it was possible to encounter stronger existences. After this battle, Zichen faintly had a bad feeling that he might encounter some humans who had successfully broken through to the domain realm. After killing the brawny man's group, Zichen and the others were temporarily safe in this area. Next, they would look for battle beasts and battle spirits to spar with. Zichen didn't have a method to teach mid-rank skills for the time being, so he could only tell them some of his experience, hoping that it would be helpful. Everyone stayed here for 7 days. During these 7 days, except for Zichen, everyone was looking for opponents to spar with. Of course, Zichen wasn't idle either. The perfect spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness turned into a light shadow and quickly appeared. Mid-rank level 1 battle skill, explosive killing fist. During these 7 days, Zichen's understanding of the explosive killing fist had deepened. After Zichen shared some of his experiences with the others, they gradually gained some insights as well. "Zichen, I found traces of humans." Another morning, Liu Wei and Wang Jun, who had not returned for an entire night, brought back a piece of news. Initially, the two of them were opponents, and Wang Jun had lost to Liu Wei. However, after spending some time together, the relationship between the two of them had improved. "Are they still from Liaowei City?" Zichen opened his eyes and asked. "I'm not sure. We turned back after hearing the sound of battle, but from the sound, it should be a large-scale battle. There should be a lot of people on the other side," Liu Wei said. "To kill or not to kill?" Wu Xie and the others were all excited when they heard this. They all walked over and asked Zichen for his opinion. To kill or not to kill, Zichen was also hesitating. The strong preys on the weak. This is the law of the world. If we don't kill them, They will kill us instead, Zhou Wei said as he walked over. Obviously, with Zichen's powerful battle strength, there was no need for them to be afraid of anything. It was necessary for them to fight for their lives. Moreover, everyone had too few luck points. If they wanted to encounter opportunities, they would need to continuously increase their luck points. Kill. Why aren't we killing? Man Sha also shouted. Zichen looked at the others and found that everyone more or less had the intention to fight. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go and take a look, but be careful." Zichen only gave a few simple instructions. After all, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Even if he realized that something was wrong, he would still be able to escape with everyone. In a huge mountain forest, a fierce battle was breaking out. The two sides of the battle were humans and beasts. There were more than a dozen beasts, and almost all of them looked the same. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. However, there were more than 50 humans participating in the battle. The person in the lead was wearing dark armor. His eyes were as cold as a blade. He held a long blade in his hand. When he swung the blade, sharp blades would appear. In front of him, there was a huge beast emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. When it charged, it would bring about an extremely powerful force. At this moment, there were several wounds on the body of this giant beast that had been cut by the sharp blade. Demonic blade slash. The man in the dark-colored battle armor roared with every attack. Soon after, a black blade light shot out like a waterfall. It brought along layers of spatial pressure as it slashed the body of the giant beast. It could be seen that in terms of comprehension, the man was much better than the beast. However, the beast's skin was rough and its defense was too strong. That was why he couldn't break through it for a long time. After another slash, the beast was knocked back. The man cursed, "Damn it, why are we so unlucky to encounter so many beasts? Now that we've made such a big commotion, I'm afraid it will attract people from Liaowei City." Thinking about how terrifying Liaowei City's cultivators were, the man's heart palpitated. He shouted, "Let's end this quickly." Because there were so many of them, and because they were all worried that Liaowei City's cultivators would come after hearing the commotion, everyone put in more effort, and the killing efficiency increased greatly. Soon, the other beasts were dealt with. Then, everyone worked together again to kill the big guy. Bang! As the big guy fell to the ground, the battle was declared over. This battle was a complete victory for their group, but there were also a few unlucky people who were accidentally killed during the battle. Damn it, we haven't even reached the area where Yanbo Castle is, and we've already lost dozens of people. The man couldn't help but look angry. Because of some cooperation this time, the two sides had made some kind of agreement before coming here. As long as the people from Northwind City could reach the area where Yanbo Castle was, they could find opportunities there. However, on the way forward, they had to be careful of the battle spirits and beasts, as well as the people from Liaowei City, so their speed was greatly reduced. As soon as the battle ended, before everyone could catch their breath, they sensed some movement. The face of the man in the lead changed instantly. He suddenly turned around to look behind him, and the long saber in his hand couldn't help but tremble. The others obviously also noticed the abnormality. When they turned around, their faces became extremely ugly. Practically all the cultivators of Liaowei City had mastered king-tier combat skills, and they were almost as difficult to deal with as battle beasts. If they were to be blocked by them, then most of them would probably die here. Most importantly, their plan to go deep into the city this time was obviously going to end in failure. However, after turning around, they were shocked to find that there were only a dozen people. Moreover, after sensing the city numbers in their knowledge sea, everyone was stunned. 107, 108, aren't these the numbers of Luguang City and Huping City? Why are they here? The group of more than 50 people felt extremely puzzled and puzzled. Some people who knew some kind of secret looked at them in disbelief. If the situation had developed according to normal circumstances, they should have been annihilated long ago. Just as these people were feeling surprised, the faces of the dozen people behind them also had the same look of surprise. 106, they are from Northwind City. Zichen's face was obviously stunned. He originally thought that the humans fighting were from Liaowei City. After all, This was their territory, but he didn't expect to encounter people from Northwind City. Originally, Zichen came to take a look. If he could fight, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would retreat. However, after seeing the people from Northwind City, he had to fight. And these people must die. People from Northwind City. These guys actually came here too. Wu Xie and the others didn't look good, especially Ji Wei and the others. After all, 4 of them had died in the hands of the people from Northwind City. The cultivators from Northwind City, who were originally extremely nervous, heaved a huge sigh of relief after seeing Zichen and the others. Compared to Liaowei City, the cultivators from these 2 cities were really not worth mentioning. A cultivator patted his chest and said with some trepidation, "I was scared to death. I thought a powerful existence had come. I didn't expect to encounter a group of lucky guys. Indeed, they should not have encountered our people since they were able to come here alive. It can indeed be called lucky. Every area here was big enough, so it was normal for the 2 parties not to encounter each other. Therefore, some cultivators from Northwind City only felt surprised and didn't think too much about it. The crowd, who had completely relaxed, looked at Zichen and the others with eyes full of ridicule and killing intent. The weapons in their hands were also suffused with a cold light. Waves of killing intent seeped out of their bodies and locked onto Zichen and the others. This was the reality. They were afraid of the people from Liaowei City, but they weren't afraid of Zichen and the others. Therefore, they killed them on sight. Zichen and the others didn't stop and walked straight ahead. Facing the killing intent, they didn't have the slightest fear on their faces. Zichen stopped 10 meters away from the leader and calmly looked at him. Interesting. You guys are lucky to have come here. Instead of running after seeing so many of us, you actually dare to take the initiative to come forward and court death. The leader smiled coldly and waved the long saber in his hand. Zichen was too lazy to explain anything. He just looked at the other party and calmly said, "It seems that you also use a saber. I saw that you used a move just now. It doesn't seem to be a first-grade king-level combat skill." The leader had a complacent look on his face and said proudly, "Of course, that's a middle-grade combat skill, demonic saber slash. If the comprehension is high enough, its power is not weaker than a high-grade combat skill. You guys shouldn't be able to come into contact with such a high-level thing." Zichen nodded and said truthfully, "Indeed, I can't come into contact with it, so I took a fancy to your move. You're courting death." Before the leader could speak, a cultivator beside him shouted. Then, 7 cultivators made a move to kill Zichen. Zichen glanced at the 7 people indifferently and said, "It seems that the 7 of you should have comprehended a low-grade combat skill." When the leader saw that Zichen was so calm, he didn't know why he had a bad feeling in his heart. This time, he didn't answer and directly slashed down with his saber. At the same time, he shouted, "Demonic saber slash." The saber light was like a waterfall and directly attacked Zichen in front of him. He directly attacked. The 2 of them were only 10 meters apart. His saber slashed Zichen without any suspense, but Zichen's figure in front of him disappeared like a phantom. Just as he was feeling extremely surprised, he found that the surrounding environment had changed. The place where he was standing was no longer solid ground, but a world full of colorful light. What is this place? Just as he was looking around in surprise, he heard the exclamation of his companions beside him. He turned around and saw that there were only 7 people left in the original team of dozens. Chapter 1348. My corporeal space, Zichen said with a faint smile as he looked at the bewildered expressions of the 8 people in front of him. That's impossible. How can a corporeal space be so big? Also, it can't be opened in the mana realm. The leader didn't believe Zichen at all. As far as he knew, the corporeal space had never been like this. Nothing is impossible. I'll send your companions on their way first, then wait for you to demonstrate your combat skills in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the colorful lights floating in the sky suddenly descended and wrapped around the 7 people like ropes. Under the colorful lights, the 7 people felt their movements become extremely sluggish, as if 10 huge mountains were pressing down on them. Their expressions changed drastically as a strong sense of danger rose in their hearts. However, at that moment, 7 rays of colorful light once again condensed where Chen was standing. These colorful lights directly transformed into 7 sharp blades that shot towards the 7 people in front of them with dense killing intent. The blades flashed with cold light, and 7 slashes sounded beside the man. Then, 7 heads were separated from their bodies. Seeing the 7 strongest people beside him being killed in one blow without any chance of resistance, the man's face turned pale. He suddenly thought of something. Perhaps it wasn't that his people didn't encounter them, but that they were the ones who came to kill them. In the outside world, everyone was clearly shocked when they saw their boss and the 7 strongest people suddenly disappear. However, at that moment, Wu Xie and the others roared in unison and launched a fierce attack at them. Man Shi transformed and attacked with a powerful blow, killing one person instantly. Wu Xie's vertical pupils shot out a ray of death, and another person died. Behind him, Dongqing began to summon her powerful battle beasts. With the appearance of the red-eyed demon boar and other powerful beings, the battle almost became a one-hit kill. The people who were already feeling uneasy after losing their boss completely panicked when they saw the next scene of slaughter. The following battle naturally had no suspense. Just as the battle between Chen and Sai Beicheng and the other cultivators in the Mana realm ended, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above Sai Beicheng in the outside world. The center of the vortex was a black hole that looked like the mouth of the netherworld. It descended from the sky with an extremely oppressive aura. What is that? Is someone attacking Northern Wire City? When the cultivators of Northern Sai City felt the oppressive aura and looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, they fell into a panic. Streams of light flashed past, and cultivators with powerful auras appeared one after another. These people were all in the domain realm, but they still felt a sense of fear when they saw the vortex in the sky. The black vortex descended from the sky with an extremely powerful oppressive aura, as if it was going to swallow the entire Northern Wire City. Scram! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the northern city. Then, a powerful aura emerged from the City Lord mansion. It was the strongest person in the northern city, the City Lord, who had made his move. A stream of light shot towards the center of the maelstrom. At the same time, a formidable and destructive aura spread out, seemingly intent on shattering the maelstrom. The huge whirlpool shook slightly, and traces of black light gushed out. The black light first landed on Liu Guang's body, and immediately dispersed Liu Guang. In the next moment, the figure in the stream of light was also struck by the black light and fell to the ground. Boom! A huge building was directly smashed down, followed by a series of horrified cries for help from the ruins. Then, there was another bang, and the figure was once again in the air. However, when he looked at the black vortex in the sky again, his eyes were filled with shock. When the other domain realm cultivators saw that the City Lord had been injured by a single blow, their faces were filled with horror. Since even the City Lord was no match for it, they naturally did not dare to rush forward. They could only wait and see. The entire Northern Wire City suddenly became extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone looked up at the huge maelstrom, and their hearts were filled with panic. Fortunately, the maelstrom did not really descend. Instead, it stopped 1,000 meters above Northern Wire City. Then, a powerful suction force came from the center of the maelstrom. This suction force was aimed at the entire Northern Wire City. Then, under the naked eye, the spiritual energy of Northern Wire City crazily rushed towards the black hole. When some of the domain realm cultivators saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. This was because not only was the spiritual energy of Northern Wire City flowing away, but there was also a wave of vitality. This vitality belonged to Northern Wire City, and it was a symbol of an ancient heritage. As the vitality flowed away, some of the cultivators in the city who had been enlightened and were about to break through suddenly felt as if there was an additional layer of fog between heaven and earth. This fog prevented them from seeing the path to breaking through. In the sky, the black hole had an aura that seemed like the might of heaven. Even the City Lord was injured by a single blow, and no one dared to rush forward. They could only watch as the black hole slowly dissipated after absorbing 10% of the vitality. When the phenomenon disappeared, a panicked shout came from the direction of Hunter's castle, the cultivators of Northern Wire City in the domain realm have been completely annihilated. This news was a blow to Northern Wire City, and it was no less than the loss of vitality of the entire city. At the same time, two huge, black vortexes appeared in the sky above Luguang City and Hupping City. Extremely dense vitality erupted from the black vortexes, pouring into the two cities. As the vitality filled every corner of the city, the cultivators cultivating in the city seemed to disperse like clouds. They all seemed to have gained an instant of enlightenment. What's going on? In Hupping City, the city lord Mu Feng and the experts from Hunter's Castle all flew into the air. They were also in disbelief when they saw the phenomenon in the sky. To the side, Mingzhu released his senses and said in disbelief, "This vitality is actually permanent." Ling Xing also opened his eyes and said in disbelief, "That's right. Logically speaking, such dense spiritual energy has already surpassed the limits of what Hupping City can endure, but, what's going on? What exactly is going on? Hupping City is now filled with spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It's almost no less than Sibei City. What exactly is going on?" Mu Feng also flew over in the air, then looked at official Wu and asked. Lord Wu was also very confused, but he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at a manager of the domain realm. "What's the situation of the people who entered the domain realm?" The manager said, "Apart from the first person, the others are all still alive." Could it be them? Lord Wu's expression changed. What's going on? Everyone was clearly confused as well. In the legends about the domain realm, there's a saying that the ranking of cities might change there. However, that's only a legend. After all, we've never encountered it before, Lord Wu said uncertainly. So you're saying that the situation here is because of the domain realm? Maybe. Then let's quickly see if our ranking has changed. How can it be so fast? If we want the ranking to change, we'll have to wait until the domain realm closes. Otherwise, how are Zi Chen and the others going to come back? However, the spiritual energy in Hupping City is indeed on par with Northern Wire City. The same thing was happening in Lu Guangqing, but they didn't understand why it was happening. However, they could vaguely guess what was going on. In the domain realm, Zi Chen and the others didn't know that slaughtering everyone in Northern Wire City would directly cause the city's ranking to drop. Zi Chen was currently comprehending the middle-tier technique, Demonic Blade Slash. In his reality, Zi Chen had analyzed the Demonic Blade Slash in depth 1,000 times. Coupled with the deduction of his perfect spiritual thoughts, he finally comprehended the technique. As for the master of the Demonic Blade Slash, he exhausted the last of his life after executing the technique and collapsed in Zi Chen's reality. Zi Chen had already comprehended the beheading slash to its limit. In other words, it was unrealistic for him to improve the power of the beheading slash at his current level. Therefore, he focused most of his energy on comprehending the new technique. The demonic blade slash was what Zi Chen had comprehended at the moment. He planned to collect some combat techniques related to blade techniques and comprehend them thoroughly before trying to innovate the beheading slash. A few days later, Zi Chen and the others advanced again. Along the way, they encountered some battle spirits and battle beasts. The deeper they went, the stronger the battle spirits and battle beasts became. After traveling for nearly a month, they didn't encounter a single human, which showed how big this area was. Since they didn't see any humans, the increase of their luck points slowed down significantly. Therefore, Wu Xie began to complain again, complaining that they didn't encounter any humans. It was worth mentioning that Wu Xie, Dong Qing, Shong Guanhong, Man Shu, and Ji Yu Wei had also successfully comprehended middle-tier techniques. Among the group, except for the two brothers, Ji Yu Wen and Ji Yu Qiong, the others had made great progress. The two brothers were array masters, and there weren't many places where array masters were needed along the way, so the two were a little unhappy. Especially after everyone continuously gave the two of them some luck points, the two brothers felt even more embarrassed. In this regard, Zi Chen didn't seem to care. He patted the two brothers on the shoulders and said, "It's okay. You are array masters. The deeper you go, the more useful you will be." Zi Chen's comfort made the two brothers feel a lot better. Therefore, when they were resting, the two brothers would work harder to set up arrays nearby to prevent others from entering by mistake. Unknowingly, the group left the area where the cultivators of Liaowei City were and arrived at a new area. If the entire outer periphery of the domain realm was divided into 5 layers, then each layer would be divided into 2 sublayers. In each sublayer, there would be 10 cities. After Zichen and the others passed through Liaowei City number 93, they would arrive at another city, and this city's number would be 83. This city's number corresponded to Yanbo Castle. However, Zichen and the others didn't know that after arriving at Yanbo Castle, they were still going deeper. When they set up camp again, the two brothers, who had set up a concealment array, sensed a number. This number was 83. Chapter 1349. When Go Wen noticed someone, he immediately went to inform Zichen. Wu Xie stood in the middle of the formation and stared at the cultivators from Yanbo Castle. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "It's just one person. Just kill him. Indeed, I can deal with this kind of trash by myself." Man Shi nodded and expressed his agreement. However, since Zichen didn't say anything, they could only brag. They wouldn't go out rashly. As the group went deeper, Zichen's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. The sound of footsteps came from behind them. They turned around and saw Zichen walking over. "Where are they from?" Zichen came to the edge of the formation and asked the cultivators outside. He couldn't sense their numbers through the formation, just like how they couldn't sense him. "Number 83, Go Wen said." "What? Number 83? Yanbo Castle?" Hearing Go Wen's words, Wu Xie stared at him and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll go out and kill him now." In Wu Xie's heart, Yanbo Castle was his biggest enemy. The others also agreed. Since they met, they would kill as many as they could. Man Shi and the others stared at Go Wen and his brother. Their gazes became extremely unfriendly. It was obvious that the two brothers didn't tell the truth. They only said that there was someone outside. If they had known that the people outside were from Yanbo Castle, they wouldn't have waited for Zichen to come. They would have killed them directly. "We can't kill him," Go Wen said timidly. "Why can't we kill him? Have you forgotten how he treated us?" Man Shi stepped forward and grabbed Go Wen's collar. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Man Shi withdrew his hand at lightning speed. There was a red fingerprint on the back of his hand. He wiped his fingerprints, then smiled at Zichen and said, "A mistake, a mistake. I was too impulsive, too impulsive." Zichen glanced at Man Shi and then looked at Wu Xie. It seemed that the two of them were the most active in the group. Man Shi could be considered as a living creature, so his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. However, after being lightly hit by Zichen, the back of his hand turned red. Wu Xie did not have the same defense as Man Shi. When he saw Zichen looking at him, he could only smile bitterly and say, "We are just anxious for revenge." Zichen no longer paid attention to the two of them. He looked at Go Wen and his brother and asked gently, "What did you find?" Because they didn't put in much effort, the two brothers took the initiative to be on guard duty. Sometimes, they would carefully go out to investigate. "He left." "No, he ran away. Should we kill our way out?" Man Shi shouted before Go Wen could speak. The cultivators outside paced back and forth for a while before flying off into the distance. "Damn it, he got away. We should have killed him," Wu Xie gritted his teeth and said angrily. "He didn't run away. He left." A slightly timid voice came from the side. It was Go Wen. "Isn't it the same as running away?" Man Shi looked at Go Wen. Being stared at by Man Shi, Go Wen felt a lot of pressure and didn't dare to look at Man Shi. However, he glanced at Zichen and found that the latter was not angry. Instead, he was looking at him encouragingly. He mustered up his courage and said, "It's not the same. He ran away because he was timid. Once he left, he wouldn't come back. But if he left, it's different. He will come back soon. This is the second time I saw him. He seems to be wandering around here. He doesn't look like he's looking for battle beasts or battle spirits. He looks like he's patrolling." Man Shi stared at him and asked, "Patrolling for what? Don't you want people to enter here?" "I think that should be the case." Bulsh asterisk T. It's fine as long as people come to kill him. Why do we need patrolling? Besides, what's the use of patrolling alone? Can he stop a group of people by himself? Mansha rebuked angrily. Gowen was a little afraid of Mansha, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Zichen. Obviously, Gowen thought that boss Zichen should have understood what he was trying to say. As for Mansha, he was just a simpleton. He was good at fighting, but he didn't need to use his brain. The others didn't say anything. They just looked at Zichen, waiting for him to make the final decision. If he comes here tomorrow, go out and kill him. If he comes here today, call me. Without my orders, no one is allowed to go out. After saying that, Zichen turned around and walked back. What do you mean? Is it different? Mansha scratched his head. He didn't understand the difference between today and tomorrow. Most of the others didn't understand, but Shang Guanhong was a meticulous person. She vaguely guessed Zichen's meaning and said softly, if he comes tomorrow, it means that he's just patrolling. It means that there's a strong warrior from Yanbo Castle in the depths of this place. What if he comes today? Does it mean that there's no strong warrior inside? Mansha asked, puzzled. If he comes again today, it also means that there's a strong warrior inside. Without waiting for Shang Guanhong to finish, Mansha said, isn't it the same? It's different. If he comes today, it means that there's a strong warrior inside. It also means that the strong warrior inside is very busy. Busy? Busy for what? Shang Guanhong said calmly, killing people, beasts, or opportunity. He came across an opportunity. That's why he sent someone out to patrol. Wu Xie's eyes flashed with excitement. The others also became excited. However, they were all guesses. Whether or not that was true, they still had to see if the original cultivator would come again. The group waited anxiously. At the same time, they hoped that the cultivator would come quickly. Obviously, the faster the cultivator came, the more likely they were to guess. He's here, he's here. Hurry up and call Zichen. In less than 2 hours, the group found the cultivator again. Wu Xie shouted excitedly. Oh, 2 patrols every 2 hours. It seems that he's been loitering around this area. As he approached, Zichen looked at the cultivator outside the formation. After the cultivator glanced around, he released his spiritual sense and carefully probed the area. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. Could it be that they really came across an opportunity and are collecting it now? If we go now, won't we just happen to come across it? Wu Xie was excited. This was not only because of some kind of opportunity, but also because they could ruin Yanbo Castle's good fortune. Maybe there really is something inside. You guys wait here. I'll go take a look first, Zichen said in a low voice. He was the strongest in the group. Naturally, it would be best for him to investigate. Be careful. Zichen walked out of the formation. However, he didn't go straight in. Instead, he walked in the direction of the cultivator who left. Zichen used his spiritual sense to lock onto the cultivator and followed him. His original intention was to find some useful clues from the cultivator, but the cultivator didn't have the habit of talking to himself. Along the way, he silently probed the surroundings and didn't say a single word. During this time, he would occasionally encounter a few battle beasts. He would detect them in advance and use his concealment techniques to avoid them. He didn't even kill battle beasts. As a result, Zichen was even more certain that there was something in the depths. Or rather, the people of Yanbo Castle were doing something in the depths. By the time they circled back to the hiding place, 2 hours had already passed. The cultivator in front of them left after probing once more. A moment later, Zichen's figure appeared. He gestured to the group in the formation and directly entered the depths. As they went deeper, Zichen once again found patrolling cultivators. This time, they were even more concentrated. After walking for a few kilometers, they would see a rainbow flash across the sky. In this way, Zichen walked and stopped, and finally reached the depths. Here, Zichen saw a group of Yanbo Castle's main forces. Not counting the patrolling cultivators, there were 30 to 40 people here. These people gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They seemed to be chatting idly, but their gazes were full of vigilance. At the center of the group, a cultivator sat cross-legged. The cultivator wore a blue robe and had his back to Zichen, so Zichen couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, after sensing the energy fluctuations surging around him, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. A breakthrough. The cultivator was actually breaking through. Zichen originally guessed that as he went deeper, he would encounter humans in the domain realm. He didn't expect to see someone breaking through as soon as he arrived. But if it was a breakthrough, would there be a need for a sentry every few steps? This formation seemed too grand. With a bewildered expression, Zichen approached again. When he felt that he had reached an extreme distance, he stopped and patiently observed in the dark. At the same time, he carefully scanned the surroundings with his perfect spiritual sense. Except for the cultivator who was breaking through, Zichen's spiritual sense had already scanned every corner of the area. However, he didn't find anything unusual. Could the problem be there? Zichen frowned slightly and looked again at the cultivator who was breaking through. The spatial fluctuations there were very strong, but this was caused by the cultivator who was about to break through. It didn't seem abnormal. Something's wrong. Zichen's eyes flashed. He found the problem. There was an obscure energy fluctuation around the cultivator who was breaking through. If one didn't pay attention to it, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. What is it? Zichen's eyes suddenly shone with gold and silver light. He had activated his yin-yang eyes. Under his yin-yang eyes, Zichen clearly saw that there were two kinds of energy around the cultivator who was breaking through. One was the energy of the cultivator who was breaking through, and the other was from a light spot. The light spot looked very bright under his yin-yang eyes. It seemed to be a crack, but there was a seal on the surface of the crack. Who is it? Just as Zichen was about to see what kind of seal it was, he suddenly heard a cold shout. The cultivator who was breaking through in front of him suddenly turned around and looked in his direction. The other vigilant cultivators also took out their weapons because of this shout. They then looked indifferently at the place where Zichen was hiding. Come out. The cultivator who was breaking through stood up. His eyes were as cold as lightning as he stared at a certain place in front of him. He released a powerful aura that was second only to the domain realm. Although the crowd did not see anyone in the direction of his gaze, they still believed in his judgment. Humph. Chapter 1350. Boom. He raised his hand and struck a certain space, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The space where the palm struck began to distort violently, and waves of violent energy swept across a radius of 1,000 meters. The group of cultivators coldly looked at the place where the energy was berserk. However, no matter how the space there distorted, not a single suspicious figure appeared. The cultivator who struck narrowed his eyes slightly, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. There's no one. Was it an illusion? He released his powerful spiritual sense, but did not find anything unusual. He snorted and said, "Everyone, be careful. Don't mess up at this juncture." Yes, the group of cultivators replied in unison, and then spread out to be on guard. When the distorted space returned to normal, Zichen walked out of his reality space. He was still hiding in the dark, but this time he did not stop and directly returned. How was it? What did you find? When Zichen returned, Wu Xie and the others all gathered around him with eager curiosity. I found a place of opportunity, Zichen said indifferently. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and kill. Wu Xie was somewhat impatient, and the others' eyes flashed with excitement. If we kill like this, I'm afraid that more than half of us will die, and we may not be able to obtain that opportunity, Zichen said coldly. What do you mean? There's a seal in that place, and the other party has dozens of people guarding it, but they did not break the seal directly. I think it has something to do with their strength. Then, Zichen described in detail what he had seen and heard on the way. Everyone's expressions became unnatural when they heard this. He Wei smiled bitterly and said, if we really need a domain realm expert to break it open, then how can we take the item from a domain realm expert after he breaks it open? Why not? When we joined forces, we almost killed a domain realm cultivator, Wu Xie said. Zichen shook his head and said, this is different. At that time, we were in the outside world, and Chuanxing did not know a king-level battle skill. I could see that the other party was very strong, and his understanding of the skill should be very deep. After a pause, Zichen continued, "This matter needs to be considered at length. We must not act rashly." Immediately after, Zichen and the others had a discussion and finally agreed on a plan. Zichen opened his own reality space, and Go Wen removed the array. Then, the group entered Zichen's reality space. Heavens, is this really the real world? Mancha stared at the boundless space and could not help but exclaim. Clearly, this was his first time here. However, Zichen's seemingly 3-meter-wide reality realm actually had a whole other world within it. This caused everyone to feel extremely shocked. What are those colorful lights? Is it the power of laws? But, why is there so much power of laws? Gong Wei looked up at the colorful lights in the sky. Zichen didn't enter. He didn't have time to answer the crowd's questions and exclamations. At this moment, he put away his corporeal space and began to venture deeper. This time, the people of Yanbo Castle's defenses were even tighter. Fortunately, Zichen's concealment skills were not bad. He avoided wave after wave of detection and reached the deepest part. He looked at the cultivator sitting cross-legged in the distance and did not continue forward. Next, he would wait for the cultivator to break through and then break the seal. Time passed as he waited. The energy fluctuations around the cultivator in front of him became more and more intense. Zichen guessed that it wouldn't be long before the cultivator took the final half step and became a powerhouse of the first layer. This was also the first time Zichen had seen someone break through to the domain realm. He watched with interest. A day later, the power of space around the cultivator began to surge wildly. The power of space within a radius of several thousand meters also began to surge violently. Then, it converged toward the cultivator who was breaking through. He's about to break through. Zichen stared straight ahead. As for the other people of Yanbo Castle, they also stopped patrolling and stared at the cultivator who was breaking through. Boundless energy gathered around the cultivator. The cultivator's body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the energy. Everyone looked on expectantly. Some people's expressions became extremely excited. Boom! Large amounts of energy converged toward the cultivator's body. A powerful aura was released from his body. His eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light flashed through them. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. Then, carefree and proud laughter resounded through the sky. He broke through. Big brother Xu Ming broke through. He finally broke through. Haha, it seems that this place can be opened. Hearing Xu Ming's complacent laughter, the group of Yangbo city cultivators also laughed softly. Their originally tense hearts also gradually relaxed. Xu Ming abruptly stood up and lifted his head to look at the sky. After which, he roared, "Open." As the word fell, a new space appeared in the sky. Although this space was only 1 meter in size, it was a real world. There was a sky, clouds, and real sand in this space. Of course, in addition to these, there was also a wild and domineering aura in this small space. That's the domain. Although it's only 1 meter in size, the aura it contains is much more powerful than the reality realm. The two sides are indeed not on the same level. Amidst the fervent discussions, Xu Ming pointed a finger at the 1 meter domain. As he pointed, a torrent of energy poured down from the domain and gathered at the tip of Xu Ming's finger. Go! Xu Ming looked at the domain energy at his fingertip, and the smile on his face grew wider. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he pointed his finger 5 meters away again. Whoosh! The ball of light formed by the domain energy left his fingertip and flew 5 meters away. Then, an earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky. The space at the point of attack began to tremble violently. A huge dot of light appeared in everyone's sight. When the dot of light came into contact with the domain energy, it directly shattered. Within the dot of light, a transparent spatial passage appeared. When the cultivators of Yanbo Castle saw the transparent passage, it was inevitable that some commotion would break out. On the other hand, Xu Ming's face was filled with excitement. In a flash, his body flashed and he headed towards the spatial passage. Leave some people to guard it. The rest of you, follow me. Xu Ming had already disappeared, but his voice echoed in the area. The cultivators looked at each other and saw the excitement and joy on each other's faces. Soon after, most of the cultivators rushed towards the passage, while the few that remained were left to guard it. Zichen quietly watched the figures disappear into the spatial passage. He did not immediately appear. Although he was very curious about the opportunities in the spatial passage, he had more important things to do. After a few breaths, only 9 cultivators remained from the original dozens. These 9 people were clearly in charge of patrolling. Of course, in addition to these 9 people, there were still many cultivators patrolling in the distance. In Zichen's reality space, everyone had already recovered from their previous shock. However, every time they saw the colorful light above their heads, a strange light would flash in their eyes. This reality space was very wide and, of course, very empty. Besides them, there was nothing else. As for the 2 void trees that Zichen had obtained, they had already been hidden. After all, the void trees were of great importance. Zichen still had to be cautious. I wonder when they will break through that secret area. Mansha was a little bored and scratched his head as he spoke. Who knows? I wonder if Zichen's plan will work. Beside him, Wu Xie also sat down in boredom. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the sky above this world. Get ready. We will end this quickly. Ji Yu Wen, Ma Ringqiang, the 2 of you come with me. As soon as the voice fell, everyone felt a strong force send them out. The sudden appearance of a group of people, including Zichen, startled the 9 patrolling cultivators. Immediately after, they detected the numbers of Zichen and the others. Their faces were filled with astonishment. However, they did not arrogantly mock them. Instead, they took the initiative to kill. As soon as they saw the group, they reflexively rushed toward the space tunnel. This action did not mean that they wanted to guard the space tunnel. Instead, they wanted to go in and report. However, before they could reach the space tunnel, they heard a cold snort from there. As they raised their heads to look, they were surprised to find that there were already 3 people standing there. The one leading them was a young man wearing a black robe. He had a handsome face, but his bright eyes were filled with killing intent. As for the other 2, they were squatting at the side and drawing on the ground. No one knew what they were doing. Send the signal. Kill them. When Big Brother Xu Ming appears, they will definitely die. The cultivator in front had a cold look in his eyes. Then, he shouted coldly and charged towards Zichen. The powerful aura of a peak late-stage cultivator surged around him. The long sword in his hand lit up with rays of light. Then, he struck a powerful blow towards Zichen. At the same time, the 2 cultivators behind him also sent a signal. A beam of light shot up into the sky and exploded in the sky. Zichen glanced indifferently at the beam of light that shot up into the sky. He sneered and said, I wanted to kill you all before sending the signal. Since you have already sent the signal, it saves us a lot of trouble. When the cultivator heard this, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What does he mean by sending the signal? Does he want to kill everyone in one fell swoop? Just as this inconceivable thought appeared in his mind, he saw the black-robed man in front of him make his move. A dazzling black saber light slashed toward him. Bang! A powerful force circulated, and his attack was instantly broken. Then, the saber light continued forward and swept past him. Puff! Chapter 1351. Seeing their comrade, who had comprehended a mid-grade battle skill, get killed in a single blow, the other 2 were shocked. Their bodies involuntarily stopped, and they turned around to flee. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a giant standing in front of them. The giant's body emitted a black color, as if it was made of steel. Its body emitted a powerful and oppressive aura. Go to hell! Just as the 2 trembled in fear at the sight of the steel giant shouted coldly and threw 2 punches at the 2. The dazzling light of the fists contained the comprehension of a king battle skill. An extremely powerful aura surged as it heavily slammed into the 2. Boom! Boom! The 2 were directly sent flying. As they flew, they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Mansha finished off the 2 with 1 punch. But before a hint of joy appeared on his face, he saw the two flying in the direction of the spatial tunnel. This discovery immediately caused a look of shock to appear on his face. If the two of them were to enter, even if they were corpses, it would still attract the attention of others. At that time, not only would Zi Chen's plan to annihilate them all fail, they would also be in trouble. But even if Mansha discovered it, it was too late to stop it. The dazzling light of the fists suddenly appeared in front of Mansha's worried eyes. The golden light of the fists hit the two flying people. As the energy vibrated, the two's bodies exploded in the sky. Phew! Seeing this, Mansha heaved a huge sigh of relief. Zi Chen, who had punched, glanced at Mansha indifferently. He did not blame the other party. Mansha stuck out his tongue and smiled awkwardly. There were a total of 9 people guarding. Zi Chen and Mansha killed 3 of them, and the other 6 were divided and killed by the others. Zi Chen glanced at the Aurora Pegasus, then looked at Dong Qing on its back and said, "Go. Be careful. Don't let anyone go." Dong Qing wore a close-fitting battle armor. Her waterfall-like long hair was tied into a neat ponytail. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zi Chen. She nodded lightly, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Dong Qing's goal this time was to kill all the Yanbo Castle cultivators who came after hearing the news and tried to escape. Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang were setting up a killing array at the entrance. Their goal was to kill all the cultivators who entered. As for Zi Chen and the others, they remained where they were, waiting for the group of cultivators to rush back after receiving the message. Everyone went into hiding, and only the Go brothers were still busy. 5 or 6 streams of light appeared in the sky. They were rushing over at top speed. However, other than the traces of battle, they could not see any of their companions. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Someone saw the 2 brothers busying themselves at the entrance and shouted from afar. The 2 brothers didn't seem to have heard the shout, and continued to set up the array at a leisurely pace. Only their slightly trembling hands showed that they were slightly nervous. "You dare to set up a formation there? Do you want to die? So they are from Hupping City. Kill them. Charge forward and destroy the 2 of them." When they got closer, they knew who the 2 brothers were from their serial numbers. Killing intent immediately appeared in their eyes, and they charged toward the 2 brothers. Although they didn't know the details of Yanbo Castle's loss in Hupping City, they knew that they had suffered a loss. Thus, they naturally wouldn't be polite when they met again today. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the 2 brothers, and no one paid attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, a cultivator felt as if a shadow had appeared in the corner of his eyes. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a shadow. His expression also changed greatly when he saw the shadow. He saw a saber light flash before his eyes and disappear in a flash. After killing one person, Zi Chen's figure flashed. Then, he used his extreme speed movement technique and flew toward the second person. At the same time, Wu Xie, Man Shuo, and the others appeared one after another from their hiding places and began to kill the people who came. Xu Ming led the group into the spatial tunnel and arrived at another space. This space wasn't very big, with a total area of less than 50 kilometers. The entire space was empty, and one could see the end of it at a glance. At the end of their line of sight, a huge ball of light appeared. The ball of light emitted a dazzling light, but it looked like a flowing ball of liquid. "There's no danger." Seeing the only ball of light in this space, everyone was stunned because there wasn't any danger that should have appeared here. A cultivator licked his lips and said excitedly, "The fact that there's no danger means that we're lucky. That only ball of light should be some kind of supreme treasure. Let's go." Xu Ming also pondered for a moment, then signaled everyone to charge forward. However, as soon as they moved, they saw rays of light appear out of thin air in front of them. After these rays of light appeared, they turned into human figures. These human figures were very cold, and extremely powerful auras surged from their bodies. When the group of cultivators saw these human figures, their expressions immediately changed. During this time, some cultivators even cried out in surprise, "Battle spirit! Why are they all battle spirits?" Indeed, these human figures were all battle spirits. Although they were only first-grade battle spirits, there were dozens of them, and it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Xu Ming's cold gaze swept across the group of battle spirits in front of him, and his expression changed little by little. In the end, he muttered to himself, "Is this a coincidence?" As he muttered to himself, a cultivator cried out in surprise, "Why are there as many battle spirits as we are?" The others also noticed the abnormality, and their expressions changed. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll know when we kill our way over." Xu Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes turned cold. He had just broken through to the domain realm, and he possessed powerful battle strength. His confidence was also at an explosive state. The first thing he did was to charge at the battle spirits in front of him. Boom! As he charged forward, he struck out with his palm, and a terrifying palm print directly exploded on a battle spirit. The latter didn't have time to counterattack, and his body disappeared along with the palm print. Taking care of a battle spirit with a single strike, this ease caused some people behind him to cheer. Xu Ming smiled faintly, and then struck out with another palm. A palm print emitting a destructive aura rushed toward the second battle spirit, but this time, the palm print didn't explode on the battle spirit's body. Instead, it passed through the battle spirit's body and exploded in the distance. "What's going on? Why didn't I hit it?" The cheers behind him came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked ahead in disbelief. Xu Ming also had a puzzled look on his face. Then, he attacked another battle spirit, but just like before, the palm print passed through the battle spirit's body and exploded in the distance. These battle spirits didn't attack, and they just stood there and let Xu Ming attack. However, except for the first battle spirit, the other battle spirits couldn't be killed. "Maybe it's one battle spirit per person. You go up and try." Xu Ming glanced at the cultivator beside him. The latter nodded and rushed toward the battle spirits with his weapon in hand. However, just as he moved, one of the battle spirits that hadn't moved before also moved. The battle spirit held a spear in its hand and shot toward the cultivator at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The weapons collided, and a clanging sound rang out. The cultivator was knocked back several steps. "It seems like that's the case. Each of you take one battle spirit. I'll go first." Xu Ming nodded. After giving the order, he rushed forward. The other battle spirits did not stop him and allowed Xu Ming to pass by. However, Xu Ming didn't go far before another light figure appeared. It turned into a battle spirit and waited in front of him. This battle spirit was even stronger than the previous one. Xu Ming attacked again. Just as Xu Ming successfully dealt with the second battle spirit, the cultivators behind him and the battle spirits began to fight. In a one-on-one battle, there was no way to gang up on them. The cultivators of Yanbo Castle naturally won and lost, and in this place, defeat often meant death. However, there were still some cultivators who felt that they couldn't win, and turned to run outside. However, even if they ran outside, there was a killing array that cut off their escape route. The result was the same. As soon as the battle began, Xu Ming relied on his powerful strength to rush toward the light spot in the depths. In the outside world, the cultivators of Yanbo Castle who heard the news were almost all dead. "Let's end this quickly." After chopping off another head, Zichen coldly shouted. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of the second cultivator. This cultivator had long been scared out of his wits by everyone's killing methods. At this moment, he was already thinking of retreating. However, in front of Zichen's shining blade, it was all over. "Ah, why is there a formation here? Damn it, what the hell is going on?" However, while the slaughter was going on outside, the two brothers at the entrance had also finished setting up the killing array. As soon as it was completed, cultivators rushed out from inside and accidentally entered the killing array. Then, a series of panicked cries of alarm rang out. Hearing the cries of alarm, everyone subconsciously turned to look at the killing array. They saw the injured cultivators. Wu Xie rushed to Zichen's side in a flash. He looked at the cultivators in the killing array and said coldly, "They must have encountered some kind of danger inside and ran out because they couldn't win. Counting the number of cultivators killed, there shouldn't be many left." He glanced at the Flame Bow City cultivators who were fleeing in fear, and said indifferently, "Leave a few battle beasts here to clean up. The rest of you, follow me in." Hearing this, Ji Wei and the others retreated. Even Dong Qing retreated, leaving only a few battle beasts behind. As for the people who rushed out of the killing array, they had already been killed. Follow me. You two brothers follow as well. As he spoke, Zichen rushed toward the entrance. However, just as he was about to reach the entrance, Ji Yuwen pointed a finger, and a ray of light fell on Zichen's body. This ray of light could prevent the killing array from activating. Zichen's body flashed and entered the spatial passage. Then, Wu Xie and the others rushed in one after another. The two brothers were the last to enter. After Zichen entered the space, he heard the sound of energy explosions. Then, he saw many cultivators fighting with battle spirits. At this moment, everyone was busy fighting. No one paid any attention to Zichen and the others. Chapter 1352. Wu Xie's eyes widened as he stared at the single dot of light. What's that? A supreme treasure, he exclaimed. It's the only supreme treasure in this space, Mansha added as he looked at the flickering dot of light. Look, someone's already gone over there. Ji Wei pointed at a figure in the distance. Xu Ming had already flown far away and was about to reach the ball of light. Let's deal with the others first. Zichen glanced at where Xu Ming was, then retracted his gaze and looked at the cultivators fighting the war spirits. No one knows what that thing is. It's fine if it's something temporarily useless, but what if it's a powerful weapon? If he obtains it, we'll all be in danger. Our top priority right now is to stop him or get that thing as soon as possible, Shong Guanhong said as she took a step forward. Zichen was also worried, but in this situation, how could he leave? Just in case, Zichen, you go first. Leave this place to us. Wu Xie had no objections. That's right. Zichen, you go first, Mansha also said. Zichen was still somewhat hesitant. Hurry up and go. You can't block everything for us. There's still a long way to go, Ji Wei said in a deep voice. Zichen looked back at the group. They all nodded. Good. Be careful. If you can't handle it, retreat first. After saying that, Zichen rushed forward. Because Xu Ming had been gone for a long time, Zichen couldn't hide his strength anymore. As he rushed forward, the heavenly lightning wings appeared on his back. His body released a powerful and tyrannical aura. Golden light flashed around his body. On his back, the lightning wings flickered with thousands of silver lightning bolts. Under the cover of the golden and silver light, Zichen was as eye-catching and dazzling as the only ball of light in this world. After looking at the dazzling figure, the cultivators of Yanbo Castle realized that there was an outsider. Their expressions changed greatly, and some of them were instantly killed by the battle spirit because they were slightly distracted. The battle spirits that killed human cultivators would also disappear in the next moment. Big brother Xu Ming, there's an intruder. A shout rang out in this space. Xu Ming, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, also turned his head when he heard this. He also frowned. He could not understand why an outsider would rush over so quickly. Just as he was guessing who had arrived, he saw Zichen charging forward. Zichen's body was emitting a dazzling light, which was still very eye-catching at this moment. Moreover, the dazzling light emitted from his body was also very powerful. Even Xu Ming's expression turned serious when he saw this. However, the moment he sensed the fluctuation of realm from Zichen's body, as well as the city number that appeared in his mind, the slight seriousness on his face immediately disappeared. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and it was replaced by a thick sense of mockery. Someone from Hupping City still dares to come here. You're simply courting death. He sneered and turned around, preparing to take the supreme treasure first. However, before he could turn around, Zichen was attacked by a battle spirit in front of him. As for Xu Ming, who was originally watching this battle with interest, the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth slowly disappeared, and then it turned into a sneer. Zichen, who was charging forward, did not attack the battle spirit. Instead, he directly rushed into the depths of the space. Behind him, the battle spirit was also chasing closely. In this way, Zichen's speed was almost unimpeded. However, there was still a good show to watch. Sure enough, after flying for a short distance, another battle spirit appeared in front of Zi Chen. When the battle spirit saw Zi Chen, it launched a powerful attack at him. The lightning wings on Zi Chen's back vibrated. The light under his feet flashed, and he flashed past. He continued to charge forward. Soon after, Zi Chen encountered the fourth and fifth battle spirits. Xu Ming shook his head as he gazed at Zi Chen, who was about to be surrounded by battle spirits. The mocking smile on his face gradually turned into disappointment. According to Ling Dong, there are also a few experts in Hupping City. I originally wanted to see them, but it looks like I won't have the chance now. Even he would have to expend a great deal of effort to win when surrounded by 5 battle spirits. As for that late corporeal stage guy, he had no chance of victory at all. Xu Ming shook his head in disappointment, turned around and left. Behind him, some cultivators took advantage of the battle to shoot a glance at Zi Chen. Soon after, mocking looks appeared on their faces. They originally thought that he would be a threat, but who would have thought that he was actually a brainless fool? Wasn't he just courting death by charging forward so recklessly? Just as the cultivators in Yanbo Castle believed that Zi Chen was dead for sure, his figure was also surrounded by 5 battle spirits. Each of the 5 battle spirits was stronger than the last. The strongest was already a 2nd-grade battle spirit. This kind of existence was called the half-step domain realm. After the 5 battle spirits surrounded Zi Chen, they all attacked together, each of them unleashing their strongest attacks. Zi Chen, who was charging forward, also stopped at this moment. There was no panic in the depths of his cold eyes. Instead, he appeared very calm. He gripped the black saber tightly in his hand. The runes engraved on the surface of the black saber lit up one by one. Soon after, a vague shadow of a beast flashed and disappeared. Immediately after, a dense black light erupted from the black saber. The black light contained an extremely powerful aura. A pitch-black saber light shot out from the black saber, directly causing the space to distort as it slashed forward. Zi Chen slashed forward with his saber. Immediately after, the black saber drew a perfect circle with Zi Chen as the center. Within this circle, a dense black light enveloped Zi Chen's entire body. Fut fut fut. No intense energy vibrations were emitted. After a moment of silence in the sky, 5 soft sounds rang out. The attacks of the 5 battle spirits dissipated before they could land. Immediately after, the bodies of the 5 battle spirits also dissipated along with the dissipating black light. When the black light dissipated, Zi Chen's figure appeared. His expression was still calm. However, everyone was shocked to find that there was not the slightest injury on his body. He had killed 5 powerful battle spirits with a single slash. Such a powerful combat strength also shocked them greatly. Their hearts were greatly shaken. Just as they were slightly dazed, Wu Xie and the others seized the opportunity to start another round of killing. In front of him, Xu Ming felt a powerful aura appear behind him. When he turned around, he saw the black saber drawing a perfect black light circle. The 5 battle spirits were enveloped by the black light circle. His eyes immediately turned serious. He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? Even he would need to spend a lot of time to deal with these 5 battle spirits." However, his opponent seemed much weaker than him. He had actually killed them with a single slash. Through this slash, Xu Ming could already feel how powerful Zi Chen was. He looked at Zi Chen with a serious expression. However, he had no intention of killing him. The most important thing now was to obtain the treasure first. Therefore, he turned around and went deeper. Just as he went deeper, he saw Zi Chen, who had killed the 5 battle spirits, also flapped his lightning wings and went deeper. This time, he chose to go on a rampage like before. After gathering 2 or 3 battle spirits, he would kill them with a single slash. In this way, the gap between the 2 sides gradually narrowed due to Zi Chen's killing speed. Seeing Zi Chen getting closer and closer, Xu Ming also felt a trace of pressure. The battle spirits that appeared in front of him were also getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, he could no longer kill them instantly. Die! After spending a lot of effort to kill another battle spirit, he saw Zi Chen catching up. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and struck out at Zi Chen in the distance. The moment the palm print left his body, it suddenly enlarged. In the end, it was like a small mountain, pressing down on Zichen. As the palm print pressed down, a spatial pressure appeared, which reduced Zichen's speed. The palm print had already locked onto Zichen. Unable to dodge this attack, he could only stop helplessly. He held his blade and slashed at the sky. Demonic blade slash. As a low roar resounded between heaven and earth, the pitch-black blade light went against the sky. With a powerful energy fluctuation, it collided with the palm print in the sky. Boom! Above the sky, there was a loud explosion. The two types of energy collided in the sky. The powerful aura of the palm print weakened, and the pitch-black blade light was no longer sharp. In the end, the two attacks dissipated. In this collision, Zichen was actually on par with Xu Ming. However, Zichen's body paused when he struck out, allowing the battle spirit behind him to catch up. He could only kill this battle spirit again. After successfully killing the battle spirit, the distance between the two of them increased a little. Xu Ming turned around and smiled coldly at Zichen. That smile seemed to be saying, "This treasure is mine." Zichen glanced at Xu Ming indifferently. The lightning wings on his back began to vibrate at a high frequency. His entire body seemed to be walking in the space between reality and illusion. His body began to flicker as if he was teleporting, rushing towards Xu Ming. Seeing Zichen's strange speed, Xu Ming was shocked. At the same time, he was slightly distracted and was almost injured by the battle spirit that had just appeared. He quickly turned around and focused on fighting the enemy. Zichen's speed made Xu Ming feel a lot of pressure. He had to use a powerful method to kill the battle spirit. The distance between the two of them finally closed. The battle spirit behind them was also getting stronger and stronger. It was almost no weaker than a third-grade battle spirit. After pondering for a moment, Xu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and decided not to charge forward. Instead, he turned around and stared at Zichen. Obviously, he had decided to finish off his opponent here. However, when he turned around, he found that Zichen had suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. Xu Ming was startled by Zichen's change of direction. He didn't know what his opponent meant. Did he give up? Chapter 1353. Looking at the direction Zichen was heading in, and looking at the second item in this world, Xu Ming's expression also changed, becoming uncertain. It was a long and flat black object. Perhaps because it had been there for too long, there were obvious traces of rust on it, making it look very mottled. However, in Xu Ming's understanding, the more rusty an item was, the more extraordinary it was. Seeing Zichen head straight in that direction, a trace of anger rose in his heart. However, wanting to catch up at this moment was undoubtedly a fool's dream because the latter's speed was simply too fast. What exactly was that rusty thing? Would it be a long sword with extraordinary power, a long saber with destructive power, a long black ruler with unique shape, or, without a doubt, Xu Ming fell into a state of worry. However, he did not take advantage of this time to go deeper. Instead, he watched as Zichen rushed forward. At the same time, he seemed a little annoyed. It was all because of this damned guy. He had distracted him. Otherwise, with his eyesight, how could he not have seen this thing? Just as Xu Ming's heart was in a fierce struggle, Zichen finally arrived in front of the black object. He stopped in his tracks and glanced at Xu Ming in the distance. He smiled coldly at the other party and bent down to grab the black object. As he bent down, the energy around Zichen's body vibrated. He was very vigilant. Usually, there would be powerful existences guarding the vicinity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This thing looked extraordinary, so perhaps there was something guarding it. However, after Zichen grasped the black object, there was nothing abnormal in the surroundings. Not even a battle spirit appeared. There's no danger. Even Xu Ming in the distance was slightly startled. Even further away, Wu Xie and the others' expressions changed when they saw this scene. Seeing that there was no danger in the surroundings, the anticipation on their faces weakened a little. If there was no danger, it meant that there was no value in guarding it. If there was no value in guarding it, it meant that it had no value in the first place. Perhaps it was just an ordinary item that could not be more ordinary and had just been casually discarded. Xu Ming also had the same thought. He desperately hoped that this was really just a piece of trash. At this moment, Zichen grabbed the black object with his right hand. A huge force gathered in his hand. He held the black object tightly and pulled it out of the ground with great force. Then, he shouted, "Rise!" With a peng sound, the black object was lifted off the ground, and some soil was raised around it. Then, Zichen's figure staggered back a few steps, becoming unstable. This was not because the black object was too heavy, but because it was too light. Zichen had used too much force, causing his center of gravity to be unstable. There was nothing to protect it, and it was an extremely light object. Even Zichen's heart sank slightly. When he saw this thing and steadied himself, the other half of his heart turned cold. It was an object, but it was not a weapon. Instead, it was a rusty scabbard. The scabbard was extremely light, as if it had no weight at all. Its surface was covered in a layer of rust, so there was nothing special about it. When Wu Xie and the others saw that Zichen had actually pulled out a scabbard from a distance, they shook their heads in disappointment. Clearly, they felt that it was not worth it to miss the best opportunity to enter the depths for something like this. Fortunately, Xu Ming did not advance, so Zichen still had a chance to stop him. Although they were disappointed, Wu Xie and the others did not stop fighting. However, it was worth mentioning that a few corresponding battle spirits had appeared during this period of time, and they had dealt with them. However, one of the 17 of them had died. Now, there were 16 people left, and the person who had died was from Hupping City. As he gazed at the scabbard in Zichen's hand, as well as the latter's continuously changing expression, a stunned expression surfaced on Xu Ming's face. Soon after, his anxious mood directly dissipated as he opened his mouth and laughed heartily. Ha ha, ha ha. His laughter, which was filled with joy and mockery, rang out. His clear laughter seemed to drown out the sounds of the battle in the distance. What are you laughing at? Is it really that funny? Zichen's face darkened as he coldly glanced at Xu Ming. You thought you'd discovered a treasure, right? You didn't think it would be a piece of trash. Ha ha. You treat trash as a treasure. Only you people from Hupping City would do something like that. Xu Ming's laughter continued. Zichen, who had originally intended to throw away the scabbard, tightly gripped the scabbard when he heard this as he disdainfully replied, "Idiot, do you think that this thing that appeared in this world is a waste product? Have you ever seen waste products in this world? Waste products, to think that you can say that. Do you think that this is a waste recycling station?" As if to prove his words, Zichen held the scabbard in one hand and the scabbard in the other as he walked back into the depths. Xu Ming was stunned by what he had said. His laughter faded, and he stared at the scabbard in Zichen's hand with an uncertain expression. Perhaps, this really was an incredible item. Along the way, Zichen discovered that Xu Ming did not go any further. He asked in confusion, "Why aren't you going any further?" Xu Ming coldly smiled. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as he said, "I'm waiting for you. It won't be too late to continue after I've dealt with you." Zichen looked at the ball of light in the depths, then turned back to look at Xu Ming. He said, "What's the point of that? After we've killed each other, we still have to go deeper. Why don't the two of us go deeper first? It won't be too late to decide the victor after we reach the ball of light." Xu Ming stared at Zichen. His cold gaze seemed to want to see through Zichen. Zichen calmly looked at Xu Ming, but his grip on the scabbard tightened. Xu Ming coldly smiled. He actually agreed with Zichen's suggestion. He nodded and said, "That's fine. We'll have a battle to the death under the ball of light." With that, he turned around and charged into the depths. This time, he ran for more than 10 miles before he encountered another battle spirit. Judging from the battle spirit's aura, the latter was infinitely close to the domain realm. In other words, he was about to reach the 3rd level of battle spirit. Xu Ming raised his head and looked at the ball of light 10 miles away. He grinned maliciously and charged towards the battle spirit in front of him. As he charged forward, he sent out a palm strike towards the battle spirit. Facing the incoming palm strike, the battle spirit also attacked with his spear. There seemed to be a dragon's roar as the spear transformed into a dragon shadow and rushed towards Xu Ming. Just as the battle began, Zichen's tense heart relaxed. He was really afraid that Xu Ming would rush to the ball of light. Decapitation. After using his strongest attack to kill the battle spirit, he rushed forward. This time, he also ran for more than 10 miles. Unfortunately, as soon as he arrived, Xu Ming's battle had already ended. He paid the price of a light injury to kill the battle spirit and rushed into the depths. Damn it! Zichen cursed and instantly rushed forward. As he rushed forward, the battle spirit attacked Zichen. Zichen gripped his long saber tightly and shouted, "Slash!" As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber in his hand actually left his hand. A pitch-black golden-eyed beast soul shadow emerged from the blade. The soul shadow stared coldly at the battle spirit in front of it. The aura of the long saber skyrocketed the moment the soul shadow appeared. The surrounding space began to distort. The saber seemed to tear through the air as it slashed towards the battle spirit in front of it. Facing this attack, the battle spirit remained expressionless. He raised the long sword in his hand high and a ray of light appeared on the blade. This ray of light instantly became resplendent. Then, like a stream of water, the light filled the entire sword. The long sword shook in the void. As the energy vibrated, it directly slashed down. Boom! The saber and sword collided. The entire world seemed to quiet down for a moment. A powerful surge of energy swept out from the point of collision. At the same time, a rumbling sound rang out. The saber-light's attack was gradually dissolved by the long sword. The golden-eyed beast's attack was clearly blocked by the battle spirit. But in the next moment, a spear shadow flashed with silver light. It pierced through the energy shockwaves and headed straight for the battle spirit's forehead. Puff! The long spear pierced through the battle spirit's forehead. A sharp spear light shot into the distance. The air seemed to be pierced through by this finger. After the spear shadow, Zichen appeared. A light shield appeared around his body. Inside the light shield was a battle armor. At the center of the battle armor was a small beast. Just now, it was the battle armor that had blocked the energy shockwaves, giving Zichen a chance to use his spear. After the battle spirit's forehead was pierced, the battle spirit's figure in front of him slowly dissipated. Zichen put away his spear and grabbed his saber. He shook his thunder wings and fled into the depths. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xu Ming had just turned around when he saw the battle spirit being killed. Then, he saw Zichen rush out unscathed. How is this possible? Xu Ming couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. In order to fight for speed, he paid the price of minor injuries to kill the enemy. But the enemy was faster than him, and he was not injured. But although he was shocked, he didn't stop moving. In the blink of an eye, he was below the ball of light. However, before he could leap into the air to grab the ball of light, he saw another person appear in front of him. The moment this person appeared, Xu Ming felt a dangerous aura. He couldn't help but stop. In front of him stood a battle spirit in a black robe. He held a sheathed saber in his hand. His eyes were incomparably black and bright, and he seemed to be very intelligent. He sized up Xu Ming with an indifferent expression, as if he was a life form with intelligence. After feeling the oppressive aura from the other party, Xu Ming's pupils shrank. He whispered, "Third-grade battle spirit." A third-grade battle spirit was already at the domain realm in the outside world. It was the same as his realm. But the other party was a remnant soul. It was obvious that his comprehension of battle skills was deeper than his. Looking at the third-grade battle spirit in front of him and then at the ball of light above his head, Xu Ming's face suddenly had a sinister smile.